people all around me finding truth. I can't help but wonder, do you wonder too? Were we meant for each other, but it just fell apart? Could we last forever if we start over?
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes
Whoops, forgot to switch scene. What is up? Hello. Happy. Well, we're not quite midweek, are we? We're getting there. But we're still early week. Hopefully you're all having a good Tuesday and you're ready for more of the Elite Classic recap action. That's right, we're going to be doing more series from the tournament on the weekend because honestly there was just so many that went uncovered. We've got, to name a few, we've got some of Baltoon series that we'll probably check in on later. CSO versus Core is the way we're going to open up. We've got Numidan versus Rook. We might check out, I think Elyona versus Kazuyohan wasn't covered on the main broadcast. We also have Numidan versus Happy Cat I want to go and have a look at because that was quite an interesting one. Happy Cat suddenly has risen again and is interesting to watch. Myriad versus Faye is also on the agenda. We might go check out Divine versus Avali. I've got a feeling that might be a very turtly series though. There's even, for example, Divine versus Kazuyohan, which will also probably be a very turtly series if I had to take a punt, take a guess. But yeah, plenty of different ones we'll be looking in on. We're going to start off with CSO versus Core, though, because I want to see if my boy Core can actually match up against one of the rising stars of China. Oh, I want to see how he fares, because, you know, Core, it's been a while since we've had any deep run-ins, right? Like, you know, obviously he played a lot of the War Chief Club and the likes of that, but in terms of big tournaments, not much of a presence, sadly. What's up, Farm Man? How's it going, buddy? So, we have a draft. And let's think about this draft for a second, dude. What maps did they pick? I mean, Core got some, like, generic strong picks, but the China's UG to me is a little bit weird. Will I not ban you today? I might make you sub again. I think that's how it works. So, I'm just looking at the map draft for this series, because I do find this quite peculiar, some of the Civ choices made by Core. So Rocky Canyon, Coastal Cliffs, and Frisian Marshes. What picked this? Wait, what? I'm going to have to ask Core about that one, because I'm wondering what his thought process is around Frisian Marshes, because I don't feel like these are fantastic options for Frisian Marshes. Whereas CSO... Oh, wait, no, I just realized. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong one. Wait, what? Okay, I don't have the exact map draft then. For some reason, on the Liquipedia page, the map draft for CSO versus Core links to Corvinus versus Tips. Which it's not even in the same area of the draft. Oh, that's such a mess. No, it can't be Frisian Marshes then. Like if I had to guess, we're probably like, so Coastal Cliffs. I know because we got that for game one, but we're probably looking at Coastal Cliffs, Dry Arabia, and maybe like Rocky Canyon. I know some people really believe in like China / Yuji and Rocky Canyon. I'm not a big believer personally. I'm trying to think if this is a particular map for Mali. It's not really. Maybe Cliffside. I actually kind of like Yuji on Cliffside. I think they're a little bit underrated, underchecked, because if you just play all-in aggro Chiganu, it doesn't take long to reach the enemy base, so it's very strong. You believe in China on every map? Well, you believe in losing then. Sorry. No, looking at this draft, genuinely, like, CSO looks like he's got the better end of it, right? Like, Core got some generic strong picks in Delhi and Malians, but CSO, Iabids versus Delhi is, like, a fairly decent matchup from what I recall. I think it's, like, 65% for Iabids. You have HRE to kind of, like, peak a lot quicker than Chinese. Mongols versus Yuji, I'm not sure about that one. I think like Core got one good matchup here, and it would be English versus Malians is the most clear one to me. Like outside that, I feel like maybe CSO got a little bit more of the draft. Like I'm actually just double checking at the highest level when we look at Delhi versus Ibids, because that's gonna be our opening series. I'm pretty sure this is Ibid favored now. Yeah, pretty heavily, actually. 59.4% win rate in the January 30th patch. December 6th, we go further back. Let's see, Delhi versus Iabids. Okay, Delhi fare a little bit better there. That's 55%. But, like, I think that's weird. That it's always that kind of awkward issue where it's like, I hate having to rely on pub stats for, like tournament play Delhi. It's so deceptive. But the two patches before the most recent one, they were favored like 60%. So I think the thing for me is like this map. It's not that Delhi can't win. I think on Coastal Cliffs, for me, Delhi is more of a mid-level Civ, not a peak Civ. I think like English, we talked about it before, right? English is really good on Coastal Cliffs. I think Rus is kind of underexplored. HRE has some interesting variants, and then like I could see Japanese working quite well there. It's just people choose it for different maps. Ibids makes a lot of sense as well. We already saw how an Ibid player can just peel back a Malian so easily. Give us a wink. There you go. Close enough. I think I nailed it. So yeah, interesting. Let me just make sure we've got the UI completely reset, and we'll get ready to get in game. I think this one, like, I could see this one swinging either way. It's just a case whether core is ready for CSO. Because I think, dude, CSO has really surprised me. I think it surprised a lot of people. You know, everyone was just staring, believing in Louis nonstop. And ever since what happened last month where Louis was beaten by CSO, we're waking up to maybe, you know, a rising breed of Chinese players that can slap in AoE 4. All right, should we get ready for this series? Let me... Already ran the ads, right? Yeah, we're safe. We're safe for now. Okay. All right, let's get to it. All right, one and all, welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires 4 action. We are here for the Elite Classics 2 qualifiers. This is a recap of some series that happened on the weekend. We have got a showdown between CNC, CSO versus Core. That's right, East versus West. And we start off on Coastal Cliffs. Core whips out the Delhi. Meanwhile, CSO goes to the Ibids. You know, I was looking at the draft for this, and I think English Marlians is maybe the thing that favors Core because he picked the Marlians there. But the rest of the draft, to me, I kind of felt like CSO got some really good reads on this. Yeah, this is an interesting map for Delhi. You know, I've seen a lot of people go towards it. I think it's okay. I just don't think it's as dominant as it would be on other maps, like Dry Arabia, for example. You know, it's very reminiscent, I think, of Frisian Marshes, where you pick it there and it kind of feels like it's missing a leg. And I think also, with the way that this map plays, Coastal Cliffs is basically being a shrunk Dry Arabia, right? With a third of the map missing. You don't really have that ability to dent in. If you think of all those games you watch of Delhi on Dry Arabia, usually the ones that end badly, and we saw this from people in the tournament like Kasva, we saw it, who was it? It was a game that was on Dry Arabia as well where they dove into the base. Usually when you try to rush in Enders the Delhi by attacking your opponent's main base is where things go badly, right? This is a civ that wants to chip away at you, they want to control sacred sites, and they want to snowball it down. And although there's less sacred sites to lock in here, there's also less gold on the map to get to escalate you and keep on buffing your army up to contest. You're also up against a civ that is naturally going to rush towards that castle age. So we'll see if there's actually a deviation. I'm not expecting it. I don't think Ibids have anything valuable to contribute in feudal age. I think they just they need to get out. It's something that's probably going to have to change to this civ. I wouldn't be surprised if they get nerfed in the ground and get a rework just to kind of alleviate that problem right now. We're probably going to be looking at a Growth Wing opener just to get that castle age even quicker. Oh no, okay. Well, that is interestingly different. Going for the military wing reinforcement. The reason that's quite surprising here is although it's good against the initial Ghazi, it's terrible against the follow-up archers, and you know you're always going to be up against archers. So I expected him to just go for a fast castle and look to get more raw eco, because you've got a fort spawn in gold. You're going to have to defend with an outpost anyway, right? Like, realistically, yes, you'll get a Desert Raider, but if 3 Ghazi Raiders come out the other way, you're in trouble. The reason I do not like the Desert Raider up against these Ghazi and Horseman openings is the fact that, yes, you've got nice melee armor, yes, you get bonus damage versus Cav, but your opponent also gets bonus damage versus you, because you have to remember that those Desert Raiders hold the range tag, and you can't get rid of that factor, even in melee mode. So it means actually these Ghazi Raiders can rip you apart quite easily. So we're just going on 2 times speed for the first few minutes of the game so we can get into the Feudal Age. Really, outside of just the way you stretch your economy, which you can tell by the top markers anyway, there's nothing else going to happen here. You know, we're not watching Mongols, we're not watching Donati playing English, so Dark Age is usually going to be snooty. Blacksmith immediately on the opening here. Delhi makes a lot of sense, right? Like, I think you want to see if you're up against Desert Raider. If you are, you probably open archery range. That's the one thing I like about doing this with the Ibids, is it forces the Delhi off of their tempo aggressive unit and into something reactionary. And I think I've talked about this before. Like, anytime you want to get a leg up on the Delhi, step one is making sure they can't drop a stable straight away. This achieves that. It's going to force a reaction to go into archers, because I know I just said that, you know, Ghazi can beat Desert Raiders, and it's true. But it would require 2. And that's just not cost efficient versus getting 2 or 3 archers out and slowly moving out into the field. So Should be archery range. Then we'll likely see him go into stables. You could go for a Rax approach here and just look to wall in the sacred sites, but I think that's kind of playing it slow. You need to basically constrict this map. You need to do it ASAP because you're already seeing a lot of gold being gathered. Outpost has gone up. So, yeah, that was the interesting part to me, is the fact that they chose to go for the Desert Raider, even though they were going to drop the Outpost. I feel like one or the other ticks the box and leaves you a bit more optimal on your timing here. But I guess it felt worth it to CSO to force an archery transition first before moving into the stables. Question is this going to be advancement wing? With the Archer slowdown, that's my thought. It's like, if you're going for Desert Raider, the upside is that you could probably get away with a longer tech timing to go for some like logistics, because you've skewed the timing of your opponent, right? So I'm wondering if CSO is going to do something different than Advancement Wing. My feeling is, if this was an Advancement Wing, then you would have been better served by going for Growth Wing for 3 extra villages, and then following up into this. You could even arguably go for Growth Wing for the Castle Age upgrade, but considering they've already exhausted 3 berry patches, it would be very bad. Truth will be revealed in a second. Meanwhile, stables dropped. We are going to start seeing a pump out. But so far, Core actually hasn't opted to get a Scholar over into these buildings, so he has no extra military efficiency. This is a very slow ramp up for them. And I think, I mean, with the way he's optimized this, either there's some suboptimal play, or this should end up being a play into a full resource type landmark choice, right? Like, you know, if you were going to go for the advancement wing, I think that optimization window is already passed. So I'm going to guess logistics. Like, growth is very safe, but logistics, there is a window here with how slowly Core's ramping up. Especially if you sneak the north side of the map, right? There's just 3 relics over here, easily up for grabs. So we'll find out in a sec. In the meantime, your goal should now be to pump out a few horsemen with these Desert Raiders, because then you can easily win the contest. Right? Horsemen chase away the archers, and then Desert Raiders beat the Ghazi. And it is going to be Growth Wing. Okay, so they aren't looking to rush for the relics at all. They aren't looking to just get that level of control. I think I can see where they're coming from, right? It's risky. We can see everything on the map. What you have to keep in mind is, from CSO's perspective, he doesn't see that his opponent isn't covering north side at all. On top of that, although you may have a level of control equal in the midfield right now, 2 minutes from now, that might not be true. So going for the Dervish Wing is quite problematic, because at that point, you're probably going to be looking at like 11 to 12 archers at least, plus 7 or 8 Ghazi. That's enough to shut down the map, because as it stands, CSO doesn't want to build any units. They want to wait. They want to pump out as many heavily armored units as soon as they reach castle. And yeah, we're seeing from Core, a big part of why I've been noting a lot of Delhi picks at the moment on Coastal Cliffs is the ability to do this. You just want to wall off. Archer. Let's get bait them in, and it looks like there's going to be a stab, and you see exactly there what I was talking about. The Ghazi actually do counter Desert Raiders, funnily enough. Even with the Camelanese there, the issue is that they get a bonus 12 range damage, or because of that mixed tag. It's kind of a problematic thing, actually, because it means that Desert Raiders essentially just get countered by quite a few different things. It's weird. It's not just the Spearman threat, it's the fact that, weirdly enough, one of the things you're meant to be able to deal with actually deals with you very well. It's a nice pushback there. Walls are now going to go up. The reason why this is more optimal of an approach and why Delhi seems kind of desirable here, we mentioned you lose out on the gold, but the fact that you can easily wall this map, like it's 2/3 of what it would normally be on a Dry Arabia, is a really big deal. And if you think about the amount of wood being invested, like for example, this little area here, it's half of what it would be to build around the sacred site, right? And then if you take this wall and you add the extra half in, and then of what remains, it's just maybe about 10, 20 wood, maybe 30 maximum, more than what you spend on surrounding both sacred sites. So pretty optimal play here. And it means also Core doesn't have to worry about any threats coming his way. I would love to see Core consider just trying to get fast into a Castle Age now, but I imagine he's going to feel he needs to add in more units in the time being. Just because what he's about to discover, it's not Camel Lancers. It's not something he can easily handle. Instead, what we're seeing out of CSO is the Gulam Span alongside the camels, an equal amount, and that's very smart here considering that everything Core has access to has no melee armor. And also, because he went for a 1 blacksmith opening, he's not going to have the ability to quickly get his hands on that level 1 melee armor, which is very important considering that it's basically a -2 to the Gulam's attacks. Bit of torch damage coming in. Now, this is awkward as well, because another thing that's very smart about the way that Core has walled this is that 4 relics on the other side, so it's a much better choice now when you look in hindsight that you didn't go for the Dervish, and I imagine CSO was aware of that. Like, if he'd gone in for that logistics point and this wall went up, your whole tech up is worthless. This way, at least, you got several more villages, and it puts you eco ahead of your opponent. You'll now arrive on the north side. Core, in the meantime, actually building into additional scholars here, so not rushing towards that castle age time at all. They're going to hang around long. They're actually going to try to play a feudal all in here. A little bit dangerous. They do have quite a few troops, but the problem is in the power of these Ghoulems I mentioned. The double strike is no joke. Pushing to the base, though. 425 gold has been stockpiled up, so plenty of units still could be produced here. Needs to idle out the main economy. He's going to move in now. Army is on his way home, trying to burn through the wall. A great read here by Core. As soon as he sees that play on the wall, he goes in. He's going to cut the reinforcements and cut them down before the main army can get back here. Core playing this perfectly. But is it going to be good enough is the question mark. The heavily armored units have now arrived. Camel Raiders are just going to target down any cavalry they can find. Looks like the Ghoulems are being stockpiled on top of. The issue I'm seeing right now is with a lack of mass Ghazi, how do you now dive underneath the TC? Sick read there. Garrison's inside the outpost. And despite the fact he's held him down, he's kept him pinned, the issue now is you don't have that many Ghazi, right? You've got 4 left over here. You've got a few spearmen. You're going to start dying to these emplacements. Oh, man, this is tough, dude. I think Core, it's one of those awkward situations where you really wish you could have afforded to wait and get a ram or two, because the torch count is not that high. So this outpost is actually doing a lot of return fire. Next wave of Ghoulam comes out and pushes his back. Camel Lancer is on the way in also. I don't know if this is quick enough from Core. I mean, what you have to remember is, yes, Core killed 3 villagers, but CSO got an extra 8 from the tech up. You can already see the difference. He's still ahead. Ghoulam mass is not massing, is the point here. But with the undermesh level 1, it's just so difficult for these archers to kill fast enough. And also that outpost, dude, it's done so much damage here. Funnily enough, it's targeting the Ghazi. I don't really like that, but I understand why CSO's doing it. He wants to guarantee there's no remaining torch damage to take him down. But one thing I will remark is you can see how effective the fire armor resistance is here. If it wasn't for that detail, this outpost would already be gone. And Core would be able to continue diving in. Instead now, CSO gluttonously looks to add in more Raxes on the front line. Ghoulam's being ignored. Funnily enough, actually trying to go after the Camel Lancers is a curious choice here. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Like, in terms of your damage output, it's similar. And in terms of, like, what damage you take, it's the same, right? But the difference is the cost. You're taking down something twice the cost of the Ghoulam. Well, not twice, but heavily higher in cost. Still, I think this is starting to fall apart, folks. I feel really bad for Core, man. This is really frustrating matchup for this very reason. When you try to go all in on the feudal and the heavily armored units come out of both buildings, it begins to wallop you down. It's a shame Core didn't just kind of double down behind these walls, maybe, because the issue I'm seeing here is, although he's 5 minutes away from a Sacred Site victory, he doesn't have much of an army left. Yeah, this is one of those weird games where it might have been better to just stand behind the wall and archer spam, right? Like, just tickle away at him, push him away, poke at him. Probably not. I mean, like, you know, the upside is he idled out the eco as well, but the problem now is your army isn't really that impressive. I mean, you can see in the raw army value, he's behind. And he will lose a fight if they directly take one right now. And the problem now for Core, he didn't set up any additional walls, he didn't set up any outposts. He's going to have to take a fight on that Sacred Site. If that timer stops, if it gets decapped, this is already over. Nice cut on the reinforcements. I like that approach from Core. He still can't fight that main blob yet. He needs to get more troops together, so just stab what he can. But unfortunately, the only way I can see CSO losing this is if he spams Lancers. If he just keeps spamming Ghoulems, it's kind of a free win now. Like, you saw how effective this comp was against the Lancer. It's very ineffective against the Ghoulems. Ghoulems that should be getting the level 2 melee attack soon, I'd imagine. Count continues up. Re-wall attempt comes in. And wait, what? Mistakes made there. They were just standing there watching. So, actually, funnily enough, Core gets a good fight out of that, splitting the army unintentionally. CSO is going to have to back away now. The second wave looking so big from Core. We'll step back, though. Cut of the reinforcement, splits the fight up. And that's unfortunate because right now, Core just needs to target fire down each of these troops. He's going to recommit with the back line. CSO It always looks so bad when you look at raw numbers like this, orange versus green, but the problem is just how much damage these Golems do. Even the Ghazi is struggling against this, remember. They haven't got any melee armor whatsoever, because funnily enough, Core left that tech until last. CSO now going for the Dervishes, funnily enough, so going to look to recoup some cost, get his hands on the freebie relic. Once again, Core's going to be pushed back behind the wall, but we are getting close. This is starting to work. We're 3 minutes away. The only thing that could really kill Core at this point, oh god, no, I was about to say is a Manjanique, which is exactly what CSO is now trying to get into. Dude, it's like I can feel it coming, right? Like, this is the thing I've been waiting for. The Ghazi count just got exhausted again, and these deer stacks are running out, right? So there's going to be a big idle point for Core where he has to run to the next area. And that's the thing that could kill him here. Like, this is of utmost importance. He cannot be without food. He needs to scale that Ghazi count up to about 20, Spearman count up to about 20. And then he needs to find a way to dive this Manjanique, because funnily enough, this is the one lifeline that could actually save CSO. It's an uphill battle for sure. Core has played this fantastically well. But weirdly enough, this one Manjanique is like adding an extra 20 pop cap to your army. 3 Dervishes as well. Like, what is CSO up to? That's a little bit over the top. Second TC as well. Man, dude, he's confident he can get the decap. This is crazy. I can't believe he's going for a second town center. He hasn't even decapped the site yet. Core needs to be careful about positioning here, though. That Manjanique is so easily grabbable if he waits for the commitment. He's going maybe a little bit early, Manjanique. Wait, what? What? Oh, no. Oh, no. What a mistake there. He fake pumped. Manjanique is lasting quite a while here, though. The Ghazi, oh my god, the camel on ease is making it last so long. Finally, it goes down. But the amount of Ghazi that died there, Golem count now up to 18. I'm wondering if it's really even about the Manjanique anymore. Lancers are in, Golems as well. Core has to stand here. He can't back up at all. He has to hold it in this choke point. But the army's shrinking fast, 40 to 23. It's looking like there might be a breakthrough opportunity. There's still a Lance and there's still 2 Dervishes. He could try for a decap. Main army has been completely blundered. Oh my god, I can't believe this. Core, with a little bit of star step, maybe could have bought enough time, but now, with the Mameluke's bravery and the mass Golems, he's broken through. Decap now on the way. Golem is going to be overwhelmed, but it's going to buy enough time for the rest of the army to get here. And once they do arrive, that is going to be a successful decap in a game now where Core is running out of food. And he has ran out of time. GG gets called. What a sick threading of the needle there. CSO on the very edge of a loss. The Manjanique completely fails to do any damage to the archers, but what it done is it baited a fight where the Ghazi completely flopped. Sick fight there coming through to get the first point on the board. That was crazy, actually. I was dying. I was watching that. I was like, I'm not really seeing the way, CSO, right? This is looking like you're leaving it a little bit too close. We've seen how bad games can get when it happens like that. You get desperate, you rush out, but credit to him, man. I think that was very interesting, Manjanique. It forced a fight. I did feel like Core engaged a bit too quickly. I thought the Ghazi were going to hold back a bit longer so they could guarantee free access to the Manjanique. But apparently Core was just too paranoid about this idea that actually the Golems would just stand there and slowly move with the Manjanique, so he had to commit. And, you know, keep in mind, that was a fight where the Manjanique failed. It just didn't do what it was meant to. It literally fake pumped and then rotated to deal with Ghazi. But still, somehow, some way, he gets that win. It puts him on the board first. I'm just getting ready. I'm loading game number 2 now. We've got Frisian Marshes, and this is where Core... I questioned this about the draft, right? I wasn't sure if they had Frisian in there. They do. This is really perplexing to me. Going for Chinese when your opponent has Mongols and HRE. I feel like both of those civs outperform Chinese on Frisian Marshes. So I'm really hoping Core's got something unexpected, something innovative that we haven't seen before. Otherwise, now, already getting that win in game 1, CSO can make this a very quick 2-0. All right, let's get into the game. Let me update the points here. So CSO, of course, was able to take that game by the thinnest of margins. Core, got to be a little bit frustrated, but he already knew he was going to go here, right? With the draft, we mentioned it was going to have to be Zhuji or Chinese for Freezing Marshes, and we're going to find out exactly what he has in mind. Hit the 2 times just this early game. We'll see if there's actually going to be an outpost rush attempt. Like, typically, that's a big part of why you pick Mongols here. Your opponent's very predictable. You know where you got to find them, and also the gold tends to be exposed about 80% of the time. And the cool thing about going for the Rax opener here is if the gold isn't exposed, the stone's going to be exposed, right? So devil's advocate type situation, and we're already seeing there's a high value area here where you could block both the berries and the gold. I wonder if that's where CSO wants to head. Rax is complete. Stone has already been stockpiled up, so you get the double pump straight away. He's not immediately sending a villager over, but what he has done is darted right across to the enemy base, and I think he done all right for it, right? He got his initial sheep around his base. He's up to 15 already. Meanwhile, on the other side of this, though, Core doing much better at 22. Yeah, that was the thing that kind of had me a bit skeptical here. If you knew this was going to be a dart down the center by both, that's a disadvantage for the Mongols because you have more movement speed. You do have the Hawk, but the thing that the Chinese have is the permanent extra vision while in time. 30% extra line of sight is kind of bonkers on a scout. If you think about just how big their range normally is, right? Just look at the difference here. Boom versus, but it's not even close. And that's important because it means if you see the enemy Khan coming, you can divert to go around for sheep elsewhere and then cut him off. But looks like the spears are arriving. Cool. Dude, I love that this is what the Chinese-Mongol matchup has become. It used to be a rush to a Barbican, but it's not that anymore, right? It's spear on spear. Which is interesting because it gives Core an opportunity to just kind of out-micro here against CSO. That's also, by the way, why CSO did not immediately pull the villager. He knew there was going to be this spearman threat. He knew if he rushed in, it was just idle eco. But now, it looks like he's going to camp on the gold. Like, because the issue that you have if you're Core, you're investing a lot into spears, right? You haven't set up a lumber camp yet, so there's kind of a limit on what you can do. On top of that, you didn't gather any gold, so there's no sneaky tech upcoming. You can tax your way eventually up, but it's still going to take a while. And the interesting thing that I find in this matchup is like I like the Chinese spearman opening when you're on water hybrid maps because I think you can actually outmass consistently and you can also get your docks down alongside it. The negative of doing this against the Mongols on land maps, though, can be seen in the economy right now. CSO has spent so much stone to supplement the production of his units that's where the difference is now, in the food. Core, even if he has the gold, doesn't have the food for a tech up, and Silver Tree is already on the way. Oh man, another thing I actually hate about doing this long-term up against the Mongols is you've already cut the straggler trees. You're out of wood, right? You officially can't keep going. On the other side of this, CSO can keep doing it all day and all night, right? Like, Mongols always put their TC next to the wood line. It's a humongous advantage here. And thank you very much for the raid, Marika. Hopefully you had a good stream. Shout out to Wam and QE. Just in time to watch our boy Core in a spear death match where I think... No, I don't think a single spear has stabbed anything yet in this game, which is weird for a game that has 20 spears in it at 5 minutes. Imperial Academy is now going to be on the way. And oh, wow, this is a problem. There's a villager pull, isn't there? No? No villager pull. Okay, I thought he'd actually still try for the outpost. Even without an outpost, though, if you just rush into archers now, you can block this out, right? Because the issue that you now have as Core is you only have the limited tax to work on. The gold is all 40 your base. You could go for multi-TC, sure, but you know, another issue we highlighted earlier is the food situation. Yes, he has got a lot of sheep under here, but no access to the berries. If you get blocked out there, you've basically got a limited life cycle here. Meanwhile, on the other side, your opponent can play out to fish, out to deer. He has full control of the map. So tech up's complete on both sides. And both should be getting the upgrade, but the problem for Core right now is he doesn't have the money. Oh, this is so painful, man. Yeah, so here's the thing. Like, you can't actually contest this if this was an outpost rush right now because you can't go for the upgrade on spears. You have to use the gold from the drop-off you just got to get your next taxman. It's so imperative because you've now got a lumber camp and a mill. It's small details like this that really make the difference. Yeah, this is like one of my big concerns about picking the Chinese on this map that had it as a big question mark for me. You know, especially when you consider the civs that CSO had. What was it going to be? English? Maybe he expected it to be HRE. That's the only thing I can think here is Core was expecting HRE on Frisian Marshes, and it's why he picked Chinese, because that makes a bit of sense, right? Like, on Frisian Marshes, HRE are just looking to fast castles, so you get access to your goals, you get to go 2TC on the pond, you actually compete, but he hasn't had the chance to in this game. Behind this, of course, trade going up. Wait, what? What is happening in this game, Core? The sneak out onto the market. But I'm wondering, will he just divert across to the other market? I mean, it's a much longer distance, right? Like, it's not ideal, but realistically, is Core going to be able to come out of his base? Because the reality is this army is still building on his borders. He does have horsemen, but if he sends the horsemen out to raid, who's going to defend? I absolutely love this. Wait, why is Core still here with the villager, though? He sent one back. Oh my god, dude, he's not done. He's double layering the cake. Oh, come on. Spearmen are on the way. I think this is a little bit too greedy. I love the 1-2 step. That's going to force the spearmen to come north, but like, surely you don't need to do more than this. The weird part to me is these archers are now left unguarded. And now he sees the horseman. Uh-oh. He needs more spears. He has at least got a Keshik here, but the problem is there's just so many spearmen, so well played by Core. It cost him 2 villages worth of gathering, but what he just done there is he secured his gold to get later in this game. That was a crafty maneuver. Now he's building a little home away from home. Oh, this is adorable. So it looks like he is going to have a little area to gather resources. I love the fact he's setting up an outpost as well, so that he can maybe kind of prevent the burn through. The problem is, like, you need this outpost here. If he'd walked a bit further and built an outpost in here, I think it would have been a very smart play. This feels a little bit awkward now. Nonetheless, he got the main thing here, right? There might be a villager lost, but he's about to get Song Dynasty. He's going to have access to all that gold. I already mentioned the stone is safe behind this. I do think he needs to play a bit more aggro, though, because although the trade has been slowed down, these spears are quickly going to open the way again. What a cool game we've got now, though. And I'm wondering, is this a fast castle build by Core? I thought he'd go 2TC and scale, because although trade is really strong, arguably, like, the Song Dynasty 2TC can contest that. Fast Castle is an interesting idea. Like, you're basically paying kind of a discount HRE with mass men-at-arms spam. But the problem here is you're still limited on food, right? Like, look how much he's already exhausted with all these villages. He only has 7 sheep left over, and then berries. And then you have to play out onto the ponds. So realistically, especially with the extra strain of Song Dynasty on your food income, if you make this choice now, you can afford maybe 10, 15 Palace Guard, and then you're out of resources. Oh, man. Villager is going to run behind the wall, but not quick enough. It's going to go down. I don't think this game is casted, but maybe I'm wrong. I didn't see it being casted. I know why you're getting deja vu, because I was just sitting here thinking I saw this wall somewhere. I'm not sure if Core's done this again recently in a Frisian Marshes scrim. Oh, man. I kind of leaning towards CSO with what's about to happen here. Look, the gold is about to be back online. Trade is going to continue to boom. He's going to have a few blacksmith upgrades on the way. And that's going to allow him to contest his Palace Guard, right? Like, if you just go for Keshik versus his Palace Guard, it's not really close because the Palace Guard count can never get big enough here. So to me, this is kind of a gambit. Like, what Core is doing right now, he needs to draw all attention back towards CSO side of the map. If he fails to do that, the game is over. That's how bad the food is, because if you have to farm transition at 12 minutes, 13 minutes into the game, you're a mile behind. Like, you're not even playing Zhuji, where it's at least affordable, right? You're playing Chinese. Each of these farms, these granaries, it just costs too much. Oh, he is encroaching as well, so you can see he's just shifting all around. I love the way that CSO's approaching this and that he's not diving the base. I think that's the one way you lose the game right now. This is just a goal to starve. All you have to do is starve your opponent. Tech up will be complete in a second. Keshik count continues to go upwards, though. And the archers aren't a bad idea against the Palace Guard at this stage. They're not going to be as powerful until you got those blacksmith upgrades. It is on the way, under mesh. But you need the extra. And even then, like, the Keshiks is the weird thing, right? Like, this is... it's weird because you're talking about kind of discount men-at-arms, and then you're talking about discount knights. So think about all those times you've seen like an English player just go and get his men-at-arms in Castle Age, and then a French player with mass knights just contests it, right? It's the same thing here between Mongols and Chinese. So mass is what really matters. I love this. CSO sends the now mostly useless spears over to guard against any sort of play onto the deer. So it means, actually, if Core wants to play any sort of food that is meaningful, it has to be in a more risky location. Okay, we'll start pushing back against this, though. CSO probably going to macro up now. I think you just follow up for a tech up afterwards. Like, realistically, you've got more access to food. You've got more gold income. There's not really much for you to fear. Sure that you're delayed in comparison to the timing, but Core, if you can't come out of the base, there's nothing you can do to punish you for this. And I can't believe we're doing this crap again. Are you kidding me? Oh, no, not the wall, Core. Oh, that's so painful. That rewall actually would have been a big deal, folks. The amount of traders now, we're up to a total of... Wait, it's not 6, dude. It's more than 6, surely. It looked like it was about 10. Yeah, it's 10 traders. So that would have actually stung pretty hard. But that wall... Wait, guys... Like, hello, excuse me, can I get some directions? We're looking for a marketplace. It's behind that wall. You know, the one that you literally can see past. There you go, boys. Off you go. Cha-ching, dude. That's the crazy thing, actually, is it didn't really hurt. You just saw the amount of gold he dropped off there. They're all just standing here. They just re-rally in. It's just thumbs up. I think there's always a frustration right now with this walling attempt is, you know, walling in and walking away isn't enough. You have to prevent it for minutes to get the value out of it. Now Kurota on the way. You got to ask the question, did Core get value out of this tech up? He's on the berries now. Once that runs out, he has nothing. And his army, I'm not sure if it's big enough to scare him. I mean, oh my god, he went mass spears. Oh, Jesus. So the problem with mass spears, you're just going to die to a veterancy upgrade on archers, and Kurota is going to make it even easier. I imagine we have the pack-up tech coming. Yeah. CSO already understands perfectly what needs to happen here. It's a Kurota and a push towards the enemy base. Oh, man. This is a rough way to go out, dude. It's almost like Core wanted the HRE but couldn't get it. Oh, man. A big shout out to Joro. It's been a year. Mwah. There you go. I feel like it's going to be another year at this rate until I get to see Core in a main event. It breaks my heart. But essentially playing discount HRE here did not feel like the play. Archer upgrade in the way. It's going to come in 35 seconds, at which point basically this entire army doesn't work. Men-at-arms are all... Dude. Oh my god, his read is so on point. If this was crossbows, bad, right? Like if this was Palace Guard spam, bad. But mass spears, Men-at-arms is a thumbs up. Cav is at least going to raid in towards the trade, so that's going to be a little bit of a nuisance. But you know, realistically, even about that trade right now, you have to feel fine in this game. The Core time makes it so easy. And Core going in like this, it feels like a desperation cry because he needs to contain the map right now to allow this to happen. He needs the fishing. 2 Nesta Bees. Could be a problem. It's going to be a pack up at the stables and a pull away here. Men-at-arms are going to back up. Keshiks are looking for a rotation opportunity. Right now, Core. Well played. I was about to say, you need to be careful. You're splitting your army a bit too much. Kurota is also going to pack up, back up. You know, this is someone I've been known about CSO. He's a very patient player under pressure like this. A lot of players would have just jumped the gun and went in. But right now, he understands it's just about getting that optimal number of men-at-arms to bog down the spears. When you have like 12 to 15 of them, you can survive the Nesta Bees long enough that the Keshiks get around the back. And right now, that outpost, that Springald... Oh, no! Uldive's going to come in. Springald being charged on too, but that might be an overcommitment because now you can wrap around the back. Keshiks, they go straight for it. And the army, the losses here, he went too deep. Never go so deep. Keshiks need to peel off, to stick on top of it. Bees are being brought low, but an extra one's coming in, and the Keshiks go down. Core, he holds on, but now most of his army's dead. Cut down to half. It's only Spearman now, and sure, you can talk about the Nesta Bees' power, but how do they survive long enough? One Spearman goes down, Kurota is unpacking, and this should be it. Just enough men-at-arms to reach through. Archers split up in such a way that the Nesta Bees can never do them enough harm. And now with these losses, Core, he just got out of the fishing. I think he's going to be running far away and back into his hole. Unfortunate hit. A nice idea from Core, but he understands when it's over. GG gets called, so close to threading that needle. But CSO, with the patience that pays off. Dude, that was sick from CSO. That patience was critical. So many players would have rushed in way too fast there. Nice manual archer splits. Yes, it split it. Like, he had basically like 5-5-5. But like the other big deal was that CSO baited in with that Springald, and it forced the entire army to go in. Like, that was crazy. That small detail there, that wraparound attempt, really well played by Core to then mirror out the Keshic to still shut them down. But by the time he'd done that, he was so busy focusing on microing that element of the fight, he still neglected to pull back his clump in the choke point, and they just got torn apart by archers. Just fantastic patience out of CSO to take a 2-0 victory there. But we have plenty more series, folks. In fact, let me pull up the datas. So, we just had Core versus CSO. I think what we could do now is maybe, do we do Numedan versus Happy Cat? I like Numedan versus Happy Cat. I also like Kaiser Johan versus Elyona. Kaiser Johan versus Elyona wasn't cast on the EGC channel, right? I'm pretty sure it wasn't. We cast it on Saturday, but funny thing, folks, they had a rematch on Sunday. And I'm pretty sure that rematch didn't get cast. I know Cat and Lash did by the main channel. No, it looks like it didn't. Let's do Kazi Johan versus Elyona, right? Did you watch Core versus CSO? Yep, we done that yesterday. That was the final series we done to round out the stream. So let me update the title. So let me get the draft link so that we can have the data associated with the series. So they draft Dry Arabia, Gorge, and Bridges. Love to see some more Bridges in there. And let me just... Oh, sorry. Dry Arabia, Gorge, Bridges, Rocky Canyon, and Coastal Cliffs was the total rotation, right? Because it was a best of 5. Yeah. Rocky Canyon... I don't know, man. I kind of feel like I liked Rocky River more. I don't know if I'm alone in that. All right, let me import the draft, though. So we have got Elyona versus Kaiser Johan. And then we can go like that. All right. Actually, I'm going to break down the draft. What I'm going to do quickly is I'm going to do 60 seconds of ads so that people don't have to worry about ads playing in the first game. So if you're not subscribed, you'll miss out on the analysis. Sorry. That's why I recommend subscribing. Otherwise, you'd miss out on part of the game. So run this quickly. And let's break this down. Looking at the drafts, actually, I quite like KJ's. Yeah, Kaiser Johan has a pretty good draft here. Getting his hands on the Iobids, I imagine that was the opening pick. And then he follows up with the HRE because, like, looking at the map draft, we said... What map was there? I imagine he was thinking HRE for, like, Rocky Canyon, potentially. Would make a lot of sense here. Then I like the Japanese and Abbasid picks a lot. I think Abbasid actually has a lot of value in competitive right now. Japanese is genuinely on the rise still. Mongols is an interesting one. I think they're always a powerful pick. They have a lot of flexi. Elyona's strong picks here. Delhi looks really good in pretty much any situation. English and Marlians is intriguing. By securing the Marlians, you also have the English is now a very great pick, especially up against the Zhuji. So I think I'd say this draft is like 60-40 maybe? Actually, maybe like 55-45. I think they're fairly close. I just like the Iobid, Mongol, and Japanese picks specifically. On the other side, Elyona just has like cookie cutter good ones here, right? Like English with maps like Cliffside potentially being rotation. I think they had... Well, actually, they've got... they've got Coastal Cliffs, right? Coastal Cliffs is really good for English, and because you have Marlians, there's no counter to your English in those type of maps. So, like, I think if KJ wants to win this series, he has to come out of the door swinging really aggressively. If he drops a map or two and we get deeper into the draft, that's where there's a few question mark gaps with some of these matchups, right? Because, like, I'm assuming he's going to put his best foot forward with things like Iabids and Mongols very early on. Abbasids could be maybe one of his redeeming qualities, but I think HRE and Japanese, there's decent solutions to both those civs that I'm seeing here. Like, I quite like the idea of, you know, playing even Order the Dragon actually against HRE is really effective. Like, actually, OOTD, I'd say it's a pretty hard counter to HRE right now because you just don't let the game go deep enough. And Japanese versus Byzantines, I want to say that favors the Byzantines. Let me double check the stats, but I'm pretty sure if I have a look here, yep, positive win rate for the Byzantines on the last few patches. Okay, no. The previous patch they fared worse, 44%, right? But they got some tweaks, some buffs, right? So the early game spike's a bit faster now. And I think that has, in my opinion, kind of leaned it back towards Byzantines because now they hit their pressure point a bit faster. So the Japanese don't always get away with like a naked fast castle type build. I just realized the stream has literally been unlisted on YouTube still for some reason. I don't know why it keeps doing that, but sure. Oops. It should have been live. Whatever. Fixed now. Definitely always recommend people watch on Twitch though. Helps us build the stats and get sponsors. Right. Should we get ready? Let me grab the games and load them up. So Kazi Johan, I assume, has not changed. No, he hasn't changed his main account name. Good lad. Bloody annoys me when players do that. CSO looking at you. Okay, so game one is going to be Dry Arabia. But what? That's interesting. HRE versus French. I don't think that favors HRE. That's very creative, actually. So I can explain the logic there. If KJ, for a start, he loves his HRE. That's just, you know, there's a comfort pick element there. But I think the bigger deal here was that he was trying to dodge Order the Dragon getting countered by HRE. Oh, sorry, HRE getting countered by Order the Dragon. So he essentially just threw a curveball in the opener in my eyes. Like, Dry Arabia here, with the picks you have, Iabids probably seemed like the most likely. Even an Abbasid pick probably would have been more expected here. Mongols kind of fell off on that map. Zhuji can sometimes work. Like, actually, if you thought it was Delhi to open, you would have went Zhuji, right? Because Delhi versus Zhuji have actually been doing really well with Chuganu spam. Same thing that Chinese can do. But yeah, this is kind of funky, man. I'm going to double check because that's like an old school matchup. But I am pretty adamant in my statement that like French stomped this matchup. If we look at September 26th, French versus HRE, 55% win rate. Most recent patch, it's barely going to be played, right? Because people just don't play much French. Well, there was one game played and HRE lost. Yeah, this is kind of funky. Yo, what's up, Jones? Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. Hopefully you had a good stream. All right, should we get ready for this one? I'm curious. All right, deciding series here. Everything on the line to see who will make it through to the main event for the Elite Classic number 2. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. In the south, playing in the blue as the French to open this best of 5, we've got Elyona, a player from France, funnily enough. And in their way, Kaiser Johan might have Kaiser in the name, but we have got a Swede here playing as the HRE in the yellow. A comfort pick, actually, I'd say, for Kaiser Johan. One of the type of picks I think he just likes to get his hands on very early on. Interesting thing about this draft, by the way, best of 5 draft, they picked, I believe it was 6 civs. And the way that this played out, I actually think Kaiser Johan threw a curveball here on the opening. He picked HRE to dodge Order of the Dragon as a counter pick because Elyona had that in their arsenal. And right now, Order of the Dragon feels like a very hard counter to the HRE because of how hard they play in Feudal Age. So, interesting curveball but one that I don't think necessarily worked out to their advantage. If you look beyond the expansion, back when we've seen the most French HRE games before extra civs got introduced, this is actually a 55% favored matchup for the French. It makes sense if you think about it, right? Having access to Feudal Knights means you can lag behind an Age Up and block Relic Gathering. So it's going to be a very hard sticking point in this game for Kaiser Johan. We're going to do the 2x speed just for the first 5 minutes so we can escalate through. We're not going to be seeing any early aggro plays out of these two civs. On one side, you've got a civ that literally doesn't aggro until the Castle Age, and then they just aggro for relics. The other, you've got a civ that just wants to get optimal timing on the School of Cavalry so they can get into the first Knight Pump. The question in my mind is whether this is going to be a sneaky second TC type build from Elyono as well, because typically, like, if you want to go 1 TC all in, you just pick John Dark, right? The issue in this matchup is that Kaiser Johan did indeed ban that away from Elyono. Interesting. Yeah, I actually really like. I'm looking at the draft again, and I'm a really big fan of what Elyon done here, where they banned the Malians away from Kaiser Johan, picked the English, and then came back for the Malians afterwards. That's an interesting thing with this pick ban system. For those who don't know how it works in the Elite Classic, for a best of 5, you basically go. I believe it was ban, pick. I'm butchering. Oh, sorry. Yeah, ban, pick, ban, pick. Ban, and then the rest pick. So what that means, you can ban 2 civs away, pick one, ban another, pick another, then ban another. But depending on the order, what you can essentially do is if your opponent can't, like, for example, pick Malians because you banned it as your final ban, which is what Elyon had done, it means that you can get what is considered to be like a mid-upper tier civ at the end of your draft. You don't have to rush it. It's a very strong element to drafting right now. So yeah, on that kind of side of things, I would say Elyon got an edge. Kaiser Johan swung strong at the start of their drafting phase, but later on it just looked kind of shaky. So someone we highlighted in the pregame before we got into this is that for me, for KJ to look good in this game, they're going to have to posture aggressively in terms of their performance here. They're going to have to actually get 2 points on the board by game number 3. Otherwise, I think you're going to see the fatigue of their draft start to show. Outpost going up, double outpost in fact. So I like this from KJ. It makes it obvious what they're going to do, but honestly, if you're doing anything but going fast castle against the French, probably having a bad time, right? Like playing into Mass Knights doesn't feel great, and the Archon Chapel has been set up behind. We've also got it on the wood line, and oh wow, I just realized how... Wow. I'm a little bit shocked by this. I really thought that the Archon would be dropped on the 4 because the Knight can't arrive quick enough, right? Like, not buffing your goal while going fast castle build means you're very suboptimal. And these Knights can still get around the back. You've just done it. The left side isn't walled, right? So, although it takes longer, they can still get in a position where they can start diving onto that wood line. Elyon is already on the prowl. Stone is also being gathered, and it's going to be a charging attempt. That's going to force an idle out. That was a little bit unnecessary on the longer charge there from Elyon. Could have dodged the fire altogether. But it is going to be second TC on the deer right next to the base. KJ is trying to be a pain in the ass here, actually. Funnily enough, he's just helping. Like, the way this is splitting is even better because now you can just push and drop a TC here. So I wouldn't say that this is like a victory for KJ and what he's done. This should still be absolutely fine for Elyon. Well, wait, did they just grief them? I think they just griefed themselves. They'll settle for the east side one. So TC going up. Kaiser Johan does see this. The problem is, like, some people might look at this game right now and go, yep, KJ's got an easy game. That's really greedy from Elyon. I think the detail that matters here that allows Elyon to do this is the double outpost investment with no Archon on the forward. You have to put more workers on the gold to make this efficient, right? Or not efficient, but make this optimal. And because you haven't got the buff on your entire economy at 7 minutes in the game, you're already suboptimal for cast stage timing. A bit of a tough one. I'm wondering what KJ's thought was with this back Archon as well. Like, I can kind of guess. I think it's about the fact that he's worried about French Knights diving. But with double outpost and TC, you should have enough protection to not worry about that. Maybe one issue for Kaiser Johan, the reason he didn't like the idea of putting the Archon on the forward, is when you hit Seek Shelter in these situations, sometimes the panic of the villagers is a bit weird. Like, I've seen examples where the villagers who'd be here on the sheep would panic to run out to the outpost instead. And then the villagers on the gold would panic run towards the TC. So maybe that's what he was worried about here. But either way, Regnitz is now on the way. Stables are going to be dropped behind this. It's only 2 Knights from Elyon so far. I imagine they should be adding in more. There's no way they're going extra TCs. They're holding onto a lot of wood, though. And they've dropped a Rax. Okay, so we might be getting spears to block this out then. That's interesting. Your initial Knights can hold back the first Knight, and then the Spearmen can get in position on 4 of the 5 relics on the map, right? Elyon. I don't like the fact that you're essentially giving a relic over for free, though. Like, that first Knight should be able to contest you over here. And if you take any more Archer Fire from the TC, which is exactly what's happening to Elyon there, you reach a point where this Knight can potentially beat you now. The Prelate hasn't moved out yet. It's a little bit surprising, though. So, I've talked often about the fact that if you want to be perfectly optimal with the HRE, you want to pull your Prelate out basically before you produce the extra Prelate. So the buff lasts 30 seconds, right? So if you pull the Prelate out when you start producing, like if you 10 seconds before you start producing Prelate, basically before you tech up, you can pick up the relic earlier. The reason why KG hasn't done that is that the buff is a little bit inconsistent. I've seen times where it just runs out instantly. And I think this is something that high-level players have noted as well. So sadly, you know, although there's all these small details to make the HRE's castle age timing more optimal, sometimes you have to sacrifice that to guarantee you don't lose this gathering buff. First Knight's out though. Double stable play. Other side, this Elyon actually going Knights and Spears. Interesting. The Deer enables that, right? Like, yeah, at first when you drop this TC, it's a negative because you're getting extra villagers, but you're getting them at a faster pace than other civs, which means you're spending more food to maintain the status quo. So that's why you saw Elyon not able to just pump more Knights immediately. But now we've reached a point where you've got additional villagers to the point that you're actually going to have enough food for this. So pretty smart read there. I think a lot of players might have tried 1 TC all-in here, and I think that's just setting yourself up for failure. The 2 TC French approach is probably my favorite against this, because it just gives you a runway to play very long into feudal. Clash coming out. Weird, there was no charge there, Elyon. Not actually going for the short-range charge. KJ just going to keep chasing for now, but with the Knights catching up, the Spearman on the way, and this is where KJ needs to be quick to react. Nice reaction there. Immediately pulls away. First relic on the way home. You know, I'd be curious. Oh, dude, what? He actually snuck it from the center. Okay. That's actually crafty. I'm surprised that Kaiser Johan was able to do that. This one is going to be less successful in my eyes. I think that the Knight should be able to shut this down. Oh, too close. Actually, if you wall straight away... Nah, it's too late now. If you'd wall straight away, the Knight didn't charge, so he didn't have the bonus damage. But unfortunately for KJ, now is far, far too late. Has got another Prelate on the way, however. As long as Elyon just stays next to the relic, he should be fine. But wait, what? Dude, KJ's going to get this. That's kind of bonkers. I mean, he has no right. He should not be getting that right now. That's a mistake by Elyon pulling back. There's no reason to here. So, wait, what? What? I'm so confused, dude. It's like Elyon is thinking, oh, man. Oh, he's going to go for the other relic. I'll go to the other relic. And then, like, KJ's like, oh, man. Oh no, they're going to be camping the relic. I need to go to the other relic. And then Elyon's like, wait, I haven't seen another prelate going to the other relic. He's going back for the original relic. And now Kaiser Johan is going to run out for this, but the villager is going to see the prelate. No, dude. He's not going to get back with this. And the Knight's already on his way. Unfortunate. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an absolute massacre while the mind games are happening. It looks like KJ got caught out. So Knight's going down. Elyon now with 10. No Chivalry, which is a little bit surprising, but I think this is a Royal Institute into a fast attempt to GG the game, right? Like, going Guildhall might sound like it's great because it gives you scalability, but you don't want that in this matchup because if this ever turns into Imperial Age, that's where KJ can scale his eco, right? So you want to end this much earlier. So that's another prelate down. Wait, did he get Chivalry? Ah, there we go. Yeah, pluses came in. I always hate that you can't see pluses when you look from the enemy's perspective. Well, I say that. What? Why was it not shown before? I mean, the fight was over for quite a bit by then. So yeah, it looks like we have got Chivalry. KJ can heal as well, but it's just like that's not why you build these prelates. And the Prelates, I mean, he'd done a good job getting 2 relics, but I think these other ones feel a little bit doomed. It might be that he gets away with this left side relic. I don't think he should, but right now this dive into Elyona's base is forcing a lot of attention back home for the French player. Villagers could be in trouble, though. No textiles, playing out in dangerous territory. Nice read there. KJ just turning the script here, right? Turning it into an offensive play for himself. But now with the Knights all here, this is where things get ugly. This is way too much cavalry. I love the fact that Elyona didn't just randomly go for castle yet. They just continue to scale. This is also nice because Kaiser Johan's going into mass men-at-arms. I say mass, he has a grand total of 3 with heavy maces. You'd think it's good, but it's actually not up against French Knights due to the initial cycle charge. And then, like, this is kind of the sick thing you can do with the combat. When this engagement happens, all you need to do is Elyona, you charge in with the Knights, and then you pull back, the men-at-arms follow, and then you send in the spears. The spears won't kill men-at-arms, but what they do is they guarantee that you're not taking extra bonus damage from the men-at-arms on the Knights. Royal Institute, ay. Wait, did he get... Dude. Kaiser Johan is a miracle worker right now. He's on his way to 4 relic. I think this one might get intercepted. Wait, dude. Oh my god, it's the vision from the tower! That's sick. The relic vision, folks. Remember, it gives an extra 25% sight. That's why he knew to back away there. Keeps the prelate alive. And now he can clear up those French Knights that knew a relic was coming around the back. Dive in the main base, though. Tech up complete. Elyona needs to hold their horses, literally here. And figuratively. Royal Bloodlines plus the veterancy is when you go. This army is so big right now. KJ is going to struggle up against it. Sure, you can talk about the fact he's got spears, he's got some men-at-arms with heavy maces, but Royal Bloodlines changes everything. 35% extra health at this stage in the game means you essentially need like an extra spear per night. Behind this, the economy is looking pretty fat. I think the only thing that matters now is that you keep moving out into pocket resources. The nice thing is this boar has pretty much been exhausted. You've still got the north side boar, or east side rather. The one problem is KJ does still have 6 knights, and they are going to find their target over here. So it looks like those villagers probably going to just get massacred before they get home. It's still going to be a pretty big lead for Elyona though, even with these losses. Love the fact that we've already got level 2 eco tech coming in. Remember, the French get these 30% cheaper, so grabbing them this early in an age up makes so much sense. Knights are going to peel. Lovely idea there by Elyona. Unfortunately, the A-click at the end griefed them. Instead of going left and right, they all went right side there, so didn't get us around. The question now is whether we're going to see a farm transition. Elyona has switched over 27 on wood, so mass farms should start to come out, and that's when we get into infinite food production. That's already there for KJ. And he has admittedly got 4 relics, right? So that's 8 relic efficient when you're playing as HRE. But I've got a bad feeling that KJ might be about to do the one thing he shouldn't do here. He's going to try to go Imperial Age. I think Imp's a mistake right now. You need more troops. I don't know if he knows it's Royal Institute. I don't think he scouted it, right? And the problem right now is, like, for a while, we saw Guildhall just dominate the choice, the mindset of French and Jean, but in the last 2 or 3 weeks, it's all been Royal Institute, so you should expect this. In fact, you should just click on one of these, see that it's Royal Bloodlines, and understand you should not be aging up. You need more troops. Dash comes in and choke point. Problem is, both of them are doing mass melee, so it doesn't really actually help KJ. He has at least got the static defenses, but he needs Springald placements. More of them. Only 1 up so far. Dive comes in. Men-at-arms and spears have to make their stand, but these knights are so tanky. Can't help but feel they're going to outlast. KJ, army shrinking pretty fast, and it's going to be a surround. Overwhelms the main mass here. KJ now without any spears and only a handful of men-at-arms against 10+ knights in his base. This is where the bleeding begins. Kaiser Johan cut off from getting to safety. Farms are now idled up. And look at the health bars on the remaining knights. 11 of them still able to just blitz through here with the health pool of 8 Royal Bloodline knights. More villagers going down. Has got Wheelbarrow, but no textiles. And KJ now down to just 40 economy. This game looks like it may just be over. A nice idea by Kaiser Johan, but once again, hoisted by their own petard, the greed of the HREs are undoing. Maybe an extra Rax or 2, a mass spearman here could have been the difference maker. But instead, that need for greed that leads to the undoing of many an HRE player has shined its ugly head again. 24 eco to 83. No doubt in my mind, Elyono has full control of this game. Man, I can't believe that. That was sick. Nice idea coming out with the outpost. I just think too late. If you want to try to be greedy, not build troops, you need additional outposts, additional spring sooner. KJ, it's the temptation, man. Like, as soon as I saw about 1,000 food, 1,000 gold, I was getting worried. And you see exactly why. Had this been Guildhall instead of Royal Institute, he gets away with it, right? But Royal Institute is the correct play because of this timing. And Elyono done a fantastic job to understand that. I'd expect nothing less from someone who spams the everlasting crep out of French. They have so many games on this Civ. They read this perfectly. And KJ, he hasn't given up yet, but with a ridiculous 60 economy lead, I'm not sure what's left for him in this game. Here we go. KJ, second wave's coming in now. Switching into Langstek's an interesting choice here. I just don't think it works now because it's mainly just mass knights. There's only a few spears left over. The reason why he's doing it, by the way, is he has 3,000 gold in reserve, so it's basically all he can afford. How does KJ get back in? He's going to blind tech. I'm certain of it now because the reality is you've lost too many villages to play Long Castle. You need to go Imperial, right? You need Palace of Swabia. But that tech up, the timing might just kill you in this type of game. You know, the only upside he has going for him right now is that Elyono hasn't actually resolved this spear issue. He's just continued to go mass knights. But remember, with the chivalry, over time, the damage that was done in that last fight has been healed off. And here we go, Palace of Swabia on the way. Elyono should know about this. It should be very obvious when you see the size of the army and you think about what you've done to the economy, right? Like, it's literally the only play you have if you're KJ. And the thing is, even if you get this, the dive that could come in afterwards could ruin your ability to build anything. Knights, bait this in. Looks like the ones on the other side are starting to rotate. And tech up complete. So there we go, Elyono. Rams now being built. KJ finds a way up, but the question now is whether these spring emplacements, the following up cannon emplacements, are going to be good enough to hold the base long enough to catch up on economy. Behind this, also keep in mind that this is not a weak French player. That's a weak woodline, I'll give it that. But 39 farms deep for Elyono. They have plenty of food permanently in this game. And you know what? Here's the interesting thing. You might think, oh, well, Elyono should just tech up now, right? Not necessarily here. This is the interesting thing about playing as the French with Royal Institute. Your Castle Age is like an Imp Light. You get Royal Bloodlines, you get Crossbow Stirrups, you get Gambesons, you get everything that makes you so powerful in that late game. And this is the thing as well. Like, actually, this Arbitrary switch is smart. It stops Men-at-Arms. And if Kaiser Johann's gone Mass Spears, guess what? Gambesons ruins that entirely. Very crafty, actually, by Elyono. And yes, you do still get 50 HP for Imp upgrades, as Pleco's highlighting. But the point is, like, a lot of the benefits of your tech up are gained now, right? Things like Crossbow Stirrups and Royal Bloodlines are very big elements of Imperial Age for the French. The fact you get them in Castle Age not only makes you strong in Castle and Castle Bout, it gives you the ability to just go raw numbers and play from an age behind. Now, Elyono understands that very well, right? Like, just look at the raw count here. 31 of these knights. If you took the raw HP count, I wish there was a quick way of calculating that stat, right? We've got... actually, we can kind of do a rough one for you here. We've got 31 of these guys with 310 health each. So they have, in total, got, it would be 9,510 health between them. These spearmen, even when they get upgraded, are not going to come close to that. 22 of them currently at 110 health. And that's the thing you have to keep in mind, is like, health is a very big resource in these engagements. And it means that the fight that we're heading towards, especially with Elyono now adding an Arbitrier, these choke points are going to be the undoing of KJ. Cannons can help quite a bit, but Elyono is going heavy on the Rams. I actually think this is enough Rams to break through this base. Like, it's not usually a good idea against the HRE, right? But he doesn't have the bandwidth to get Culverins, right? Like, his economy was so small after that raid. Yes, it is Palace of Swabia, but that takes time, right? It doesn't cost a lot to build out the Palace of Swabia, but to get the economy value it does when you're this far behind. So, pretty creative approach by Elyono. Like, a lot of players would have lost their nerf by now and just gone Imperial Age, so they're not behind. But instead, Elyono goes all the way up to maximum cap. And now there's no capper in this game anymore. It's easy cruising. Looking to give KJ a bruising. First outpost. E-repair is going to be triggered there. It's going to be a pullback of the relics, but that's not going to work. Charge into the choke point. Ooh, just about gets away with it. Wait, what? He walks back? What? Why? Oh, no. One relic on the ground. That's one less defense that can be bolstered up. That's exactly what KJ wanted. He needed more cannon placements. Instead, the Rams go deeper. Army flooding in. Villagers also being found. Knights shifting across, and they're getting everywhere. It's like a leaky hole in a bucket. There's no keeping it all back. There's no keeping it all in. The Knights are everywhere here. Spear count down to 13. Rams moving in onto the defenses, and Elyono looks to break KJ for the second time in this game. Oh my god. You got to feel for him as well. It all starts with that relic. The greedy choice to pull back, and the fact he has to then invest the army too early to defend. And now, this time, with 15 Knights left in his base, 17 Arbitrae, it's a desperation keep. I just don't know if it's going to go up. Knights see it. No textiles! All right, this is going to be a fail. Castle's going to go up, but the price is most definitely going to be high for Kazi Johan. 56 economy and shrinking, 7 military left over. A castle that protects a mere 1,000 gold. This has to be the end. Rams are getting rid of all the defenses. Well played by Elyono. An opening game. Played fantastically well. Admittedly, HRE aren't doing fantastic when it comes to their win rate right now and their performance in competitive, but at the same time, the French seem to have been flatlined for a long time. No one wants to pick it since the release of Jeanne d'Arc, but Elyono reminds us of what it can do. Sick read here with the 2 TC build. Set them up for a very strong late Castle Age, and now with the remaining Rams, the fact that KJ is once again down to just 25 economy, this will be the bitter end. I'm not sure what KJ is believing in anymore. I mean, what he must have a god he's praying to, because the fact that he's at 27 economy and hasn't called GG is a big head scratcher to me. He's like, well, I've got one relic, KP. I've got a T. You haven't got a TC. The TC's gone. Just deep breath. Accept it for what it is, Mr. KJ. If anyone's wondering why Kazi Johan hasn't called it yet, it's not like a Vortex situation where he's like, oh, yeah, no, like, statistically this is against me. KJ is the type of player that literally, if he believes there's a 0.0000001% chance of winning it if it goes late enough, he's going to do it. This is not going to go late enough for that 0.00001% chance, KJ. Don't worry, though. Best of fives, remember. So, although game one will end up being a destruction in favor of Elyono, KJ will get an opportunity to strike back in this series. Wonder if he's kind of thinking about what he wants to do in the second game here before we get to it, right? Because, like, this is an interesting thing to think about, is you can treat this as extra drafting time. I think the thing that slips a player's mind when they're doing that, though, is even if that's your thought process, your opponent can do the same thing. It's kind of autopilot mode for Elyono. So they don't have to focus on this. They're that far ahead. GG finally comes out, though. Game one. A firm win for the Frenchman. Only the first of what might be a long series, though. So, French removed on one side, and we saw HRE in the other. That means Order of the Dragon needs an alternative matchup that it feels good in. I think Order of the Dented actually can work quite well against Zhuji, maybe? No, I think Shiganu Mass works there. I could see Order of the Dragon maybe coming out for Irobids if it's needed. I'm not sure about OOTD versus Mongols. Depending on the map, because if a Mongol player can just outpost rush your gold, you're in trouble, right? But outside that, there's some potential. And Pleco, I don't know what minimap you're talking about. If you're talking about Merlin's micro maps, you cannot use static spawn spots. You have to do Nomad. All right, shall we get ready for the second game here? So next up, we have got... Let me have a look. Where are we going to go for game number 2? Looks like we're going to be going to Gorge. And it's going to be an Iber Byzantine matchup. I think the Byzantines have a decent ramp. This is probably going to be a fast castle on both sides type game. I wouldn't be surprised by that. Looking at recent performances for these civs, let's have a look at the highest level. So Byzantines versus Iobids is actually a 54% win rate on the most recent patch. Before that, it looks like Byzantines versus Iobids was actually at a 41.9% win rate. So big change there with the nerfs coming to Iobids and the buffs to the Byzantines simultaneously. Could matter a lot in this series. I think genuinely, like in terms of skill. The other thing that has me a bit worried is KJ likes to play for the late game. I don't think you should play for the late game. Playing too deep into this game is bad because Byzantines will outscale you as the game goes on. I'm expecting Kazuyohan to go for that fast castle build and look to yoink the relics. The issue I have is if Elyono chooses the fast castle build as well, whether you sell the olive oil, they could actually beat you to that punchline. And no, we have not cast these games before. This is the first time. This is one of the Decider series, actually. Let's hop into game number 2. But yeah, Pleco, I don't know. I need more details. You have to message me more details on what's happening there. But let's update the score and get into the second game here. Okay, game number 2 of this Decider Best of 5 to decide who will go through to the main event of the Elite Classic. Will it be Kazuyohan or will it be Elyono? Elyono off to a strong start after that French performance. Kazuyohan now going for what is a competitively very strong Civ, still I'd say. A little bit more situational, maybe a bit predictable, but the things that they do, the Ibeds still do quite well. It's all about timing, and it's all about taking control of the game fast. The question I have in this game is whether KJ is the player that can do that, because I know that he likes to play for the late game and the long con. If you do that here in a Byzantine matchup, you're setting yourself up for a slow burn into death. So, let's see if he's going to come out the door swinging. Gathering on the way. Let's have a look at the map. Going to hit the 2 times speed for the first few minutes here. Makes a lot of sense in these type of games. Berries is nicely congested together, actually. I don't think you go for an ambitious Grand Winery here. I mean, you could if you're feeling really greedy and you know it's going to be a fast castle build. You could get away with it. But as is usual, it's similar to Ark and Chapel logic. You always just drop it next to the TC for protection. So Grand Winery on the way. Other side of this is probably going to be Growth Wing. No, Military Wing. That's interesting, actually, because of the Grand Winery expected opening. Like, I'm not sure how I feel in general about Military Wing reinforcement for the Ibeds against Byzantines. Because the Byzantines go for Hippodrome, the Hippodrome Horsemen destroy the Desert Raider. And if they go for Grand Winery, it means they're quicker to their first contract. And 2 of those 3 choices annihilate you, right? If they go for Lombos, Lombos shred the Desert Raiders. If they go for Javelins, Javelins also just destroy the Desert Raiders because of the range tag. So, yeah, it might have been better for Growth just to get that timing a bit quicker. Sheep Haul looks to be really good, though. We've got 14 sheep overall. Obviously, you start on the berries, so it's a little bit deceptive. Other side of this, only 8 for Elyono, and it looks like they've done most... Yeah, they've done basically the entire scout rotation, at least of what they're going to find in terms of sheep. Level 2 assistant on the way. Remember that level 1 is really powerful now. It got doubled from 5% to 10%, so a really big buff to your early game. It allows you to get this first contract very quick, and it's why I think, you know, this Desert Raider opening shouldn't slap too hard, because the timing on getting the olive oil for the first drop-off, first contract should be decent enough, especially considering that Kazuyohan is going to the gold instead of the olive oil. That feels like a mistake to me. I don't like that they prioritize gold over olive oil. Olive oil is the liquid gold for the Byzantines here. And the fact they spent so long on this, yes, you idled 3 villagers, but now look at the olive oil coming in. Funnily enough, actually, Elyono's not even going to risk it. I think they could have actually threaded the needle and got 200 more olive oil before an interception happens. Instead, though, they're just going to settle for archers. And funnily enough, KJ is going to invest in this age double archery range. We've seen this a little bit recently. I call it the discount Abbasid approach. I like that KJ's playing a different style to what is expected of him with the more boomy late game, you know, mess that we're used to seeing. But doing Archer Desert Raider into what's going to now likely be Jav plus Archers? bit wonky, right? Like, this could still realistically be Lombos, actually. I think it's maybe a bit better just to go jabs. It gives you an opportunity to now attack if you're Olyona. It does ruin your scalability into the hyper late game, but I don't think this game should be dictated by that. But it seems they're going to go for the safe choice. Western Contract on the way. So usually when I see Western Contract over Silk Road, it's because the player wants to play defensive. Usually you will see the Marlene Contract choice, right, where you get Javelins if you want to attack your opponent. It makes a lot more sense if you're looking to go to their base. But if you just want to camp, Lombos work. And in fairness, he has so much condensed resource here, he probably does just want to camp this game. Probably could as well, considering that KJ has gone for archers, what KJ has essentially said is that I'm not fast castling, right? You don't have to rush out your base. So Olyona feels that they have a better chance if they just slow scale. Archer trade out. A lot of focus fire on one, but nice spread there. So a lot of tickle down units can easily be followed up on here. So KJ is going to back away. If KJ wants to keep doing this, it needs to be Cav. Funnily enough, it's actually going to be Olyona adding that in first. This is interesting as well, actually, because of the changes around the Siston system now, with its levels being buffed. Just by getting level 2 Siston, you have a better gathering rate than the Ibids. That's kind of wild, actually. It used to be really annoying to kind of match that pace, right? You get level 2 Siston, which is kind of expensive early on, and then all of a sudden you have the same gathering rate as the Ibids at 10 buildings. But now you exceed that at level 2. And that's quite a frustrating thing, actually, I think, for Ibids trying to play long feudal, because then you have to add in the fact that Olyona also gets a 20% extra resource in terms of all the food they drop off generate some olive oil. So it's just extra resources to put to work. It's why I was expecting a fast castle build, and apparently now that's what KJ is going to be doing after a delay. But I think that delay hurt them here, man. And yes, the 32% with the winery is even more nutty. It's even more nutty, particularly on berries. You're seeing this, right? Like, this is insane. It's 15 food and 12 olive oil. Because the thing you have to remember is that it's not just the 30% you get from, or 6% rather, you get from gathering on berries, rather. It's then, like, buffed up by the extra, right? Did they actually fix that in the end? Yeah, they did. Sorry, 50%. So the 50%, and then you add 60% in, which equals 80% of your food gathered is then also added on as olive oil. That's bonkers from the Grand Winery. That buff, like, you know, that scale, I say buff, it was just a UI that was wrong, that was fixed so people understand it now, is so huge because when you go Grand Winery over the alternative, it means your initial berries can get you like an additional bulk of mercs. So that whole kind of scale point, it's kind of funny, right? Like the Hippodrome was meant to be the aggressive play, but I'd say actually the ramping now of the Grand Winery is making it even better than Hippodrome. And of course, this has some permanence to it. The problem right now with Hippodrome that I find is that it's only good if you play Merc contracts on the neutral trade posts with things like Magadai, Horse Archers. They need to buff Hippodrome. Well, probably not Hippodrome, they need to buff Cataphracts, I think is the bigger issue. Cataphracts are just underperforming. And that's the biggest issue that I think the Byzantines face, is with no way to easily afford Cataphracts, Hippodrome has no scalability into the late game. KJ. Tech up's on the way, by the way. Advancement wing. Looks like we're going to get some Ghoulam spam. Ghoulams are... So Lombos are a little bit better against Ghoulams because of the extra base damage, so they can kind of tickle away at you. What matters here is that KJ optimizes the blacksmith timing. I don't like that the tech up's about to complete and Undermesh hasn't been taken yet. There we go. So it is on the way. It's really important that you have Undermesh level 1 before you arrive in the enemy base and Undermesh level 2 when you dive the enemy base. Because at that point, Olyona will do no damage. And Olyona right now is hard stuck in Feudal Age. So someone's saying Mass Cataphract's good in the late game. Okay, here's a counterpoint for you. How do you ever afford Mass Cataphract in the late game? I genuinely think if you're able to afford Mass Cataphract, your opponent has done something wrong. Like, to me, Mass Cataphract is kind of like those situations where someone's like, oh, I lost to 20 Mangonels. It's like, one, why were you fighting into 20 Mangonels like that? And two, how did you let him get 20 Mangonels, right? Thinking in team games, even in team games, I don't think that's what the Byzantines aim for, really. They usually just go mass farms and Streltsy, right? There's other civs in the game that get higher gold priority. The problem with Byzantines is they demand a lot more gold than most civs throughout the game. Varangian cost a lot of gold. Kyro Siphons cost an insane amount of gold for what they are. And then, of course, Cataphracts cost an insane amount of gold. I think Cataphracts would be more viable, and Hippodrome, by extension, would be more viable if they actually shifted some of the cost away from gold and into food. Because it's 330 total, right? But I think it's like, is it... I'm trying to remember, it's like 180 gold or something like that? Maybe bring it down to like 140 or maybe 120. 150 gold. Yeah, I bring it down to like 120 gold. Push in here. Outpost is going to survive the little clash. But Elyono behind this is buying time, folks. They're saving for a tech up. This is why I was like kind of questioning the Archer choice into the Castlades transition. Look what happens now. The Lombos cannot kill Golems, but they can kill Archers. And right now, KJ does not have an impressive number of Golems. Oh man, this is also rough because with Golden Horn Tower in the way, Elyono might just consider spamming Varangian. Varangian have higher melee protection, so it means that Golems are less effective. We'll have to see. In before, I've just been ranting about Cataphracts sucking and they build Cataphracts. One thing I did love, by the way, is what Elyono tried there. They thought it was going to be a long feudal, and because of that, they went for Exploratorus Horsemen. Unfortunately, it turned into a fast castle in the end, so like they couldn't commit. But now they have Exploratorus down the line. I really like this tech. I think it's undertaken, especially considering that if you catch your opponent without textiles, you melt through them like a hot knife through butter. Remember, it doesn't just give you gold when you kill workers, it gives you +2 against workers. And yes, KJ did take the advancement wing choice, so he saved some resources there, but got nothing else for it. Golems pushing in, crossbows are now on the way, and this is difficult actually. You're diving into the base of the Byzantines. The problem with that is Conscriptio allows them to get a counterforce together much quicker than other civs are capable of. Got a little bit of blood being drawn by both sides here onto the villagers. Nice moving with the Exploratores. So at this point, I think that was actually 3 worker kills in total. These horsemen have almost already paid for Exploratores. Another thing I love here is the way that actually Elyono played this map. They set up for the right side berries. Kazuyohan saw that as a sticking point because of the Grand Winery. And then Elyono shifts far left. Where they've got berries, they've got boar, and they've got deer. So great read there. And because your opponent isn't playing cavalry, he can't clash with that, right? He can't block it out. So Elyono in a pretty strong position for the next few minutes. Farm transition's maybe going to change a few things, but realistically, by then, you're going to have some more presence on the map. We've got a Cataphract coming out. I did rant about them, and they do come out. But basically, that is just to raid into the eco. Lombo trading out here. Archers diving in, looking for the crossbows. I love the attempted micro here by Kazuyohan. I say attempted because he only actually done it once and then stopped. So the Golem are going to lose out here. Kana always already arrives, and all of a sudden, this is looking bad. I mean, that is so many Golem going down, and so little destroyed in return. Oh, man. And the thing is, you're like killing archers as well, right? That's something that Elyono doesn't even want anymore. Another thing that's scary, if you want to actually scale into Golems now, Elyono could actually arguably go for Varangian plus Langsneck. They're not, though. They're adding in more Cataphract. So I'm going to stand by what I said, that Cataphract are pretty underwhelming in the late game, especially due to the affordability issue. But the reason this is really smart is because the Cataphract can absorb all the Golem's attention. They are a giant, chunky tank against that unit type. And we have got the veterancy contract now coming in. That's the crazy part, right? That was Lombo without veterancy. Imagine what happens when that comes in. Golem raid is good here, though. Slows things down a little bit. And that's annoying for Elyono, considering they were going into more crossbows and Cataphracts. Warlord's going to come out, but Golem should just about get away with... Oh! It's only 1, but in a game where right now, KJ needs every troop he can get. That's another little tank now, if you think about it, for Elyono. It's a 200 HP unit that can just absorb. I don't like the fact that KJ is just hemorrhaging Golem like this. The issue is, like, they're stuck with this comp because they... Wait, what the... That's not your home, buddy. He gets caught robbing the little cottage, pays for it. Yeah, so the problem right now with the comp that KJ is running is because he didn't open Lancers, he doesn't have any Raiders. So he's raiding with Golems, and this is just costing him so much. These Golems are not cheap, remember. Look at it. 150 resources each. 120 of that being food, and of course food is a limited factor. Boar is inaccessible. He's only got the deer back here, and the berries are already being tapped quite fast. In fact, he might actually have to consider farms in the next 5 minutes. That's a problem, because on the other side of this, remember, Elyona's already been adding in some of those, the olive groves. That's the other thing that's nice about Grand Winery. It enables that shift towards permanent food sources earlier. That was just also being sniped. Upside for KJ, he is at 4 relics, right? Or soon to be. Downside is map control is now shrinking. He will be able to defend quite well with the mangonels, you'd think. But that's where the cataphract choice is very crafty from Elyona. One thing that is problematic with these catas is the Desert Raiders and Dervishes that can give the Camelanese. But this many cataphracts can just basically deep dive with Trample and get on the siege. So really, KJ, the only way this Manjanique gets to fight is if you position it right around the buildings. Otherwise, the Charge Free will kill you. Cataphract looking to kill something easier to reach right now. It's going to sneak out into the economy. Remember, these Cataphract, they do hit villages. No textiles. KJ, slow to react to this. It looks like it's going to be 2 villies going down. Could even be more if actually the trample gets committed by Elyona. Funnily enough, they're just content with an A-click for the time being. That's just the first, right? New cataphracts coming in and... No. Not like this. No. Not like this. Another villager down. KJ starting to fall behind. Oh, bit of a miss micro there. Elyona is going to end up actually losing a kata. He made a mistake there. He didn't realize the wall actually did get tapped after he killed the villager. So he's going to pull back to this corner. But now what's happening is you're going to get more of these katas leaking in and going after the economy. Like, realistically, like, this is a bit of a mistake from Elyona right now. They're rallying to the backside because they think Deer's being accessed. We have God vision. We can see it's not. But what they should be doing is checking this backside with one cataphract and then checking the wood line with the other. But he's got people in the north flank, though, and they're going to find more villages. Oh, dude, this is all falling apart for KJ. It's a mobility issue, right? Like, so here's the thing. For Kazuyohan's type of composition, you need to wall. Masculum and crossbow doesn't work unless you wall, because you've already seen your opponent has cavalry, and he's committed that investment. Like, he's continued it. So now you have this issue where your army's running around like a headless chicken. If he could force a direct fight, KJ has a chance, but right now... with this eco lead that's being built by Elyona from these raids, the main army is reaching a point where it will win a direct engagement as well. Oh, dude, 3 sacred sites locked in and also makes up for the loss of relics the other way, right? Level 2 ranged armor also coming in, another box being ticked there. And the mass lombos is a problem now for KJ. Another cataphract's at least going to be struck down. I actually can't believe he's making cataphract look convincing. I've said this before, though, like, Cataphract to me are a supporting unit. They're not the main unit. And what I mean by that is you need to use Cataphract to raid, and then later in the game, they actually have a different role via the Imperial tech called Numiri. It allows you to basically put an a vulnerability buff on your opponents, debuff, that adds 15% more damage to what they receive. So, like, and then the final role of Cataphracts, outside of the raiding, outside of that debuff in the late game, is cavalry, is siege sniping, rather. Because they can just no-clip. They can walk through units with trample to hit siege. And that's, I think, a big part of why we saw them, is because Elyona has basically built a 90% plus melee, ranged army, rather. So the issue is, by doing that, the counter to mass ranged is always mangonel play at this stage. The funny thing is, with how bulky Cataphract are, and the way that you can chip away at the first wave of crossbows, you'll always have enough time with 3 or 4 of these guys to trample onto a siege weapon. Oh, nice idea here. Unfortunately, KJ sees it. Elyona is going to lose basically all of them here. One Cataphract gets 6 HP, but that's basically worthless now. The main army is looking so insanely scary right now, though. Second TC did go up behind this, so Elyona is continuing to scale. It's turned into a macro game. Remember what we said at the start of this game, is the one thing that this can't turn into KJ is a macro game. It needs to be about tempo control, and he's lost all control of the game. He's walling himself up in the most defensive way possible. He hasn't got an army that can move quick enough. And he's going to have to come and fight soon because this Sacred Site timer is ticking. The other issue is if you wait, say, 4 minutes and then try to decap then, Elyona will have a fully fledged army and have a tech up on the way. And that's scary because this is a Civ with Sistan that's able to use Dialecticus to just pump their unlocks in 20 seconds. I also do love that Elyono has kept that one Gulam alive. Wait, where is he? He's over here, right? Yeah. He hasn't died this whole time. He's used it as a demoralization tool upon the enemy, right? To convince more to just convert. Crossbow raiding now. TC coming up from KJ. So it looks like they're aware this is going to turn into a macro game. They're trying to contest it. Unfortunately, it just doesn't feel like this is the type of Civ matchup where you can do that. And it's even worse when you get caught building this up like this. No instant reaction from Elyono. But now the auto attacks are going to kick in. So a few villagers are going to go down here. KJ basically just has to rush the build up. The problem is you only have a garrison point for 7 villages, so you could still lose a few more. Luckily, it looks like 6 crossbows is just shy of what you need. Decap attempt on the site. That is not going to work though. If you want this, you have to commit an army. The problem right now is the difference in raw military mass. 53 to 102 bio units. A little bit of siege to assist here, sure, but that's now coming out on the other side as well. Elyono isn't relying on cataphracts anymore, and this is a smart transition point. Horseman basically ticks the box you need to. It will take out siege, but it'll also take out the crossbows. Cataphracts, they've reached a point now where when you try to dive with 4 or 5 of them, this mini crossbow will insta-snipe you. So I really like this approach now from Elyono. Just get Springles to start tickling away, and then go wide with the Horseman. KJ pulling back from the gold. This is actually problematic, folks. This is all of the gold, right? Yeah, the rest of it is just outside of your zone of influence right now. Break through in the wall. Looks like the Horsemen are going to ride in looking for more. TikTok goes the clock, though, and KJ is going to have to make a move very soon. And no, the Explorator's tech, just to confirm for people, it only affects Horsemen. So Horsemen get the bonus damage, and Horsemen have to get the hit to get the kill. So that's why if you want to use Exploratores to get gold, you should not add in any other units. It's why actually I think that Hippodrome Exploratores is bad with the Eastern Contract, and why Keshix is kind of a bait. Because you can't get gold, and then the most likely thing to kill Eco. On top of that, I just in general think like playing Eastern Contract with Hippodrome feels bad because you're just basically becoming a one-dimensional army, right? So yeah, like, you know, I think I've talked about this before. Like, if you go Hippodrome, Western Contract makes a lot of sense. Obviously, this wasn't a Hippodrome game, but it's the fact that if you've already got some Cav, reason to go Cav, you don't need to double down on Cav. You need someone else. And Langsnet now moving in to be that something else. Cleaver Boys just trying to hit into the Gooms. Of course, those Gooms with all the armor, able to resist it. More troops moving in though, and Springer was trying to target down the Manganiques, but it just takes so many hits here. So KJ will be able to hold. Elyono needs to start backing away. They did not bring enough anti-siege here. A massacre with that attempted commitment. But at least it defends the Sacred Site timer. And this backup should buy time for more Springles to arrive. 2 Manganiques left over. Oh, dude, this is the problem. The moment KJ has to attack instead of defend, it looks bad. This has been something I've noted about him as a player. He loves to defend, but the moment he actually has to come to a situation where he's marching out towards you, things fall apart. And that's exactly what's happening here. Manganiques are down. It's mass crossbowman versus mass longbowman. That's something that should realistically favor Elyono, but he makes a mistake. He hangs a little bit too close, and now KJ able to start snowballing. Has that extra damage coming out, that extra movement speed to gap close. The issue, however, at the tail end of this fight is who can reboom quicker. Food, income, almost double for Elyono. It seems undeniable that they can get more troops out afterwards. KJ should at least be able to get a decap in. Or maybe not. Cav's been held back. It's a bunch of horsemen here. Elyono's baiting him. And he doesn't even know it, right? He hasn't seen what's behind this. He finally gets a glimpse of it as he overextends with the forward vanguard. So that's going to be chased down. And funnily enough, Elyono giving a little bit more respect than is necessary here. Of course, doesn't know if KJ has a second wave behind this. Doesn't know how many farms deep he is. We have all that info, of course. We can see that actually KJ doesn't have a late game economy. He has 12 farms in total. Other side of this, Elyono sitting a lot more healthy with 26 groves. Well, this is the problem, right? Like, people highlight that KJ, great fight. No denying that, right? Held on. We highlight he's a defensive player. He does well when he turtles, but the problem is this is no longer about turtling. This is about the sacred sites. I love what Elyono has done to this game. If they had to keep headbutting KJ, I actually favor him there because I think that plays into his playstyle. Alyona sees that, though. They understand the way that the map's been carved, and they say, no. You come to me. I am not coming into that base. I don't need to. You're the one who has to stop me. How many mango hits to kill a spring on? I think it's 3, right? Because you do... is that 3? I want to say 3. Feels like 3 whenever you watch it. Anyway, Clash comes in. Horseman, and there's no front line. Oh, boy. This is looking a bit rough. KJ on the ropes here. Sprion's counter him out now. The Manjanique's just not getting their value anymore. And it feels like this is the bitter end. KJ was not able to reboom the army quick enough to get a front line together. And the cavalry wave seems to have broken him down to just 27 military versus 57. It isn't all here, but the next wave is what matters. And of course, the Sacred Site timer is still ticking down. So KJ, even if he somehow holds back this wave, he has no way of getting out the base anymore. Sick read by Alyona. Timing is right. And now they find themselves very quickly on match point in this best of 5. Woo-hoo. And they have got to be feeling confident after that one. That was surgical, the way they played up against KJ there. Kaiser Johan, I love that he tried to do something different with the early feudal aggression, but the problem is he backed away from it as if he baited his opponent, not understanding that Lombos can actually punish you at the beginning of the Castle Age. Great read, by the way. Alyona played that as well, by the way. Just fronting the aggression to keep everything contained. When they saw it as Golems, they had to have a sigh of relief going there. No Limitane transition needed. You already have control of the fight. And, you know, I wonder if Lancers could have changed that game. To me, what I saw was a guy who wanted to raid, but didn't have the right unit for it at any given stage. It means that it's a Byzantine win, a second point on the board, and Kaiser Johan, nothing but perfection will get them back into the series now. By the way, I did see that Mr. Pessimistic rather, coming in with the sub. It seems you subbed to the right person. Thank you very much, and welcome to the Swarm. We've got another game here. KJ's last hope of staying alive, and oh, Jesus, he's been outdrafted. We talked about it potentially coming up. It was the worst possible thing that could happen. We head to Bridges for a Zhu English showdown. And when I say that this is a harsh matchup, a hard matchup for Zhu, I feel like I'm not doing it justice. KJ is going to need a miracle here. This is one of, if not the hardest matchup for the Zhu. Let's see if they can make it happen. We hop into what could be the last chance, the last hope for KJ to make it to the main event of the Elite Classic 2. Alyona, it's looking like another day in the office for them right now. Just surgical with the execution on this draft. And they prove it with this third game where they get the powerhouse that is the English. Bridge is a great map for it as well. Typically, the way that this works is that the distance to reach your opponent's base, the way it kind of funnels in, it's very easy to kind of just dart across. We've seen even Barbican attempts to block this out fail, where with the English Flexi, they just have the north side and the south side they can easily rotate between. Sometimes you get the back spawning wood lines, which exposes your food. Other times you get forward spawning wood, which can also be shut down by the English. And the sad reality of Zhu compared to Chinese is Chinese can at least fall back on a Barbican to stop this. Zhu have nothing. They literally have nothing to work with. He's got great wood lines, as people are highlighting, but the problem here is it's not about wood, it's about food. So what we need to keep an eye on for Kaiser to even stand a chance in this early game is how many sheep he gets. And already, I'm not sure how I'm feeling about this. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of a split down the center and a race towards the north. One that it looks like Alyona will beat him to the punchline on. 9 sheep to only 7. Southern Island is not going to hold any hope either. There's no sheep down there. So overall, this is going to be a much better haul. And this is problematic now because if Alyona just pumps Lombos and camps these berries, which are fairly accessible, right? It's not too hard to weave around this wood line to cover them both. Even the deer to the north side doesn't feel safe. Nice little read there, though. KJ actually does recover. Comes back his way. Finds some sheep near his side. So up to 8 now. But it's 8 versus 11. The deer, I feel like they're a lot better for Alyona here than they are for KJ. If KJ can get a short wall up, I think this is everything. You just need to wall this area, and then the English can't rush you. So we'll keep on 2 times speed for the time being. We'll see where he wants to put the walls. Logical wall goes up first. This prevents your wood from being intercepted. But the follow-up from KJ really needs to be a drop on here. He needs to be fast about it, because the first Lombos are going to be on the way. Toot sweet. Actually, wait, what? Okay, so Elyon thinks they're going to be attacked. That's very interesting, actually. I mean, Stables makes a lot of sense, but it's not going to come out quick enough to do that to you. Oh, God. Was that... Really? That's not great. A Meditation Garden got nerfed pretty hard. It's hard to get good ones now, but getting 50 gold on a Civ that has access to Taxmen as well doesn't feel ideal. The problem is that you can't really TC boom here, right? I thought maybe they'd actually go for a Meditation Garden here to get the berries and the wood, but apparently they wanted the gold instead. I guess one upside of doing this, by the way, if we want to look at the positivity of it, is realistically you can get to a point where you don't need anyone on gold, and that means you need less Imperial officials to be optimal of your entire economy, right? Horseman is going to get rid of the scanning vision. It looks like the walls are already up, so unfortunately Elyon, although they can keep getting in for the time being, they will eventually die to this. There is one way out to the north side if they're quick about it. Okay, I actually really like KJ's solution to this. I wouldn't say it's out of the woodworks. The longbow timing is still going to be scary with Spearman to assist, but one thing that's interesting that KJ can now do, if he gets this wall up on the north side, he has access to his own deer safely on both sides of the embankment. That's very important because this he can't take, right? Longbows will shut him out. But his goal right now needs to be horseman focused. He needs to get enough horsemen together to contest the longbows and then raid the English. And the only way you do that is by securing all this food extension right here. 2 horsemen now, so this should shut down the scout. Elyon, meanwhile, it took a long time to come out here. It looks like the scout might actually get the info about the wall in time to stop it. And oh, dude, that's sick. He actually does. What? KJ backs away. So that's going to be a villager going down. Yeah, no way you get this up anymore. Like, 2 Lombos is enough to chase you down. In fact, he needs to move away ASAP if he wants to survive this. Unfortunately, it's going to be too late by the looks of it. Spearman here as well means the horseman can't protect this. Maybe? You cheeky... He actually gets away with that. Sick play by KJ. So he baits in the brace from the spearmen, so they lose the charge there. And that breaks away the villager. So doesn't get the wall up, but he at least doesn't lose anything for it outside of idle time. Elyon, though, has read this right. They're moving north. Oh my god, dude, the one area KJ didn't actually wall. And right now, KJ's army isn't big enough because, dude, are you kidding me? He was going fast castle. This is actually a big deal. This many longbow and spears could force you off your tech timing or force you off the food. And you can't afford that if you're KJ. You don't have enough of sheep underneath your TC now to sustain. Elyon knows. He damn well knows. He's moving in. He counted the deer, right? Because remember, you can see deer through the fog, so you know when they die. It's a nice read here. Blocks out the food gathering. Doesn't kill the villagers, but at least idles them. And that's what matters now, because KJ is about to go for a tech up with a grand total of 4 sheep. They're going to have to play risky and frisky, right? South side, they're going for food there. Mount Lu Academy is on the way. Elyon, however, is not going Castle Age. They're going all in. Dude, Elyona's got the perfect read on this, man. I think one thing that I've noted about pro play in general is players have gotten a lot better at punishing tech choices, namely feudal to Castle Age. When you invest, like it used to be, we saw a lot of players, that they failed to stop a Castle Age, they just walk back home, right? But what Elyon is doing is he's putting together an army that could end the game now before any Castle Age units come out for KJ. And that feels bad, right? Because like if you can't get into your upgrades, you can't afford the food to get those good units, essentially you've just spent 1,800 resources on nothing. Admittedly, for KJ, he spent 240 less, right? Because it was Tang Dynasty tech up, which saves 15%. But still, it's expensive. Even Mount Lu Academy giving you now a little bit of extra food when you tax, this doesn't feel great. In fact, I'd love to see Elyon drop a blacksmith now. Yeah, they've got it. Steel Arrow's on the way. Love to see siege engineering as a priority here. I think if you get siege engineering quite quickly, you can just shut down the base. Palace Guard are coming. Upgrade is also coming in. But he needs the blacksmiths. It's not enough to have one thing here. He's got enough gold for blacksmiths. It's a little bit surprising to me that actually he hasn't prioritized that. The reason is if you actually have the blacksmith upgrade with Undermesh, then these Palace Guard actually feel like men-at-arms, right? But if you don't have that, mass Lombos with Steeled Arrow kind of tears you a new one. Both shifting out. If he gets the Taxman here, it's actually a really big deal. Like, tax count for KJ is only at 1. He hasn't built any additionals because he doesn't want to be without villagers. So dive into the main, though. Oh, my... KJ! He dodges death here. Elyon, they haven't checked. They don't know. They don't know about the follow-up berries. Oh, my God. This is why scouting the entire map is really important when you look to starve. But the problem is when you play English, you can't afford to keep your scout away from your army. Because if you get ambushed, you lose way too much value in those Lombos, right? So it's actually a sick read by KJ to take a gamble and go on the wide flank. It's like the Horsemen have been cutting down a few Lombos, but now they are so dead that anything, even a sneeze, would kill them. And he shit... Oh my God. KJ is playing a dangerous game right now. He's moving out to the enemy side of the map for berries. It's not great, right? But you can't go Deer. Deer's always going to attract attention. Berries is your only gambit. This is so risky, though. The only IO you have, 14 villages out on the enemy side of the map. Is it going to be enough, though? Palace Guard count only at 6. Oh, my God, dude. He hasn't got Undermesh yet. He didn't supervise because he only has 1 IO. Luckily, he does find the smaller wave of Lombos, but genuinely, this is just painful, right? Like, if you want to engage the main army, you need Undermesh, you need Mass as well. Nice bait at the Spearman just to buy a little bit of time for the backup here. The Lombos are what are important. If you can scale an extra army together with 1 or 2 melee units, it should be enough to push this away. Meanwhile, he still has troops all around KJ's base. In fact, if he gets vision on that wood line, I'm pretty sure Lombos can reach this. Villages. Ooh, just missed out on one there. Nice rewall just in time there by Kaiser Johan. Stops reinforcements getting through, but now he needs to start chopping down these small fragmented groups. He's going to find the Lombos on the south side. Nice clean up. This is what he needed away from the main clump. Because now it's 2 threatening armies. Like 9 Lombos here, 8 here is a little bit frustrating to fight. Wait. No, 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 no. Not like this, dude. They don't register as inactive. Oh my God. KJ. Buddy, pal. Just because the taxman says everyone's working doesn't mean they are. I can't believe this. He supervised he supervised the blueprint. Dude, he hasn't even noticed. I don't think he's gonna notice. Not until he looks at his food. Right now, he has no food. Oh my God. A Decider series to qualify for the first major event of 2024. Match point that you're up against, and that happens for what? An entire minute of gathering with 14 villagers. With a Castle Age build where you need to spam Palace Guard. That may have just decided it. 31 Lombos, 7 Palace Guard. This is exactly the nightmare that KJ needed to avoid. And if you think I'm exaggerating, if you think that's not a lot of food, look at the drop-off and what's happening, right? He could have had an extra 6, 7 Palace Guard here. Now he doesn't have enough to take the fight. Burn through on the wall again. Second wave's looking to come in. I think this is going for the jugular now. Elyon also now macroing up for a tech up. He has everything in his favor now, right? Raw eco count works for him because Elyon had food at all times. Who didn't? KJ. It's why he's behind on eco. He only lost lost now 6 villages, but like the fact that he couldn't even get an army together meant he couldn't protect. The idle times as well have been stinging him like a constant bee. And now, with King's Palace on the way, veterancy, silver hats for these Lombos all but guaranteed. This Palace Guard count is irrelevant. Wow. I actually can't believe that. So people are asking how the Vills bugged out. By the looks of it, from what I can tell, what happened here... Wait, oh, for God's sake, dude. He supervised a blueprint. And because he was supervising, the villagers... I think he was standing inside the AoE of it. So the villagers couldn't build it because he had, like, a superior command. It's like when an archer is attacking something and standing in the way of your keep. he won't move automatically because his order takes priority. The same happened, and now, you want to know what makes it even worse? He's not even supervising. He turned taxation on. All right, this is... There are ways to lose a series. This has to hurt. KJ, 2 critical mistakes of that food that has just prevented him from ever getting the Palace Guard count to where it needs to be. And now, with the veterancy upgrades on the way for the English, this is where the game is going to take a turn for the ugly. Funnily enough, by some miracle, KJ still hasn't been scouted on these berries. By some miracle, these villages have not been seen still, but I don't know if that's going to remain the case for long. Ellyona is shifting south side. North side has it locked down, so he understands the only place now that KJ could have went is south. Dude, this is crazy, man. He still doesn't know. So if you don't think this is a lot of food, remember this is 1,500 food. Actually, it's more than that, right? It was an 8 patch. So it's 2k food, and you would have got an extra 20%. That's an extra 400 food. That's 4 extra Palace Guard. If you don't think that's a lot, you ain't tried to mass Palace Guard before. Lombo sniping out the villagers in the retreat. He's going to get back to the base with some of them, but I mean, for what at this point? Men-at-Arms at least get cleared up at the back, but you just got no food. You need to get to food here. Men-at-Arms are going to start torching through. You'd think it wouldn't be fast, but just a few of these guys actually do work quite quickly. Remember, their torch damage gets upgraded per age, so this is not going to last long. It's going to be a breakthrough. Even more idle eco now for KJ. He's going to clear up a few of the units around the back. He'll get access to the deer again. But with only 17 Palace Guard and now crossbow men-at-arms scaling, is it enough to hold? Oh, yeah, no. About to break the wall and get access to the base. And KJ, this is where his own base layout could be used against him against the Lombos, right? So he needs to wait to intercept if he wants to fight. I don't think he even wants to, though. Like, yes, he's got the level 2 undermesh, but think about the damage implications here. These guys hit for 9 damage. You only reduce what you take by 5. I'm saying only because when the count is this big, that actually hurts quite a bit. On top of that, you've got the Steeled Arrow level 2 just coming in. So all of a sudden, actually, you're only halving the damage. You know crossbows are coming behind this. Like, right now, what KJ needs to get back in this game is a nest of bees. And he agrees. Siege Workshop being dropped. Dive coming into the main, though. For anything you can find, Ellyona wants this fight. He feels the lead. He knows that he is on the edge of qualifying for the Elite Classic 2. And KJ would need to execute like a god here to dodge death. He moves in. Just a few men-at-arms all it takes. Now you just camp the Siege Workshop. This is the worst situation possible. Men-at-arms go in. Crossbows are going to back away from this, so the Palace Guard are going to start getting shredded. Lombo's also just annihilating more villagers. Kaiser Johan leaving the base with every piece of eco he has left. And this one nest of bees is about to spawn into death. Last of the Palace Guard is at least going to go down, but I just don't think it's going to be good enough. Palace Guard count has been reduced to nothing. 2 or 3 men-at-arms left over, and that's good enough. He immediately targets it down. One flurry comes out. And a bitter farewell for Kaiser Johan. There is no way back in this anymore. The villagers come back because oh no, the men-at-arms. They cut him out. Kaiser Johan, a hard matchup, no matter how you cut it, but this one was heartbreaking. Ellyona makes it to the Elite Classic 2 with a dominant 3-0. Oh my god, dude, that was fierce from Ellyona. Painful game from for Kaiser Johan there. Dude, the small bugs aside, that was going to be a hard game either way. But if he actually at least was gathering that extra food, if it wasn't for the intercepts, maybe he's able to get enough Palace Guard together. What you got to keep in mind, though, is if anyone's like unlucky for Kaiser Johan, the fact that he didn't get scouted on that south side berry was lucky already. So at that point, you've gone up to the roulette table, you put it all on black. Every time you put it on black, statistically, the probabilities go against you. It's meant to be a 50-50 odds. Eventually, something is going to go awry. And the problem in that game is, at any stage, just one thing going wrong for Kaiser Johan collapses the entire empire. Unless you can get, 8 rolls of all on black, all in, and it work every time, you're not going to be able to like claw back in from that position. Just great read there by Elyon to not let go of that. Gets them through with a clean sweep. But it's not the only series going to be casting today. So, let's see. We'll mark that one off the list because that's another one done. It's interesting as well because last time they actually matched up, it was a 2-1 win for KJ in the previous qualifier. With KJ then eventually going down to, I believe it was Baltoon. So, do you guys want Baltoon versus Garnath, which was another BO5, or would you like Numidan versus Happy Cat? I have not done FaZe yet. She had a series versus Myriad, right? Faye versus Myriad. Best of 3. Balsium was in chat. Yeah, when I asked him before, he's like, his games aren't worth watching, but I stroke my chin whenever a player says that. Especially when they win, I'm like, are you hiding strats, bro? Let's have a look. There's also Matisse versus Sassy. Let me see if those games are still viewable. Kind of leaning towards Faye's game. Should we do Faye now? I mean, we'll probably do both of them. Let's do Numidan versus Happy Cat first. Because Happy Cat wasn't looking too bad recently, actually. So that could be a good one. Let me get the drafts of that. Okay, so draft. Wait, where is it? There we go. Dry Arabia, Frisian Marshes, and Coastal Cliffs. And we have a Jeanne d'Arc pick getting through. I love Faye's picks as well. What? Okay. Before I switch scenes, take a guess. Like, Faye has to pick 4 civs. What do you think she picks? We know Almonds and Roos are going to get banned, right? Obviously. Ibards get banned as well by both players. Biz? Yep. What else? It's Faye. Come on, we know. We know what it has to be. Japanese? Yep. There's one obvious one you guys are forgetting. It's even more obvious than those two. Might do? No. There's no might do. She will always do Order the Dragon. And then finally, English. This is such a Faye draft, man. If I couldn't see the plays and I just saw these civs, I would instantly just think Faye. What's interesting as well is there's a very crafty draft against Myriad because Myriad plays quite a lot of English. And she first picked the English, if I'm not mistaken here, right? Or was it... Let me have a look. No, okay, so first pick was to Myriad, but Myriad chose Mongols. So he first picks Mongols. Okay, so like, by the way, these drafts are deceptive. It's left to right for both players because this one's been set up weirdly. So Myriad's first pick was Mongols, FaZe was English. But like Myriad really likes to have the English in his arsenal, so take that away is really good. And also, the weird part is the way this formulates later in the draft, where, for example, you've gone back for Chinese. Looking at these drafts, though, I quite like Myriad's mid-drafts. Mongols is a high priority over Delhi, maybe a bit questionable. The one big question mark I have is whether Myriad has solved his issues with the Delhi, because I feel like the dude has PTSD after the way he's been playing them. It always falls apart around 10 minutes from what I've been seeing in his games. It's just not ideal. Maps were... So we said Dry Arabia to open, and I believe it was... So Dry Arabia, and then we have Frizzy Marshes and Coastal Cliffs are the other two. I think... FaZe draft should feel better here. Especially for, like, English for Coastal Cliffs. Dry Arabia on the opener, like you can play Order of the Dragon or Japanese, I think, quite well. Mongols or JD and Frisian? It has to be JD, right? Oh, sorry, no, it'll be Mongols. Because you're not going to pick Chinese for Dry Arabia. You're not going to pick Chinese for Coastal Cliffs because you'll pick Delhi. Delhi's going to be used on Coastal Cliffs, which makes sense. So, like, it's between Jeanne d'Arc or Chinese for Dry Arabia. And, yeah, it looks like he goes for Jeanne d'Arc, which makes a lot of sense. His draft is very obvious now. So, like, Faye has to throw a curveball, right? Faye's going to want to have English for Coastal Cliffs because it can beat Delhi. Delhi to count English? Yeah. Like, so this is the interesting thing. If there's a map that English can beat Delhi on, it's actually Coastal Cliffs. It's not a guaranteed win, but it's their best shot. The reason is, like, if you're quick enough and you crawl up with, like, an outpost drop and you park, then Delhi die. They just die. But it's so hard to do right now because a lot of the players with the Ghazi opening, it ruins your timing and they cut your reinforcements. Now, let's see if that's good there versus English as Malians. Dude, even Malians look like they struggled though, right? Like, you've seen some of the games we've cast where Malians look like they're going to get clapped. I still remember, like, was it an Anatan game? I think it's Anatan versus Kiljadi, and it was just absurd. It's weird what English can do to, like, every civ on that map. So, and what's up, DB20? Thank you, buddy. Appreciate the support. And then we said, what was map 2? Map 2 is going to be Frisian Marshes. So that's going to be Mongols versus either Japanese or OTD. I think it will be Japanese, though, because Japanese can actually contest Mongols opening. If you just legit go for Koka Township and you build into Shinobi, you can beat the Spearmen and you can also beat Keshiks. All right, should we get ready for the game? Yeah, so, like, yeah, to kind of extend on Gully's, like, point of it being smaller, what he means by that is it's thin. Whenever you play against English, your best goal is to split the map because they can't play wide. English Lombos can't play flanks. They suck. They take too long. But Cliffside is very claustrophobic, right? So you have nowhere to run. It's the same reason why, actually, Altai was a really good map for the English because they could just... They funneled, right? Like... Yes, you could go for pocket resources on the outside, but what English care about is going down the center of the map towards your base. And, like, what Coastal Cliffs does is a bit similar to Altai in that it condenses the map, right? So, if you think about it actually in raw size, Coastal Cliffs is 2/3. Altai turns into, like, a half map in the center for you to push down. And it means that you can't easily be flanked by, like, Cav looping. And it also means your opponent can't sneak pocket ecos wide where you won't go. Like, compared to Dry Arabia, on Dry Arabia, you're playing as the English, and your opponent goes on boar on the far flank. You just have to nod and accept that's happening, because going that far out feels really bad. You go Abitrade versus English, easy win. You filthy trader. Banned. So, let me get these games. I think we've got Dry Arabia. So, Jeanne d'Arc versus Byzantines. Interesting. I think Jeanne d'Arc versus Byzantines favors Byzantines quite a bit, right? Because you just can't go in. Limitane have more health, so they take, like, more cleaves to die. That also counts as your knights for longer. And then you just play... I think you just play longbow contract, right? Like, you could even actually arguably play Javs. But longbows works too. Like, the goal is literally for Faye, she just needs to turtle and defend. Alright. You're trying to get Abba to work? Dude, like, have you not seen their performance in the weekend? They work. I think they were, like, at a 50% win rate over the weekend, if I'm not mistaken. They're actually not bad. People just don't know, like, I think I highlight this. So just before we get in this game, it's a really interesting thing to bring up. Is that Abbas work in comp, but not on ladder. And the reason is on ladder, people can just pick whatever they want. But in comp, Abba aren't a high desire pick, but they have a decent amount of situations where they can thrive. So if you save Abba for later in the draft, they can actually win, right? Or use it as a curveball type thing. So, I'm just getting tips from Avali. I think he's just highlighting like his series versus Divine. And I'm like, yep, that is on my list. It's another BO5. There's 4 bans per player? Yes. Because I guess I should emphasize that before we get in. And we will get in. Oh, wait. Crap. I just realized. Sorry, I know I'm going to drag this out a little bit longer, but I want to do the ads now so you guys don't have to worry about ads in the game. So I'm going to hit the 66 ads. I'll break down what's happening with this, and then we'll hop into game. I recommend subscribing anyway, so you don't have to worry about ads. There we go. So, oh, Shorken's not subbed, so now he doesn't know. But yes, the reason why there's 4 bans is the bans are player-specific. They are not global. So these bans have been applied to the other player, I think it was. Well, it's weird. So the way it shows up in this draft, I think, is the wrong way, if I remember correctly. So I think they have applied the bans here. But it doesn't matter in this game because they literally just banned the same things against each other. Just in a different order. So the picks are global. You can't get mirrors, but the bans are player-specific. All right, so we've got, what, probably another 20 seconds of ads, and then we can get in. All right. Interesting game, though. Oh, I need to reset. Actually, that's good, because I need to reset the score, don't I? Yep, there we go. Fantastic. Let's get ready to go. All right, one and all, welcome back to the Competitive Age of Empires 4 action. We've got more series from the Elite Classic 2 qualifier. So many series went uncasted, and I just couldn't let that slide. We had to go back and catch some of it. And this is a fun one, actually. 2 players I very much enjoy watching at the moment. We've got Faye starting off this best of 3 as the Byzantines in the south. And in the north, it's Myriad, a rising, aspiring player living in the UK from Hungary, playing as Jeanne d'Arc. An interesting draft, actually. We haven't been seeing much Jeanne d'Arc coming out so far in the qualifier. Another interesting thing is the way that these guys drafted overall. For a start, they both banned the exact same civs. So there was a ban focus on the Rus, the Malians, the Ayabids, and of course the Ottomans. Ottomans always have to be banned. Especially against Myriad. This guy has a fetish for this civ, even before the buffs. The other interesting thing is the fact that when I looked at the draft, I think I said in my chat, it's like, even if I removed the player names, I knew it was Faye. Faye drafted the Byzantines, the English, the Japanese, and the Order of the Dragon. So literally just everything that she just loves to spam at the moment. Curious to see what she can do here, opening the series on Dry Arabia. Just a reminder, the maps for this series are going to be Dry Arabia. We've got Frisian Marshes and Coastal Cliffs as the options that can come out. So let's hit the 2 times speed just to get through the early game. Because we're just going to see a lot of gathering. Pretty standard stuff, right? Jeanne d'Arc actually didn't move out for the gold, so that's a little bit different. I think players have changed their minds on this. It used to be that you'd basically just move out, build the mining camp with her, and gather gold, turn around for School of Cavalry. Instead, he's just going to be fine with building School of Cavalry. Because I think if you build a house and then just gather until you've got your tech up and leave Jeanne with 1 villager to build a School of Cav, a few seconds after walking out, you should get your tier 2. Yeah, here you go. It's going to be the 2 villager build. Meanwhile, other side of this Faye. Over-gathering on the gold, so that's interesting. I'm wondering if we're going to be looking at a quick wheelbarrow. Oh, wow. Dude, are we getting Hippodrome? No, that we are. She's gathering off of the berries already. What? No, it's... Okay? I guess this is interesting. So she goes Grand Winery even though she exhausts the berries. So I can explain like what the logic would be here. It's the contract timing. She wants to have the first longbows ready before the first knight arrives. I feel like just getting a Limitane achieves the same thing, though, to defend you. It might be she's going to play out into a pocket resource, but longbows don't help you there because it's a little bit exposed. I've noticed a few players do this against super aggro civs. I'm just not a big fan of it because you just get so much less value out of the Grand Winery at the beginning. It almost makes it feel like Hippodrome is just a more justifiable choice, actually, because like by the time this Grand Winery goes up, she's going to have exhausted 2/3 of the berries that she has access to. It feels very weird. And remember, it's a big deal because you're missing out on 60% extra olive oil. So remember, you get 50% of the food you gather as olive oil as well. So 60% extra, it means you're missing out on an extra 30% here. So of the total olive oil that could have been in this area, there was what, 1,500? You would have got 750. You missed out on an extra 30% there. So you missed out on 225 extra oil. It's quite a lot, actually, for the early game. And wow, even though she went Grand Winery, she goes Eastern Mercenary contract, so she's going Keshix. Okay, that's kind of creative. So the reason why Keshix can work here, they're not great against the Royal Knights, but what they are great against is everything else that Jean's going to build as an opening. You never rush into spears here. You rush archery range and you have women at arms. So the Keshix can hunt Jean down. In fact, they can chase her down and kill her quite easily. I think that's what this is about. Night Raid comes in, though. Villager is going to survive that just about. Well played, actually. That was sick. Faye, she activated the Akratoy defense. If it wasn't for that, that Lance charge would have killed her, because the way French Knights work against 50 HP villagers, they only need to Lance and then strike once because of the damage buff they get. So, well played there. Does mean you now have used that tool. You do not have it for a very long time after Akratoy is used. So, problematic if this happens again, but that's why you should now be rushing into Raxus. In fact, it's going to be double Rax Limitane spam. Faye just going for the most... I think the word she'd choose to describe this is Papega format. It's literally just an A-click comp if you think about it. I like it though. You know, against what you're up against, it makes a lot of sense. Unless Myriad starts adding in spears, he's going to be weak for it. Instead though, Myriad's going for greed. Second TC intense. Nice villager strike down there. I quite like Myriad's approach here. Keshix can be annoying, but if you start condensing onto TCs, less effective. Especially considering like you're kind of capped on your scalability here. Faye's already adding in groves, and this just doesn't feel good. Realistically, you want to be able to play for a second berry patch to scale Keshix. You just don't have the knight numbers to justify that right now. Second Keshix group might change it though. Knight still being a bloody nuisance. Myriad, whoa, boy, whoa. Okay, that was not worth it. Getting a villager for a knight kill, it's not great. Even if you get 2 villagers, the argument is usually that knight is more value alive, especially in the early game. So kind of problematic that he goes down like that. Behind this, though, it in a way is just kind of a bait and a defense, a distraction, shall we say? Because behind this, we are getting multi-TC play. Multi-TC play that's not even going to be intercepted. Wow, Faye. Wait, is she looking for the boar? This feels so weird, man. She's looking for the boar. She's looking to snipe down Jean. And she might get Jean if she sees the ball, but the problem is she misses it entirely. Oh, no way. Dude, that's such a depressing moment in the game for Faye there. If she gets this kill on Jean, she resets everything. She slows down the escalation to level 3, and all of a sudden Keshix's worthwhile. But missing that small detail, there's actually nothing but a big detail, really. Means now Myriad gets the TC up without any aggro into him. On top of that, the ball play doesn't get blocked. The Keshix might intercept Jean now, but with Divine Restoration, I don't think you kill quick enough here. I mean, just re-rally the troops, right? Cleave comes out. It's going to be chased away. Pump the Divine Restoration, and Knight will save the day. So Divine Restoration is at least forced, but Faye needed a kill here. Especially now that she's 2 TC versus 1. Walls are at least going up behind her. She needs to set up a small wall here. I think it's pretty good against Keshix because they can rotate. And then you can just defend on the left side. Instead, it looks like she's trying to get aggressive. I actually like that she's playing out onto the map. The reason why she probably feels quite confident is she just saw the size of the army and she has questions, right? Like, why does Myriad only have 6 archers? Why does he not have more knights? We know the answer to that. And I have a feeling that Faye has sniffed it out now as well. If she didn't, she's about to when she scouts the mining camp on the stone outcropping. And there is your confirmation. Click the stone. You see a lot is missing, and this should make it quite obvious. The problem right now is the villager rushing up the walls. This is actually going to be tight. Faye has to just rally straight for it. No, dude, the A click on the wolf. She should still make it. No, wait. Oh, no. Wait, what? Faye, come on. Okay, she realizes she goes to the north side, but Myriad with a quick wall attempt. Not quick enough. So Faye will keep it open. Keshix are in towards the back TC. However, the problem with Keshix here is you don't have undermesh yet, so you can't rush the dive. Instead, it's going to be a back away and a guard on the location. Limitane are moving up as well. You can actually burn down this TC with this many Limitane. It's dicey, though, because if this was French, you'd do it. Because French, like, there's no trade the other way. The problem is if Faye walks in and commits Limitane and gets cleaved down, these guys are expensive. They give a lot of XP. 90 resources equals 9 XP per kill. You just can't afford to give that over. Not unless you're able to rush Castle Age, right? And when you're spamming Limitane like this, going into Olive Groves, mass Olive Groves, you don't have the ability to rush Castle Age. Interesting game now. So Myriad's going to try to play a long feudal, right? No, I don't think you scale fast castle here, right? Like, maybe? Because the problem is if you try to go mass archers, Limitane are still kind of silly with the shield wall. So you might feel like that's kind of a weak play. Oh. Oh no. Okay, Faye does realize that was almost a catastrophe. They just walked away a second before. Unfortunately, Spearmen are nearby, so this is where it gets a bit ugly. In the end, doesn't even kill a single villager. I can't believe that. Myriad gets away with it. And the problem is Faye, because she parked the army on the left side. Oh my god, she didn't even stop the wall going up. What's Faye doing with the Limitane right now? It's a bit of a weird one. It almost feels like she forgot about them. Probably just doesn't feel like there's anything they can do on the map. That means like you've invested into mass Limitane to do nothing. While Myriad is 2TC and scaling, right? It's not a great feeling. So if this is the way Faye wants to play the game, I'd love to see a second town center coming from her. Just so that she gets a lot of long-term value out of this eco boom. I'm kind of just feeling that the Kha'Zix play didn't pay off. It's awkward, right? Because you could argue if she went Lombos, then Myriad would 100% have just gone 2TC, maybe even 3. But like the problem is the Kha'Zix haven't done enough. Myriad is about to go Castle Age, and the Limitane finally go in, but after such a long delay, you have to ask if this was worth it. Guildhall coming. Spearmen are at least going to reach in to find a few villagers. Garrison's going to come in, though. And villagers are just going to run away. So Limitane will keep on chasing. They have got the extra charge through speed because the wall is not activated here, right? It's the regular Spearman speed. But still, it's just such a hard chase, right? Like, unless you can pinch, you shouldn't be killing. Still could turn around and go for the TC. But right now, looks like the shield wall is off. So Faye losing her Spearman way too quickly here. Even with Undermesh. Yeah, this isn't worth. Meanwhile, the raid on the right side, it looks like actually Jean is going to get sniped down, but so much XP! Oh my god. Castle Age complete. Clash comes out. Myriad does lose a few workers over here because of it. But still, a lot of XP gained in the end for Jean. And now she can move in to clean up the Limitane. Oh no, and they just reactivated shield wall. Uh-oh. Cleave. So I think it's fair to say that Myriad's going to get quite a fast level 3 Jean in this game. This is so expensive. Oh my god, he needs to pull away. Myriad is just going to run off. Wait. Or not. Apparently he miscalculated that. He didn't pull away quick enough there. Funnily enough, that would have been a cruise to level 3. Instead, it's not going to be a fast level 3 Jean because of all the deaths. Still, it's Castle Age advantage, and it's also Guildhall. So this kind of puts a fire underneath Faye's arse, because if she waits around in Castle Age, you naturally get imp with the Guildhall scaling, right? With it already being on food. So that's something to keep an eye out for. A game where Faye has already had to be the aggro player, she's going to have to continue it here. Golden Horns are now on the way. Nice push away with the Limitane. I just love that Faye is allergic to ranged units in this game. Will that change in Castle Age? Probably not, because she gets access to Golems. She does have some power in this castle, though, right? Like, Myriad, after all of that, is only 7 villages ahead. And I would argue he's not even ahead when you consider the power of Sistan, right? Giving the extra 18% kind of gap closes what Myriad has here. Especially when Myriad actually hasn't even got his level 2 eco upgrades yet. Farm count looking pretty good at this stage, right? We're up to what, 20? 19. Golden Horn Tower complete. I'd love to see Faye just immediately queue up 2 Monks from here. This type of position in this game, Myriad's not playing Rapido enough to control the map, so like Relics is the most logical thing you can aim for here. You could go for a catch-up TC, but I don't think you're far enough behind that you make that type of play. To me, catch-up TCs isn't something you necessarily see at this point in the game when Faye still has a window of opportunity to do something else. Catch-up TCs is something you do when you're 20+ eco behind and you can't break the enemy base. And yeah, Monks are being queued up. Upgrades also coming in, so Limitane getting a lot more threatening now. Is Myriad... Okay, he's going for Relics. I was like, there's no way he's just going to try to cruise towards Imp early. That would be kind of crazy here. Keshiks are going to raid in. Not ideal what's happening here right now. Veterancy is on the way. Has used Dialecticus, so she will get it a lot quicker. Weirdly enough, there's no reaction. Wait, what? 5 Limitane distract the entire army. Level 3 Jean is in, though. However, it's going to come at a price. These villagers, there's no way, right? Spears are coming. I actually think Faye might be in a bit of trouble here. Villagers tries to pinch them, but Myriad, a slippery bugger, gets away with all 5 villagers. The Spearmen, they are going to get overran here, but arguably these Keshiks didn't get anything they were looking for in the end. Now behind this, we have at least got level 4 systems, so that eco escalation we're talking about. Like right now, Myriad is kind of behind actually. It's 22% increase on gathering. If you think about the difference of 7 now in their economies, Byzantines are ahead, especially when you also add in the fact they always get this olive oil as a bonus on top of the gatherings. However, not going to lie, level 3 John is quite a big deal. I'm just not really seeing what Myriad's immediate plan is here. He's playing a Relic race now from behind. He didn't mass Knights. He doesn't actually have any map control. And he's still up against Keshiks. Like, it's a very risky way to play this mid-game. And I'm expecting Faye to probably get 3 Relics, if not 4. And someone highlighting that Myriad gets less... spends less via Consecration. You're correct. The problem is he's not really using all the buildings, right? First Knight being produced in a long time. They're still feudal. He hasn't been producing out of here for a while. These Raxes have stopped producing. Like, the thing that I always highlight is Consecration feels better on TCs if you're not permanently using the building you consecrate. This feels like it's been a bit of a waste for him. He's at least getting it back online now, but that gap, I think it kind of cost him. It's deceptive. Consecration is a very strong tool, but only when it's consistent. Wow, 5 villages going down. Wait, was that 5? I think it was 5. Either that or 4. Either way, mistakes being made. Myriad just actually getting outplayed right now, distracted by the Keshiks in the mid-map. Limitane now diving into the main. Myriad. Oh my God. These reactions, they're costing him right now. The eco lead that he's meant to be building is never actually being realized. He's only 8 eco ahead, despite how early he went for that second TC. Men-at-Arms coming out is going to be a difference maker now, so it actually has something to tank with. And a heavy loss now for Faye, something that needed to be happening because this Limitane count was getting out of control. So this is actually where the game gets scary because Kite Shields is on the way. Kite Shields turns Limitane into a raid force, and remember, Faye set up all these olive groves, so she has the spam ability of it, right? The problem as well for Myriad is the shield wall makes it very difficult to contest Limitane with the thing you're meant to contest them with. Even after the nerf still, the 40% range reduction is insane. And she has got the level 2 ranged armor. Yeah, please do not build Knights anymore. Anytime Knights come out, face smiling. Now, credit to him, Myriad is actually getting quite a lot of XP out of these type of engagements. She needs to be careful about the positioning with Jeanne d'Arc. I don't expect him to get Mecha Jeanne too quickly here, but if this continues for the next few minutes, which I'm expecting it to, then that becomes a very real threat for the Byzantines. I can't believe Faye's literally just building that space. I mean, there has to be a limit to this play, right? There has to be a point where you reflect and say, okay, I think we're done here. It's looking effective so far. My hesitation is like, how long does this last? This has an expiration date. So here's the thing I'm thinking. You just get Gambesons with Arbitrary Mass, and weirdly enough, you're fine. Gambesons isn't too expensive either. Look, the +5 melee armor here, it's ironic, really, isn't it? Because for all that range damage reduction, and oh my god, how did John survive that? For all that range damage reduction you get on Limitane, the melee damage reduction in return balances the fight out. It's very weird. Faye, don't mistake this for her actively producing something else. That's the Golden Horn Tower. She can't control that. It's Keshik and Limitane till the end of time. Unfortunately, I genuinely think that will lose to Arbitrary if the numbers ever get up. But right now, the numbers are looking good for Faye. Mass Limitane. Oh my god, Myriad. Dude, there's games that you sit there and lose, and you have to take a moment afterwards. And the only thing you can say is like, well then. This is one of them. The Unlimitane strategy to open a best-of-3 tournament series. And it's working. By God, it's working. Keshik now riding for the economy. These Limitane are very quick as well. When the shields are down, 1.44 movement speed is no joke. It's insane. When you chase a target, you chase quicker than Knight. Oh, gonna be kept alive. She's like, let me on. Scrappy doing it right now. Bone of the wall attempt here. Needs to be careful, though, because they need to bait out Jean and turn around. These Limitane, if they just get one lick in, unable to do so, though. Wolves going to stay up. However, elsewhere, it's not going to be so lucky. It's a break into the main base, and Faye in too many places for Myriad to hold. He has been measured and found wanting, and this is devastating. The consecrated buildings are being lost. Unlimitane Faye is unstoppable. And while she has all the uns, Myriad only has an And is this really happening? It is. He just doesn't have anything. I think we're going to be looking at a winner chicken dinner opening to this series. Faye, what a way to begin this best-of-3. Jean d'Arc goes down. Nothing left to defend. Myriad has to tap out. A very early dominant lead in this series for Faye. What an insane way to open this, man. I was not expecting the Unlimitane strat to rear its ugly head like that, especially against a Civ that usually just goes arbitrary to counter, but she understood her timings really well. That Olive Grove play, the transition, just mwah, chef's kiss. I love that approach. And yeah, Myriad may have had 3k food and 1.4k gold, but he didn't have the buildings to use it. Like, he doesn't actually have a way of producing fast enough is his problem in that game, right? I think there's a mistake in the way he's scaling there, and I think the Limitane distracted him in a way that he just lost focus on getting to a point where he could scale an army fast enough. Still, great read and great timings on those fights coming out from Faye. Gets her on the board early, but she still needs to close the series. Game 2, about to load it up. We're going to Frizzy Marshes, and it is as we predicted. We are going to get the Japanese versus the Mongols. This matchup is interesting, actually. I think the Japanese, my take on it is they are heavily favored here. I know a few people have differing feelings that actually the Mongols can easily deal with it, but I think the play is you have to go Coca Township for 2 reasons. One, actually, why am I saying it now? I can just show it in game. It's a perfect way to open this up. The end of the game, and I will explain all the magic to each of you. Game 2 of this best-of-3 in the Elite Classic qualifiers between Myriad and Faye. It's going to be here on Frizzy Marshes. Myriad with the Mongols, Faye with the Japanese. Going on the 2 times speed. So let's talk about why you have to go for the Coca Township. 1, if you go for Kura Storehouse, your farms are a liability because they end up a bit too far away from your TC and the Mongols can burn them. 2, even more important is if you go for the Shinobi opening, you can contest the Mongol opening. Typically, Mongols get a loose spawn in their stone more often than not, and they drop Raxes and whatnot out of range of the TC, so you can sabotage them. Then the follow-up is if your opponent goes spears into Keshiks, which they will on a map like this because they'll trade, Shinobi trade really well with both of those units. You'd think they would suck against Keshiks, but they don't, because what you do with your high melee damage is you bait Keshiks into charging, wait for the charge to run out while running away, and then Shunshin to gap close. And that gives you an edge. I have to see if Faye wants to do that, though. I think she knows that that's got to be the way. She could realistically drop a Kura Storehouse here, but I think if you're doing that, then you're allowing the Mongols to dictate the pace of this game, which I'm never a fan of. Let's see how she's going to play it. Rax is not going to be sabotageable here. This is actually really smartly played by Myriad. With the Uvi being close, because he dropped the TC on the left side instead of the north, he protects his stone, which is the most important thing in this early game for your Civ. And it is going to be the Kura Storehouse. So Faye, she's given over pacing to the Mongols. It's kind of a shame, really. Like, I think with the way Cook Township got nerfed, nobody wants to touch you anymore. Oh, thank you for the correction there. Yeah, Myriad does not have a point on the board. It's Faye. Let's flip that. Yeah, so with the way they nerfed Coca Township, I wasn't a big fan of that change. I get why they done it, and I think there's a better way of solving the Coca Township issue. So for those that don't know, the way they changed Coca Township is Coca Township now doesn't immediately spawn a Shinobi. You have to wait the 23 seconds, and you get a Shinobi for free. But I'd argue you don't get it for free. There is a price. The price is just different. You're paying it in time. Time that you can't afford to be missing. And, well, this is exactly what I was worried about with this Kura Storehouse play. Look at what's happening. He even does it in vision. Oh, man. It's not going to stop the tech up, but it's not meant to, folks. It's just meant to block the farms and eventually burn them. I can't believe how close he got to this base. If there's one thing Japanese never like doing, it's building units in Dark Age. And this also, as has just been highlighted in chat, it does block out the wood. You can shift north side, but that means you're going to be out of TC range. You cheeky mother ducker. This is like the most aggressive outpost I've ever seen a Mongol player place on Frisian Marshes. I can't think of one that's ever been deeper than this. And Faye, she's like, well, this is happening, isn't it? She can start gathering wood, but even if she wanted to react instantly, she didn't have what she needed for a Rax. Villagers being pulled away. Wait, Myriad, what? Oh, that is a mistake. That is a fatal error. What? Dude, you had this game in the palm of your hands. No way. Dude, he done select all army, didn't he? I think. I'm so confused. This was unnecessary. Oh my god, he wanted to have his cake and eat it. I see so many Mongol players do this, and it's so unnecessary. He wanted to move over and secure the gold as well. You don't accept the win, dude. Like, sure, she'll still get Castle Age, but she won't have the farms, and also you can burn the bounty, right? Because what happens here is you can't stop these farms from filling around. So once they start getting here, you just keep getting your spearmen out and burning them down to get 50 bounty. And Faye gets no value out of her Kura Storehouse. Like, it's the reason why you never build Kura Storehouse against Mongols, because what ends up happening is you pay for their tech ups. But no, instead, Myriad, he literally had the opportunity to make this a 5-minute game. But because he got greedy, it's going to go longer. Outpost coming up, but this is a race. And the funny thing is actually Faye can commit more to this if she wants to, right? Like, she can bring a second village instead. This pacing, Myriad would complete first. The problem is, even if she completes first, she needs to complete in a rush because she needs to snipe these villagers. And here we go. Moves them in. Spearmen do not want to dive this, though. Great read by Faye. That is twice. She has now outplayed him on the outposts. Myriad. What a mistake. Now twice in this game. 2 villagers pulled, but the garrison's going to come in. And that's going to be a cancel on the outpost. That has to be. Target onto the villagers. Myriad. He needs to move away here. Wait. Dude, he's going to commit it. Oh my god! I can't believe he got that. He almost loses both villagers for it, but he actually gets the outpost up. The problem is actually, once again, if Faye just rushes this with villagers, it will die too quickly because he lost the spears. So Myriad quickly rushes out more spearmen to garrison. Problem also is until you got arrow slits, you don't contest this gold. But afterwards, look at where all the gold is. This is insane. I don't... Okay, there we go. As I was saying, I don't like the Faye isn't pulling villagers. It's on the way. This is it. She needs to get out. Because if she does not, the game is already over. Dude, this is actually a crazy game. She has to sacrifice the arm to save the body, right? So looks like 2 villagers are going to be lost for this, but Outpost is going down. Oh my god, man, this is crazy. Behind this, there is a silver tree, by the way, but it's only queuing up as first trader, so no eco-escalation yet. And Faye now has the gold. So what this means is by the time you have like 7 or 8 traders max, Faye can be in Castle Age. So Myriad has to balance this. He can't just rush traders. He has to find another way of pressure pointing this. This has been a crazy game. We're only 7 minutes in, but man, say what you want about Mongols, but sure can deliver sometimes. Yeah, Textiles did come in. That's why she was able to do that. That's why I think Faye was waiting for that dive originally, is because she wanted to gather the food, gather the gold, and make sure she had that tech before she goes in. So great read. And Myriad has not been double villager producing, no. Remember, he was producing extra spearmen. And I imagine he's now going to commit to double Keshik. You kind of need to go Keshik here, because you're going to need to start diving the base of Faye. Maybe he just goes spears, because like realistically, Faye should be going for Mount Samurai here, right? I say that, but it's Faye, so really it could be literally anything. I know she loves Onabagisha, and in fairness, on a map like Frisian Marshes, you actually get a lot of sheep. You can already see by the amount of kebab on the ground there, right? Like she is sitting on 21 sheep. And remember, she also has the Kura storehouse now. Myriad now scaling into those traders. So 3 already online. Tech up's going to begin soon. Guys, it's finally time. Buddhist. No, I'm kidding. Dude, that landmark genuinely is atrocious. I think honestly somehow they buffed it and it became the worst landmark choice in the game because they buffed the temple. They buffed the temple quality. They also buffed floating gate, right? So if they just buffed with temple quality on its own, it still would be bad, but it wouldn't be as bad. But now it's like floating gate is basically in 95% plus of games. The only reason why it's not in 100% of games is because every once in a while someone's like, ooh, maybe temple of equality is good. And then they remember it's not. Okay, floating gate coming up. Steeled Arrow is being researched. I'm not expecting Onimusha. I feel like this is more to do with the fact that you just want to get strong defenses, right, with the arrow slits. But it could be quite creative here. Like, realistically, the number one thing that Mongols do when they get trade is they build Keshiks. And Keshiks get countered hard by Onimusha. Then again, like, you could just counter them by going for Mount Samurai, right? Mount Samurai does the same thing. Okay, so dive comes in. Keshiks. I'm going to hang around here. Steeled Arrow is about to come through, so this is going to start to hurt a lot. A nice little interruption, though, slowing this down. The heavy cav is at least going to find a few eco kills. In fact, right now, dude, Faye, oh my god. Crap will get off the pot, right? This is actually a big idle hit. It's going to lose both the heavy cav boys. But still, delaying this timing is important, right? While this is happening, there's more trader scaling. Now there's more spin being prepped. And it is going to be the Onimusha. Dude, what? So here's the problem with this. If Myriad just scales archers, he counters it from an age behind. It's kind of problematic. By the way, I'm going to address that comment. Also, why has my HUD disappeared again? I don't know why this happens. Let's quickly flashbang my face. Hello. All right, go back. Boom, it's back on. That's so much quicker. So I'm going to address that problem because I'm shaking my head at that Temple of Equality comment. I'm going to have to 1-2 punch that one down. So the issue with the idea of all relics are gone, I can get permanent gold with Temple of Equality, is you have to sacrifice population to do so. And also, you still have to expend on very expensive monks that take 4 minutes plus to return their cost, right? It seems like it's cool. It seems like a good idea. But if you're up Craps Creek without a paddle so much that you need that gold from the Buddhists, your game is already lost. The Onimusha. Gonna just tickle away at these archers. Yeah, I've highlighted this before. It's really weird for Onimusha. They have an extra 0.5 tower range, but because of the size of their hitbox and their attack animation, archers always get in range. So a little bit of idle time achieved here. Myriad has bought time for his tech up. And this should just be a double down on archers and then veterancy upgrades along the line. Isn't this fast? Wait. So people think this fast castle meta for Japanese is boring. I disagree. I think of all the civs that fast castles in the game, Japanese is the most interesting because of what they do the moment they hit it. Everyone else has a slow-moving army, right? Like, if you think of all the strategies Japanese do with fast castle, it's all tempo. Onimusha, Onibigisha, Mount of Samurai. Like, these are all fast-moving units that try to get something done. I'm actually fine with it because their fast castle's so quick and then they actually get active. What do HRE players do? They fast castle, they build 2 knights, and they try to get relics and then go late game. That's boring. Sorry, but it is. Out of all the civs in the game that have fast castle builds, I'd argue the Japanese one is at least the most engaging to watch. Gully, shut up, you HRE spammer. That's how I know I've got an HRE spammer in my chat. It's very fun. I like watching gold numbers go up. It's like ching, 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 ching. It's like stacking a camp in Dota 15 times and then clearing it. Ching, 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 ching. Onimusha. Love this. Actually, moving to cut off the trade. Unfortunately, these do not have any sort of tag that would give you more damage against them, but you've got high base damage on these units. Nice blocker here, Myriad. We talked about those archers and just scaling them right. Like, Faye, I like this opening. It gives you map control, but genuinely, I want to see something else. If you just keep spamming Onimusha, you're going to lose this game. So she needs to find a second unit type. Now that you see mass archers, that unit type is Mount Samurai. It's very expensive when you have food between the 2 types, but it's very strong as well. Kabura Ya coming in instead, though. So Faye thinks she can outmaneuver. I'm inclined to usually agree, except for one thing here. The Mongols can go for Yam. And if they get Yam, they're able to mirror you. Because remember, Defender's Advantage means you have to run less distance to cover the same ground, right? Because, like, for example, if Faye wants to hit this side of the base and the left side, she has to curve around, but you have to draw a straight line. All right, I feel like I'm going to get sued for false advertising here because Faplop's words are showing on my stream. Do not listen to that guy. Those imp monks are not worth it. I'm not having this. Okay, I'm going to explain to you why the Buddhist monks suck. And it's because they all debuff the same unit. So that idea of the debuff being good, in theory, yes, if it worked right. The problem is they all target the same unit. So unless you want to go full micro-intensive, unless you are literally like several levels of micro-god, mashing your fingers so quickly on the keyboard and mouse that you're going to set your hands on fire, it's not good. Archer Mass right now is not looking good for Faye. I don't like that we do not have another unit type still. I mean, she's now dropping Yoroshiros in resource buildings. Has at least got relics returning, right? So third one is on the way home, so that's good. But Magadai versus Onimusha. I think Magadai win this, right? We've only seen it like once or twice, and I think Onimusha won that time. There was a game with Faye, but she had such a mass lead that it was a win. That game was on Golden Pit. I remember casting that, but there was no trade, right? And that was a problem because it meant the Mongols couldn't scale mass Magadai, but there's trade. And there's Yam network across that trade. I actually think Magadai win this. Not at this count, like 4 versus 14, please, but in a few minutes, the amount he should be able to add in, they should beat it. Wait, was this a mix? Maybe this was a misclick? I'm so confused right now. Onimusha are going to move in. Unfortunately, A-click intercepts an outpost. Horseman Magadai show up. So remember, the Onimusha have a very long wind-up on their attack, and look how much the Magadai attack. They attack 2.5 times for every attack you do. And they only do half the damage. So that is an edge for them. Health-wise as well, Magadai also have additional HP. And cost-wise, they cost less. Well, of the vital, right? I think like food is more spammable. The gold feels more expensive in this game because of your starting location. Maybe that's not true because it's trade. Actually, in fairness, it's why like I think how many passes has he actually got for this? Okay, yeah, no, this might be a problem. So remember, it's 160 compared to you paying 140, but like it's very gold heavy on Onimusha. And gold is not permanent for the Japanese. I don't care how many Euroshiras you get, right? Like there's a limit. Whereas Myriad can permanently spam gold. I imagine he's probably... Is he trading for some food as well? No. Wait, actually, yes? No. This is weird, man. This is so weird. Faye has got level 2 Undermesh, though, so it's kind of odd because the transition from Archers to Magadai means that the Undermesh was already a priority, right? This is such a weird game for Myriad. I think it was a bait. I hope it was a bait. Looks like they are going back for Horseman now. The funny thing is, if you actually get the Kurota involved in these fights, Archers will just win, but that's what we've had missing this whole time, right? such a weird game. She needs to reach that trade soon. Problem is, Horsemen are now arriving. And remember, Magadai... Oh, Onimusha rock, dude. My brain. Onimusha will die quick to this. Even if you try to start a step away, it's just Horsemen are so fast. I just can't believe this. I love the fact that Myriad built, like, what, 5 or 6 Magadai in total in this game. It's like, yeah, no. It took him a few to realize, but finally he's like nodded his head and gone, yeah, it's not great, you know. And now we are getting them out Samurai. So this is what I was looking for quite a while ago. The problem is you've waited so long that crossbows are coming out now, and that can actually counter both of your units at the same time. It's a little bit scary. So I think what matters is how many farms we've got from Faye, and oh my god, she hasn't added any in yet. This is a problem, actually. She's got the level 1 Daimyo, now only getting the level 2. You need to spam up farms, right? Because this is very food heavy. 140 for one, 80 for the other. It's not very sustainable. Other side of this, Myriad's already been doing that, right? Pasha's being added in, playing off the fishing to kind of bridge the gap, rather. And now I believe, have we got spring-ons? We have. Oh, okay. Need to move past this ASAP. Only 4 Onimusha hitting in here, and it looks like the Cav are on the way. This is what's highlighting about Yam. It just makes it so awkward to do these raids. What, you kill 1 trader, but lose, was it 6 Onimusha in total? Yeah, it's not going to be good enough. Second wave's coming in at least. Faye seems to be struggling to keep up on the gold as well. Like, food is bulking up to kind of a crazy degree, but this is the strain you put on yourself, right? Like, it's the 60 gold rather than the 110 gold. Per rotation. Food is more sustainable long-term, whereas the gold, you're tapping it quite fast. You've got less than 8k remaining safely in your base. You have got the Euroshiros, you have got 3 relics, but even with all those details, she's never actually holding over 100 gold. I'm curious. People watching this game now, who do you think's winning? Myriad 1, Faye Chan 2. Because this game feels like it's kind of slipping a bit from Faye. Right, Myriad's getting an army together to end the game, and Faye's looking for raids that she can't easily find anymore. It's just too many outposts. And I think if that Kurotai ever parks outside the base, fighting becomes impossible. Okay, so this is a little bit better. Going into Onobugisha, I don't mind that idea because it's just too gold heavy going into Samurai. But now I think it's awkward because you want to raid, but you've got nowhere to raid. And even by going Onobugisha, archers still counter you, right? It's turning into a very weird game. I think Faye can feel it as well. So the reason why Faye doesn't go Samurai is because by going Samurai, you can't access the trade. Like right now, she's in a race to shut trade down before it gets too big. It's at 28. It's already kind of too big. I mean, Myriad has 3k in reserve. He could just buy a tech up at any stage now. So her issue is, like, if she goes Samurai, she's as slow as can be. She's trying to build every single unit that has mobility, and she's trying to out-mobilize the Mongols. And, you know, this can work on certain maps, certain formats. I just don't think it works when Yam is set up along the trade route. The traders are harder to catch. The army is quicker to respond. And you're always playing out the same corner, right? She's gone free TC behind this, so the good news is she's going to start to catch up on Eco. The bad news is that means we're dragging the game much deeper. And I'm not sure she's going to actually have access to gold long enough to allow that. army's moving up. Kurotai's on the way now. This is the moment we were looking for. Gold is about to become inaccessible, and Faye has nothing in reserve. Spearman even moving in. Mount Samurai look to contest this, but they need to get on top of the crossbows, which is exactly what they're not doing. Horseman just holding it all back. Second wave coming in. Kurotai has not moved in for the fight yet. But it feels like a moot detail. Faye, outnumbered, outgunned, and looking like she's going to have to resolve this in a game number 3. There's a blocker on the gold. That's the problem now. Onagigisha was the next transition. Mount Samurai, Onimusha, all of this is gold focus. It's always the weakness of Japanese. It's why you see them always go raiding, always try to be on the offensive, because if they get blocked on their gold, their ability to play the game disappears. That's exactly what's happening here. He's moving in on the stone now. No Shogunate Castle up, right? So Faye doesn't have the ultimate defense to reset this. Mangonel does now arrive. All right, that was interesting. Crossbows, there's enough of them to deal with the remaining Mount Samurai. Now with double Mangonel here, this is about to turn into a not slow siege, actually. Quite a fast one. With a 25% extra damage strike, 20%, plus the fact that you have no mass troop to wrap around to dispose of to get rid of these Mangos. I think your days in this game are numbered. And they're not numbered high. Outpost being quickly dealt with. Love the snipe on the Yurishiro Fortress. It's all about gold starvation now. Faye. I mean, she played an interesting early game. The interesting thing to me is that Myriad probably could have had this game locked in and GG'd by 8 minutes. I think he slipped up in that early game, but credit to him on his recovery here. Mirrored the moves out from Faye. Made sure those raids never connected. And Faye, in hindsight, you know, the Knight transition needed to come sooner. I was a bit skeptical when I first saw the Onimusha drop. It was creative, but the problem is creative isn't good enough here. And the timings to get any other transition in felt a little bit too late. I think the biggest mistake was dropping the Yurishiro in the Forge instead of dropping it in the stables. That could have changed this game for the better for her, but now the Kurotai parked in your base with your army shrinking before your very eyes. And with the hits to the back line of Onimusha, there's no way back. We are going to get a game 3. We will most definitely be going the distance here, and I can confirm that if we go to a third game, remember, it's going to be on Coastal Cliffs. It is going to be that English versus Delhi matchup. So Faye will have a great opportunity to try and close this series. Myriad, looks like we get an opportunity to answer that question. Can he execute with the Delhi? It's been a sort of sticking point for him when we've been watching that lad in tournaments in the War Chief Club in January, for example. I'm wondering if he's finally resolved it. We're definitely going to be finding out, though. Because I just don't see any recovery point anymore. That's not the defeatist element here. It's just the fact that Myriad is a mile ahead. Eco lead is insane. TCs are being sniped down the flank. And there's just no gold access at this stage. It's just passive gold and nothing else. Remember also these Trebs with the bonus damage to building, it gets buffed up by 20% as well. So incredibly strong. Faye. She hasn't called GG yet, but even if you scale for one more punch, it's the meta arms coming that's now the problem. You don't actually have a counter unit for that. 5 Onimusha doesn't cut it. Mass Onagigisha won't slice it. And Myriad is about to dice it. White Stupa's on the way. If there was any detail that should get an immediate GG, it's going to be this. Faye, she's already on the ropes, but playing an entire age behind makes this impossible. The crazy part, by the way, is Myriad still has 4,000 gold in reserve, so every upgrade is affordable. Yeah, if people are wondering why is Faye not GGing if the game's so over, it's because she can't see this yet. The moment the Imperial comes out, it should make it very obvious. The fact that Myriad still has an army bigger than yours, while being an age ahead, it tells you just how far ahead he is in this game. How dominant his economy must be. Faye is at least able to reset this temporarily with the Springald, but the problem is you know shot triggers could be on the way. In fact, she's splitting the army at the worst possible time. Onagigisha to chase after the trade, maybe take out that win condition, but it means you've got nothing to defend at home. Myriad marches in for the killing blow. A Mango's going to get at least one wallop out. The problem is one Mango is not good enough against that heal. GG gets called. Game 3 is an inevitability between these two. And let me get that loaded right now. We'll try to keep this condensed together if we can. So yeah, tough game. I think Faye, like, honestly, the fact that she got away with Curacao House was impressive. I actually thought she had a really good chance there, considering the slight whoopsies by Myriad in the early game. But great reformation coming into that mid by Myriad. I like the way he recovered his game. He understood archers was the count to everything coming. And unfortunately, Faye, I think the weakness in her gameplay there was in her transitions. She was not quick enough to move to the next thing that would get her over that hump. And that's very important with Japanese. This fast castle build isn't about the initial punch, it's about the extra two. Transitions make or break the way that this civilization plays right now. And if you're just a minute or two late on that, it completely unravels the plan. So, looks like we are going to get a third game. It is going to be on Coastal Cliffs, and it is going to be the English versus the Delhi. So what I'm going to do now, we'll quickly run a 60-second break. Just a reminder, people, if you're actually watching this on the YouTube side and you're not subscribed, make sure you are subscribed already. Also, always remember to like the videos and comment down below, because it actually just tells YouTube you like what you're seeing. And I don't know, man. Recommend these to your friends. If you're not watching live, you can do so. In fact, you can be part of that chat right now. Hey, say hey, chat. Say hello. Hi, YouTube. As we say hello to the third and deciding game here. Second qualifier of the Elite Classic 2. Failure here, a loss here, means your chances of making the first S-tier event of the year are gone. We head to Coastal Cliffs, a.k.a. Slim Fast Dry Arabia, for a showdown between the Delhi Sultanate and the English to decide this. Myriad, the Delhi can perform well, but one big question mark over this lad recently in competitive play has been his Delhi and his execution. I have watched him, I think, 3 times in tournament series slip and fall from one small but too relevant mistake. And it can be so easy to fall for that up against the English. I think if you execute perfectly with the Delhi, English should struggle here. But English, in general, I would rate as a top 2 civ on Coastal Cliffs. There's almost no matchup that they cannot win here because of a few key details. For a start, the woodlines spawn in a desirable way that you can block both of them out. The follow-up detail is if you're a TC Boomy type civ, stone is inaccessible because it's too far away. That second detail doesn't matter for the Delhi. The first can, though. And it all comes down to the initial engagements. If Faye is able to get an edge there, if she's able to get a longbow lead, she can keep that bow lead indefinitely and follow up with spears by blocking the tree lines. We have to see if she hits that timing. Faye, Council Hall on the way. Tower Victory on the other side from Myriad. And the spawn is damn good for him. Double berry patch really close together. This looks good. I'd love to see Faye take a risk. Here we go. She does exactly that. She plays out into the deer. She already set it up in a nice little stat comp. This is a bit risky if the Ghazi Raiders ever sniff it out, but Myriad probably has other things to focus on, right? When he comes in to scout the base, because the gold spawns on the forward, I'd be surprised if he rotates around the back here. This is creative, actually. I don't think you make this play if your gold's behind your base, because that's where the Ghazi should be aiming, right? To shut out your gold gathering. Myriad might still sniff this, though. This is the Council Hall. Lombo's being queued up. Dude, he backs away. Okay, wow. So we have a game, folks. Faye. This is a different way to play it. The extra food could allow you to actually scale into Spearman at a faster pace here. Even maybe adding in a few men-at-arms to tank against the initial archers. Other side of this, we should be seeing a stables quite quickly from Myriad, but so far... What? This is a very different build. Stables got delayed, so he built walls to try and secure his wood line. That's quite creative, actually. Haven't seen many players do that because they usually look to optimize the Ghazi timing. And unfortunately, the Ghazi are going to hit when they come. Scout sniffs it out. So Faye has been spotted out in the food, and it would be quite expensive to protect this investment. It is doable, though. It's just a shame she didn't push the deer more further south, because this small little indent cliff would have been easily wallable, and then she would have had a nice little pocket economy that couldn't be hit by Ghazi. This, however, doesn't feel protected. Looks like the scout might go down. This is going to be close. Oh, just out of range. Extra longbow is going to try to cut it off. A nice idea by Faye, but unfortunately the rally was a bit too late. So Myriad keeps that critical ingredient alive. He will keep getting info. I really like this wall by Myriad, man. Before this wall, I would have actually quite favored Faye's position in this game. But this small detail is actually a very big one. Even if she somehow wins the initial fight, her Lombos can't block wood now. So it means that Myriad will get a recovery arc with archers on the forward. And by the way, those archers will beat Longbos in similar numbers if there's no outpost. Because remember, you have a mobile outpost as the Delhi. By mobile, I mean it's built into your archers. Ghazi begin the rotation. Spearmen are on the way. So I imagine, is Faye planning to play a turtle game? I think she is, which I hope isn't the long-term case. Like, I understand initially guarding this, but you have to try and play the map, right? Whenever you're against Delhi, I don't like turtle builds. There's a few exceptions, but it's due to the quality of their massing, and that's mainly like Chuginu type civs, right? Where they can turtle and mass enough Chuginu to come out. Longbows are most effective in smaller numbers, scaling upwards off of good trades. That was a good start getting rid of one the Ghazi, but you need to start shrinking the map. Constrict him before the archer count goes up, because it is scaling quite quickly for Myriad. Faye, Steel Dagger is on the way though. Really big deal against these Ghazi. So far, this is actually looking really good for Faye. Just finding little freebies like this is everything. The Delhi is all about optimizing to get mass together, and any chip here or there you can find slows that down. And it means that the English, especially in these small numbers, keep their premium element as an advantage. Steel Dagger just being there so quick is such a big advantage as well. I'm really surprised by Myriad's build. Going for this wall is creative, but the negative of it is that's basically most of the cost towards your blacksmiths. And the Delhi usually against the English drop a blacksmith straight away because you can't afford to be behind in your tech timings. You know, if there's any civ that is like hyper fixated on optimal blacksmith timings, English is in like the top 4. The two of the other slots usually end up being Chinese and Juji for specifically Chuganese pushes. But you know, there's not many civs that need those blacksmith timings optimized more than the English, especially when you're looking to play full fuel. All right, let's speed this up a little bit because we've got a little bit of idle time. Haven't been doing that much in the earlier games. I wonder how people feel about that. I like the 2x speed when there's not too much grand scheme stuff happening. We are getting the farms now added in. Deer are almost exhausted. They played this little extension really well, actually. I think if it wasn't for that extra food, she'd be struggling to get enough spearmen out to defend this. And now she is moving out to try and contest those sites, because this is the point in the game, right? We're almost 9 minutes into the game. Myriad should be moving out for Sacred Sites soon. Unfortunately for him, Faye is doing a good job of choking the map right now. Undermesh also on the way in. If she can force a fight, Myriad's in trouble. So question coming in from chat. Why don't players ban Delhi when they know it's S tier? Because it's not S tier on this map. I genuinely think that Delhi's overplayed on this map. Delhi's like A tier on this map. English are S tier on this map. Wholeheartedly believe that. I actually think that the English is possibly the strongest, most strongest civ on Coastal Cliffs. So you can let Delhi go if there's something more valuable you want to get. And one thing you have to remember about this draft is both these players are very close with the English. Myriad, actually, it's probably his most played civ at this point. So by taking that away from a player that maybe isn't as well-rounded as a Beastie, Cutie, or Lucifron or whatever, you actually make him weaker in a different way. All the while knowing that the Delhi pick had to be reserved for Coastal Cliffs, where you now have English, which is much better. So actually, it was a very crafty approach by Faye in the draft to give that away. Funny thing about that as well is that wasn't even the first pick. First pick for Myriad was Mongols, if I remember correctly. So Delhi came in a second. Just shows you how confident Faye was that she'd solved the issue. Scholar? What? I can't believe he got away from that. Longbows, I think they could have reached in quick enough to maybe have got that kill, but Myriad does back away. He's going to play for the South Sacred Site, where there's only one Longbow that's about to discover that he was conned when he took this guard duty. Ghazi. Not able to find much. Looks like so far we have got one worker kill in this game, so Faye has bled a little. Army value is kind of getting a bit worrisome now. This Ghazi count is getting big, as is the Archer count. The problem with the way Faye's playing this is no outposts and no direction towards the enemy base. The idea is you're meant to tickle away at the troops and then come towards the enemy base, but I gotta give it to Myriad. The way he's been dodging this fight is exactly how you need to approach Coastal Cliffs versus English. Coastal Cliffs requires that the English get 1 or 2 good fights, and then they drop an outpost mid-map. Then they force another fight near the Aura, and then they drop one on your tree line. the good fight never really happened for Faye. She's killed a few units and it's added up for sure, but it hasn't really dented the count for Myriad. Army's about to clash here. Ghazi trying to pay it forward. We've got a few men-at-arms layered in. Faye, how many farms are we at? Not really at the strength where you should be able to do this in mass. She's about, I'd say, 8 farms short of what she needs, right? She's only got 2 farm clusters set up, essentially. And wow, she gets baited in. Spearman go down, and the Ghazi going to ride through. This is the moment that Myriad was waiting for. Faye now stuck. No way out. She's going to lose all the army. Dude, this is it. This is exactly what was needed. Myriad timed it perfectly, baited the engagement. And the most impressive part about this is the fact that he'd done it without Steeled Arrow, without Undermesh. Those are only coming through at the end of this fight. Has to retreat. Men-at-Arms is still problematic because of that detail. Once the Steeled Arrow completes, these Men-at-Arms are not going to be very effective. And Faye, after a heavy loss like that, Delhi become a problem. Wolves are going to be going up on the north side, no doubt. Sacred Site will be locked in. And all of a sudden, the clock is going to be against you in a game where you just took the type of fight that you can't afford to lose. In fact, Myriad has been floating an insane amount of food now for a few minutes. We're probably just looking at Castle Age. It's a smart read as well because Faye, she either castles up and tries to get an eco game going, or she doubles down for feudal. Either way, that's an advantage for Myriad, right? When he locks in these 2 sacred sites, if she goes Castle Age, time is ticking. If she doubles down on feudal age, sure, she can decap the sacred site, but now she has to worry about compounder defenders. What a harsh the game this now has become. Just shows you the difference one fight truly can make. I mean, Faye, she had the right approach. That chip damage almost just getting her over the threshold. Myriad, patience, pitch perfect. Ball burn through on the way. Lombos can contest this. I don't like this part from Myriad. We've seen a lot of players play Delhi and lose games from doing this. Gladi backs away before it starts to mount up. If you lose like 5 or 6 Ghazi there, you let Faye back out of her base. You don't need to go in her base. You just need to keep her in her base. Compound defender now on the way. Sacred Site's locked in. A difficult game now for Faye. It's unfortunate, actually, because Faye, the other thing as well, if she could have dodged that big fight for another 2 minutes, you start scaling men-at-arms, right? But the problem is you can't afford to give those sacred sites over. That was the frustration for her. That was the desperation play, right? Just having to take that fight, having to contest site to site is what allowed Myriad to bait her hook, line, and sinker. We'll go for the 2x speed for a moment, as this should be a slow move out towards the sacred site. However, Wolves mostly up. One piece has been forgotten, but that archer could fix it. And Myriad now an age ahead. In a game where Faye would have to stop all production just to catch up. In a game where Faye right now is behind on military mass. Ghazi are in, by the way. Oh my. Spearman got completely ignored. This is great for Myriad, actually. Idle time here is exactly what you need because the Ghazi aren't going to be upgradable in time, right? You want to shift into Lancers. So any eco damage you can do here is probably the best trade you can now get with this light cavalry. Oof, wrap around the back isn't going to find any deer sites or anything, right? It's all congested, but it's still idle time. It's also still Spearman chasing, and it means the Lancers that are now coming out from the main base of the Delhi are simply uncounted by this army. Men-at-arms as well. Going to be a backup temporarily. Myriad not looking to rush the fight. Veterancy for archers would still take way too long here. So you just need to trade out. Lancers do arrive, so now it's going to be a step back. Faye needs that Castle Age ASAP, but it's going to be problematic when you've still got a few Ghazi Raiders messing around your base. Love the fact she's not overreacting. No, she doesn't pull the Woodworkers back. The Gold Workers, no. She just chases it down. She clears it up. So the Ghazi are now dead. The Sacred Site's still locked in. And now with the Lancers arriving, this is going to be a lot of longbows being lost. Faye just has to back up. Has at least got the walls rebuilt. So Tech Up will be safe in that regard. And arms Lancers. Oh, nice stab in there. Sick ring of the bell. Actually gets the attack speed aura to just get rid of that initial Lancer. Myriad is going to be pushed away, but the unfortunate reality of this game right now is Faye. I don't think this was necessary. Oh, man. Dude, this is rough. I think she's cracked under the pressure here. Going for White Tower, it makes sense if you're worried your opponent's going to dive you. She sees the Men-at-Arms scaling, but I don't think she's as weak as she thinks she is. 6 Men-at-Arms and scaling with this many farms, which is doable, is fine. This White Tower is the type of thing you build if there's 20+ Men-at-Arms coming to your base, right? Then it makes sense. But now Faye, the one area she can get an eco advantage in, she's not going to have. She's not going to scale ahead on village account. Her opponent has got Compounder Defender researching the village fortresses. He's already grabbed 2 of the 5 relics on the map with a 3rd on the way. This game is starting to turn to a bit of cruise mode for Myriad. Sacred Site was at least decapped, so she buys more time. But that only makes sense if you have King's Pass as well. Tough game now for Faye. Match point situation. She looks like she is on the cusp of being eliminated here. Myriad, we questioned his deli. We've watched him play multiple times, and he's struggled multiple times. But this game, he played it right. Dodges the fights until the right moment, gets Castle Age when it matters, is willing to forfeit the Sacred Site when he realizes it's no longer his win condition. And now we enter a phase in the game that is truly problematic for Faye. Longbow upgrade just came out. But the Men-at-Arms count is getting scarily large. And the Longbows, ooh, Faye, missed micro there. Men-at-Arms are going to chase in. Looks like she will be able to get back towards safety, but still, keeping this Men-at-Arms number down is important. Funnily enough, this is a type of game where Faye should be able to scale into mass Men-at-Arms and win, but without an eco lead building over time, that doesn't really ring true here. Ball's going to be broke. Oh man, it never got repaired. Faye trying to get into crossbows, but there's just so many heavily armored units. Longbows trading up against the archers, but they're standing their ground here, not able to walk away. Myriad now with a double military pop advantage, even more when you look at the army value. This game looks like it might be over. White Tower will protect the right side, but who protects the left? Let's dive in. This is confirmation. Myriad, he's seen the White Tower for the first time. You have to feel so confident when you see this. Men-at-Arms are eventually going to get shredded down by it, but there's going to be eco losses, there's going to be idle time achieved. And behind this, Myriad still has plenty of food left over to keep on pumping Men-at-Arms. Sacred Site also locked in. Stones now being gathered. Keep drops should be on the way. In fact, we've already got one on the west side. One needs to be dropped on the east. Once that happens, now on only 1 TC, with such a small army, Faye is going to struggle to get siege to break these castles. I actually love the fact that he's taking berries from her side as well. I really feel bad for Faye in this game, man. She had the right approach on the opening, but Myriad was just too crafty. I think that that's the situation where when your opponent is dodging a fight, you just have to go for the outpost down the center and accept it for what it is. Maybe you outpost to the left near the Sacred Site, so you always fight over one, and then get a second outpost towards the base, but was never able to find that convergence point. And now with a keep drop right next to her gold, I think we are about to watch the curtains close quite abruptly on Faye's chances of going to the Elite Classic 2. Crossbowmen also just being cut down before they can mass up. They shift into the choke point, but the Mangonel is left unguarded. Villagers now being pulled to repair it. Will just about save it from destruction here. Trebs are at least coming out for Faye, but the castle is definitely going up. Sacred Site timer is now down to 7.5 minutes. No farms, so no longevity there, but Myriad still has plenty of berries left to work with. The Siege Workshop being set up in the center, so he will have Springles to solve this problem. The issue is that Faye doesn't have Springles of her own. She can't really afford them. She doesn't have Men-at-Arms in quantities that could dive anti-siege either. Is there a way she can make this work, though? A Miracle Knight has come out and somehow snuck in, but he'd have to kill 10+ workers to make this good. And the eco may seem rough, like roughly even, but it's actually incredibly deceptive. Compounded Defenders just completed the village fortresses. Eco escalation now for Myriad. On multiple keeps. On top of that, remember, the berry gathering rate can test the farms. It's not permanent, but for now it makes it much better. Add in the fact that he should have 4 relics, 2 sacred sites. It's nowhere near close. Not to mention the fact that Faye needs so much to blunt these defenses. So like the way she's investing isn't in an army that breaks a sacred site, it's only something that breaks a keep. Meanwhile, Myriad is building an army designed to break an army. Tough game. A well-fought series by both players, but starting to look like an unfortunate end for Faye unless she can get a miracle fight. Castle's at least going to be burnt down, so that's a good sign here. But Myriad, plenty more stone being gathered in the center. He's already got a backup keep here, so it's still scaling him. 6 eco ahead now. And stone being gathered on both of the sites means we're probably going to get a castle on each of these sacred sites. A little bit surprised Myriad went for farms on the front side there. That was a little bit shocking to me, considering that that area is dangerous for you. Funny part to me is when Delhi players congest their base like this so they don't have room for farms at home. And obviously, if anyone's wondering why is he like building out on the keep, that seems weird. The only reason it seems weird is you have to remember at home, that's where all these wood gatherings happening, right? So like the villages that spawn outside of a keep over here have 2 choices right now. It's like gather stone or build farms, right? Sure, there's wood nearby, but the farms feel like a safe bet around these defenses. Trebs. I'm sorry, did you serve in the Imperial Guard by any chance? Have you been working for the Empire? Is your boss Vader by any chance? Okay, they finally hit. So inaccurate. He only hit with 1 again. Wait, is he attack grounding? I'm trying to figure out why they're so bad. They usually do a better job. There we go. Finally, we get proper hits. But Springel's now moving in. And that means the trebuchets are not safe. This is too many men-at-arms. Trebs can't move away quick enough. Mangoes are now being targeted down instead. So it looks like trebuchets are going to survive. But this army able to push this back. And it's going to be a reset. Happy with what he's done. He slows down the trebuchets. He gets rid of the Mango. Myriad has more siege on the way. Trebs, it's time to miss again, boys. Here we... Whoop. All right, they've optimized. A little bit of overextension coming out from Faye here, though. I don't think we have marching drills, by the way. I'm shocked by how often this is not prioritized by players. It's actually a very big deal here. If you marching drilled, you'd be on top of the Lombo straight away, so then the men-at-arms win, right? But it's not there. Springel's are moving out. I'm surprised we're not seeing them used to snipe out infantry right now. It's actually a pretty big deal to get rid of these crossbows. Just always fixated on those trebs. 4 minutes away now from a Sacred Site victory. Repair crew is working on this castle, so it will keep it alive. And north side is just not feasible here. Myriad is not actively producing out this castle, so it seems he's forgotten about that, but it's still an eco lead for him. Treb count needs to go up to 3 to break this quick enough. Springel's really are the problem here, because now Mango means your army's countered by 1 unit, right? So the issue for Faye in this game is if she can't get anti-siege to get the advantage there, she can never dictate the fight that has to now happen. The castle going down is a big thumbs up. But what happens afterwards is really scary here. 1 Mango can ruin her entire game. And now, with only just over 3 minutes to go, she doesn't have enough time to shift for the north side keep. She's got 1 Springel, but right now it's 3 versus 1. Okay, made that 2. Springel Tower is actually doing God's work here. Myriad's getting a little bit over frisky. I don't think you need to force this, but he did get the breathing room to get a little bit more repair in. 3 minutes to go rather until Sacred Site victory. This is a scrappy engagement. I think Myriad is kind of like over-investing in this pushback each time. It's giving false hope to Faye. The problem I'm trying to solve for is like how she gets in quick enough here. It has to be a rush. Here we go. She's going to make her move. Castle's down. Springle Tower now return fire. She's going to start learning the pain that Myriad experienced. And also, now 2 Springles versus 2 Springles. The Mangonel really is the difference maker here. Faye has to back away. Oh, man, this is getting tight. Behind this, Myriad has more farm set up, so more meat grinder going. Raxes are producing all the way from home, though, and that can be a big disadvantage here. Faye. She might have an opportunity here, but she needs to go fast. I don't think she realizes her strength in this moment, right? She cannot see what we can, which is Myriad has not got optimal production. It's a long way to run for these troops. A lot of sloppy fights. That one Mango, though. It almost feels like Faye needed more men-at-arms here. But if she did have more men-at-arms, she would have lost out every time she pushed earlier, right? Like, the Lombos are the reason why those trades work so well. But you're reaching a point where you can't wait anymore. You have to go. And frontlining with the crossbow is not the best choice here. It means the men-at-arms are going to last a lot longer. Mangonel smash comes in. Skrill trade out begins. Mango's at least gone, but now with the men-at-arms uncounted, I think Faye is dead. Minute and 10 seconds to go, and I just don't think she's got any fuel left in this one. A great attempt by Faye, but it looks like it's going to end in a bitter defeat. The crazy part in this game as well is the fact that Myriad lost eco and didn't even actively produce out the keeps. He hasn't been inflating his food numbers. Faye now going to go for the decap though. Castle being built up. Treb's not quick enough. Myriad with the sneaky backup keep. That's the detail. That is the cherry on top. No amount of troops available to Faye to stand on this long enough. It's just going to be a blocker. Sacred Site time, a pause temporarily, but that should be all she writes. Faye, now no way of breaching the keep quick enough. Village is being pulled. She doesn't have enough stone to drop a keep of her own, though. She doesn't have enough time to get it. A great read there in the end. Myriad, definitely not the cleanest of games here. A bit of panic setting in. Too many distractions for him. But now, even the villagers committed, just as a frontline trooper to push this away. Faye, despite her best efforts to turn around what felt like a shaky mid-game, she will end her journey here. Elite Classic 2, qualifier number 2 will be a fail for her. Myriad takes it 2-1. Oh, man, dude, that's a rough game in the end. Well played by Faye to almost turn that around. Myriad, a good closer there. I will say that, you know, he has improved his deli, but I think as the game went into that castle age, there's still some question marks he's going to have to solve if he ever wants to make it to like these main events, right? Like, I actually really liked his first 10 to 15 minutes of gameplay. After that, things kind of got a little bit shaky, right? He didn't always have the consistent production. He didn't have the smoothest farm transition, but he threaded the needle in the end. Credit to him where credit is due. I really did like Faye's opening game. I think, you know, that game number 2, that'll be the one she'll look back on. This game, it kind of hit that inevitable snowball effect for the Deli. I do think that going White Tower instead of King's Palace didn't help her. But game 2 is probably a bigger deal. She was kind of given a gift horse multiple times in that early game, but wasn't able to find her own transitions quick enough. And Myriad, I think that's another thing that he'll know as well, watching back those games, is there's a lot for him to improve upon as well. That second game, I think, was the pitch-perfect example of it. If they can fix those issues, both of them get that in line, I could see them making main events, man. I think they are very capable players with very creative builds. It's just, you know, the small things, it seems small what I'm highlighting here, but it's not at the highest level of play. It's literally the difference. Hey, sup, England? Thanks, buddy. I think Myriad was cooking good in last game. He was. I just think, like, once he was in Castle Age and he locked in the Sacred Site, something slipped, right? Like, that farm transition was definitely shaky. The fact he even tried to build farms on the Ford Keep was intriguing. But overall, in the grand scheme of the game, he played it well and played it to a win. All right, so another series marked off. Let's see. What have we got next? I'm kind of tempted towards Numadam versus Happy Cat. Or do we do Divine versus Avali? Let's do one of the best of 5s. Let's do Divine versus Avali. I was in qualify. Yeah, let me find it. Here we go. Boom. In fact, what I'm quickly going to do, let me quickly just grab a snack. I'm going to put the draft up, and then you guys can stroke your chins and think about it, and then I'll load the games. We'll do Divine versus Avali in a best of 5. I just quickly want to grab a snack, seeing as it's best of 5, so I'm well fooded. So, a little bit of music. Here's the draft, and I'll be back in a second. In fact, I'm going to run ads now, so that'll save us. I'll do like 90 seconds of ads, and then when I come back, I'll munch like a few biscuits, and we'll get ready to go. Bourbon sec. Hello, my dears. We already cast G-Way yesterday. So give me a sec. I'm going to eat another biscuit or two. Because we might have 5 games, right? So I want to be replenished. Who do you guys favor in this, by the way? Divine or Avli? What'll be my top request as a caster? In what way? Casting tools or state of game? State of game, I'd rather just see... I actually think I'd rather see like a 9 or 12 villager start as a like bog standard. And then I'd increase the cost of tech ups at each level by 300 resources to compensate that. So if you want to be more active in Dark, you can. But like, you know, it just opens more options when you have more opens more options when you have more assets early on. Like we saw the same thing from StarCraft. It went from, was it 6 worker start to 12? But yeah, no mic please. If you want to see some Duo games, we cast some yesterday. Really like this song, actually. I'm going to eat one more biscuit, and then we'll start the games. So game 1. Did anyone guess it? Divine's going to play as English. And Avali actually has one of the best counters. Iabids. I actually think that's very creative by Avali. Because he had Roos and we're playing Gorge. I think Divine expected Roos. To play like Iabids is very, very creative there. All right, who's ready for a best of 5? Let's get to it. It comes down to this. Divine DFP versus Avali in a best of 5 to see who will qualify to the Elite Classic 2. Welcome, 1-0 to the casted Age of Empires. For action, we have got Avali opening the series in the teal, playing as the Iabids, going up against Divine DFP's signature Civ, his Cozy Civ. Where he goes when he wants an easy breezy, lemon squeezy, he's playing as the English. Now, this was a series I wasn't sure if I wanted to dodge or not, because I still remember like highlighting this, and everyone's thought was, oh, it's going to be a Turtle Fiesta. I'm not sure. Avali, for those who don't know, Avali kind of went through a turtle phase where he basically became a bit of a camper, almost the Divine DFP's level. But both of them have started to come out of their shell a little. Divine DFP is still more turtle-oriented, but I think Avali's back to being a bit more of an aggressive player, and I love the way he's kicked off the series. So draft-wise, just to kind of recap and let everyone know who's watching this later what they picked. Avali got his hands on the Rus, the Delhi, the Ayabids, the Abbasas, Jeanne d'Arc, and French. Meanwhile, Divine DFP picked English, Zhuji's Legacy, Mongols, Japanese, HRE, and Order of the Dragon. Now, this is a very creative approach to the draft coming out from Avali. He chose to go for the Ayabids instead of the Rus. I think Divine DFP picked English because he was anticipating a Rus pick and felt confident about his chances there. I do not think he ever expected Ayabids. That's very creative because of the maps on offer. Like, I'd say the one where you expect Rus to come out most frequently is going to be Gorge. But now Avali keeps a very strong, competitive, flexible Civ in his arsenal while getting the perfect counter to English play if it's ever aggro-focused with the Ayabids. And I imagine we should be looking at a Master Smiths play here, right? No, he's going to go Growth Wing. Okay. Hear me out. If this was an all-in aggro-type player that you're up against, and by the way, just to highlight, we're going to run the 2x speed for the first 5 minutes because no one's making an aggressive move. If we were talking... Oh my... Okay, you know what we are going to talk about quickly? That sheep haul is disgusting. 15 for Avali. He's so well off here. So let's now actually highlight why Avali didn't go for Master Smiths, which is just seen as the GG. Cherry on top, you basically beating the English. It's the player he's up against. Divine DFP doesn't play aggressive English, he plays Turtley. So what does Avali do as a response to that? He gets his greed, he gets his eco. Why would he try to go for Master Smiths that basically puts you on a path to end the game fast by countering an early attempt by the English when you know that English player has no interest in attacking you? In fact, that English player is literally going to do his free TC condensed English build, isn't he? All the villagers out, 7 on the stone. The question now is, what does Avali want to do as a reaction? I imagine we're looking at the standard fast castle build. The cool thing about this game for him, though, is he doesn't have to go fast castle at your typical pace where advancement wing feels almost a requirement. I think you can go for growth wing here. Oh, sorry, logistics wing. It gives you the ability to just take all the relics off the map, and it allows you to keep up with this TC rush that's coming out from Divine DFP. I have to see. First horseman actually coming out. I like this as a beginner for Avali. Like, basically, you want to get 1 or 2 horsemen out just to block any loose TCs. The reason is that if Divine DFP has to do free TC condensed, it means he has to mass farm transition as well. Cheaper for the English, but still a frustration that keeps you from doing anything meaningful in a game. It keeps you just escalating into basically greedy choices. And, well, Divine DFP, definitely not a stranger to that idea. When given the option, he'll take it every day of the week. So, horseman comes in, villagers. I'm going to have to move away. Love that. Has to go for the short bow, but at least idles him out a little bit. Avali is eventually going to lose this horseman. Actually could have got one more round if he didn't dive the TC there. So, well played by Divine DFP. We're going to stick on the 2x speed because now this is just going to be a tech up. And it is going to be advancement wing. So, funnily enough, he doesn't go for logistics. So, here's an interesting thought, actually. You save 400 resources. Your dervishes cost 180. Technically, it is better value to go for logistics in that regard because you get 1 extra dervish compared to like the cost savings, right? Because it's almost the same. But the tech time difference kind of matters a lot. I don't count the mosque because no matter how you look at this, like you need to build a mosque with either of these builds because although you can get the relics early with logistics, you still need a mosque to drop it off in. So, like, I think from Avali's perspective, he'd rather just have the quicker tech timing into Camel Lancers to block a third TC because he's fully aware that Divine DFP is capable of making that type of choice. In fact, he is frivolously greedy whenever he plays the English. So, it looks like this type of game, it's not going to be free TC standard, but I'm expecting it to be King's Pass from Divine DFP because I just know the type of player he is. Avali, from this position, though, I quite favor. Undermesh already being prepped. Camel Lancers is going to be ready to come out and ride. And on top of that, I imagine we should be, immediate moss drop into the Dervish. I'm going to keep the speed going until the first units come out because at this stage, Divine DFP isn't going to contest too much. He's scouted this out. We should be seeing a Rax drop soon. He's not, though. So this must be a white tower defense. It is. Okay. You know, can I just, like golf clap all around? Clappers in chat. This is very important, actually, what Divine DFP is doing here right now. He's evolving as a player, all right? I'm not going to say he's turning from Metapod into Butterfree. I think that's just... He's gone from being Metapod to being Super Metapod, I guess, because the reality is, like, the old Divine DFP would have done free TC via King's Pass and died because of this. This choice to go White Tower protects this condensed 2 TC, and it means Camel Lancers are going to be really ineffective here. It means Divine DFP also, instead of wasting time going to racks and building Spearmen right now, can just focus on getting more farm clusters up. Because this white tower can protect 3 farm clusters. Then you add in the racks and go for spears. Pretty cool read. Yes, it's very turtly, but for him, you know, how to put it? If my daughter says, yay, or yes, or she says like, oh, any word, like bottle. Well done! Yeah, because she hasn't done it before. Divine DFP, when he chooses to be less greedy, because he hasn't done it before. Literally every game, Divine DFP is just trying to be as greedy as possible, right? So it is actually a big step in the right direction for him as a player, because his issue has always been just being too turtly and too greedy. You can get away with being one to a certain extent, but being both is what is your undoing time and time again. Man, this is actually just a scam, by the way. I've been seeing this a lot with the Woodlines on Gorge at the moment. This is frustrating because one of the benefits of Gorge is meant to be that rotationals are difficult because you have to go all the way back around. But funnily enough, Avali can just go around the back of this tree line to hit the Woodline. I don't even know if Avali... Dude, he doesn't even know! Oh, man. That's so fortunate for Divine. If Avali knew about this, he could basically split the Camel Lancers between both sides and just keep coming in. Crossbows aren't going to be able to hold him here. Keep in mind, Avali's not completely weak behind this, by the way. He's prepping for his own TC drops, and he's also playing out into pocket resources as well as gathering relics, right? Like, this realistically should very easily be a 5-relic game. That's the thing. For anyone who plays against Divine DFP, a little tip, always go for 5 relics, because you'll always get it. Divine DFP, especially when he's playing the English, is not going to try to contest you there. So that means the Irobids, one of the biggest surge points, is going to reach maximum potential, even with 3 dervishes to guarantee it. And that also means you can lock in these sacred sites for additional gold. So Avali is going to be bloated on gold. What I want to see him do with that is play into Siege. But he needs to get infantry for that because this was not a military wing play. So he doesn't have the ability to build Siege with the Camel Lancers. Gulem's now coming. Because the Divine DFP game will do him the justice of speeding it up again. Outpost also now going up. So understandably, Divine's playing quite blind right now. He wants to fix that. It means Camel Lancers can always be reacted to in time. And just in case there's any Manjaniques creeping, right? Because they get close and wall up these crossbows, it's game over. Lancers looking for that dent in. Timing actually might be perfect. Remember, Lancers see more than standard cavalry. So they see you very early for the long charges. But it is going to be a move away quick enough there. Well played by Divine. You know, funnily enough, Age of Empires 4 is quite easy to play when you just have to stare at one screen. I wonder if that's, like, do you think that's why Divine maybe plays this way a lot of the time? Is that he doesn't have to worry about checking pocket ecos. Like, think about Avali's gameplay strategy here. Has to watch all the relics as he grabs them. Has to watch the berries on the side. Has to watch his raids as he goes into your base. And also watch his main. Meanwhile, for the Divine, look at his vision. I manage this and nothing else. Like, legitimately, he can almost see everything that happens in his game on one screen. So silly. Decap's at least going to come in. Ali isn't going to contest that. Instead, he's going to go free TC. This is pretty crafty, actually, because at this stage in the game, with the relics gathering, the amount of gold from him that he's getting, he's not really behind. And now, with the fact that he's playing on berry patches, securing resources, although long-term he has to worry about farms, and that is going to be an annoying transition, when that time comes, because of the way he's playing the map, he's not going to be weak against the English for it. Right now, the English are looking incredibly weak. This one-dimensional comp. Only crossbows and nothing else coming. Divine needs to be very careful because the further he comes out of his base, the more likely this just turns into an insta-loss. Double Manjanique is going to be ready to meet him. With the Gulems now massing, it means he actually has this answer. And the funny thing is, like, Gulems is the correct call here. You go crossbows, your opponent could get Mango or Mango going. You just go Gulems, it's impossible, right? Like, if you try to dive in with the crossbows, Manjaniques clear you up. And the Gulems are going to be matched by men-at-arms, but even with the armor-clad, it's actually quite a close fight because of the difference in cost, right? These are more of a premium men-at-arms. Crossbows also now being prepped behind this. I think Divine's setting up for a losing comp right now. He needs to get into a workshop and get Springolds. Like, you have to understand that one of the big edges at Irbid, same with Bastards, is their ability to build siege in the field. We don't see it as often with Bastards anymore, but it's still a primetime element of Irbid play. Manjaniques. Well, it looks scary, but it's not very effective. Funnily enough, he's on the Incendiary rounds right now. Sacred Site has been locked in again. Military Academy is also coming. This means that you're going to be able to match the pace of the Men-at-Arms to a certain degree. Still going to be slower, but not as slow as it once was. Third Manjanique now as well. This is getting a little bit scary, right? Especially considering the Gulam count. Like 15 seconds on one side, 20 seconds to the Gulam. Means Divine's not necessarily going to remain ahead in that category. I'm starting to get worried that Divine is looking for fast Imp. I hope not. I think realistically you need to fight more now because Avali isn't looking for Imperial Age, right? He's playing pocket resources until they run out. And he's going to try to do maximum damage in that window to ensure that when it turns to farm transitions, it's not weak for it. Divine setting up the outposts. Avali needs to sniff out that the Springald's coming. It looks like he's building his first. Right now he's outnumbered. Crossbows are going to move in to deny the outpost, so well played there. Nice cancel just in time. Triple Mangonel is kind of awkward, right? You need to make sure you have enough Springolds to insta-snipe these down. Otherwise they win. Well, that's one way to make sure someone can't start a step you and dodge, right? Just go for the incendiary shot instead. It's weird, but actually wonderful, because with Mangonel shots, like a good player will just dodge you, and you just feel stupid for it, right? You can't dodge incendiary shots. It's similar to the logic with Nesta Bees. Not as impactful, right, per shot, but the spread is super wide, so the logic is that you always hit something instead of having, like, you know, a 50-50 coin flip. Was he paying attention? Was he dodging perfectly? Eco Gap is closing, by the way. One concern I have is that Divine DFP is waiting for that window where the starvation kicks in, but because Avali's free TC and he still has 2 deer stacks, by the time he runs out of food, he should be around 90-95 economy, and that's when you can comfortably start to add in farms. Oh, he's going to hit the farms. This is sick. Dude, I love this from Avali. This is smart. You just target the mill and you burn all the farms. Oh, actually pause that fort. He's going to turn for the army. Ooh, that was close. Looks like the final Springald was just out of range there, so not able to get the snipe. Surprised he's not going for the shots on the farms. They're coming now, though. Mangonel shot in. No incendiary, dude. Okay. Wait, does Avali keep missing? Like, does he keep misclicking? Or mistoggling, rather? He keeps using incendiary shots on the main army and then using rocks on the farms. I think he might be, like, misreading which way he wants to toggle these. This is getting a bit weird. Springald trade out. Nicely done there. Just a freebie. Divine DFP overextending a bit. I actually legit think he might just be forgetting about the swap. Springolds are now being added in. Divine, how many farms are we at now? Has he added in enough? Only 28. That's not great if you're trying to meet farm this fight, right? Mangonels. It's just annoying from that high ground, right? You just can't see them until they strike. This is a weird fight right now. He's going to try for the decap, but that scout's going to be pushed off easy peasy. I love the way Avali's being annoying about this. He knows what this is going to turn into, right? The closer the time it gets, the more likely it's going to be a big clash. And Mangonels, they're going to over the hit on the back line. Springald's charging in. Gulam line is going to spread out, but the Dervish heal is going to be there. Manjanique's moving even deeper. Looking on the Springolds, is going to find them. And now the retreat from Divine sacrifices most of the siege. One Manjanique still standing. Springald advantage is now switched over to Avali and Divine DFP. He has got a meat mass to throw at this, but the Manjanique and Springolds are problematic. Needs to hit that backline fast. The aura making a big difference here. Avali might be overextending at the tail end of this engagement. Springald trade out still good. Needs to get that Mango pushed away. Manjanique is still firing, and it looks like Divine DFP runs out of men-at-arms when it matters most. Sick plays there by Avali. I love the way he turned that into pure chaos with the charge through. Golems with the superior movement speed, able to split the meta arms line in a weird fashion. Love the AoE heal coming out. Big deal there, just making all those Golems last a little bit longer. Tail end of it. Also, just the fact he was able to pull back the Springall count. I love the fact that he targeted the Manganiques on those Springalls because Springalls die so quickly right now to Manganiques and Mangos. And now this keep drop. He realizes just how realistic a Sacred Site win condition is. If Divine wants to cap on the south side, he has to walk past the army. Death. If he wants to go north side, he has to go through the walls. Too long. Well, it's going to be 2 out of 3 being death when this keep goes up. Outpost crawl's going to fail. Oh, that drag. You're going to want to repair that. So annoying when you just reform the lines, but a Mango shot gets off, and all of a sudden what should have hit 1 villager turns into 10 units being heavily injured. Age of Springall time. Remember, Divine's eco lead is pretty much gone now. It's 96 to 91, but then you add in the relics, the sacred sites. Like, Avali is just ahead. Even with the better farms, right, the 25% increased gathering rate, you have to remember that Avali is getting an extra 10% on everything due to the Golden Age. On top of that, he's got the production speed, so you can always ramp up to 200 quicker. And then also, the other thing that you have to remember is that the deer rates are better than what the farms are by default. Now it's going to be an alternate choice here. Divine going into the Trebs, rather. Manganiques. Always looks so scary, doesn't it? Springall trade out is about to happen. Wait, he snipes the villager. Wait, what? I mean, it worked, but I'm not sure if it was worthwhile. Scout also goes into his death. The Divine, now with the Springall lead. Looks like we are going to get some grease with Axles coming in. We already got that on the other side, right? Yeah, Divine does have the extra movement speed. Still, speed is going to be of essence here. 4 minutes away from a Sacred Site victory. Avali, with the food not running out, I think he's going to try to dodge the farm transition, right? No, it's already underway. Okay. So he's doing it as a gradual transition thing, right? It makes him a bit weaker, but understandably, like, if he sent all those villagers onto deer instead, he'd run out of food instantly. I really thought he was going to lean more into siege because of that, actually. I'm starting to move in. Needs to be careful. Those Springalls! Divine! What? No way! Big mistake made there. Gets just out of range. Springalls are going to pursue this, though. Manganiques also moving in. If they get some incendiary shots out, 2 of those are just going to go down. Look at the health bars here. Manganiques! Go in for the hit! And he gets the splintering there. Most down now, though. Looks like Springall return fire is going to be good. And the Mango held back. Mistakes made. Avali! He had a shot onto the mass crossbows, and he didn't take it. Avali has to start a step away from this. Can't hang around any longer. Double Manganique, double Springall. However, that castle could get some freebies now. If it goes for it. Wait, it could get both. Oh my god. Divine DFP. Looking to bring down that castle. 3 minutes away from a Sacred Site victory. That's an expensive fight from Avali. An unnecessary one the way he took it as well. It's crazy, actually. Those Manganiques, had they just hit the crossbow mass, it would have been 20 at the tail end. And then Divine wouldn't be able to dive this, but now Divine, with the military lead in both siege and also infantry, he can break this win condition from Avali. He's going to move for it now. There's no way you can contest this. I think this game, Avali might have missed his window now. That crawl of the aura is just so frustrating from Divine DFP. God, he's giving me flashbacks to old English with multi-trebs and network of castles everywhere, and I want to vomit. Springall trade-outs are just always going to be better as well in equal numbers because the quicker attack speed for the English. They turn into Gatling guns here every 2.38 seconds. I mean, just look at the effect it has. Avali, a good effort, but it looks like Divine DFP should win this on his signature Civ. I mean, the problem right now for Avali is he just doesn't have the type of eco lead that allows him to make up this gap. And Divine, now with an outpost crawl continuing, is into the production. Oh, dude. I don't like that Turtle English won this one, but I gotta respect the way that Divine done it. Avali, it's unfortunate the targeting there. You know, a few fights where maybe the Incendiary shot shouldn't have been on, and the fact that he chose to try and get on top of the back of the row while not being on rock shot. It does make me ask the question again whether Avali was misclicking with the Incendiary versus Kinetic. It kind of felt like it at times. Or he just overvalued the power of Incendiary. But now this feels undeniable. Avali trying to reboom. One more army for one more push. I just think his food isn't good enough. Trebs are hitting into the House of Wisdom. I think this is going to be a cleanup in game 1 for Divine DFP. A strong start as well, actually, considering that he wasn't anticipating Irobids. It does mean, however, that Irobids being thrown away, Avali still has the Roost, which is a very flexible sieve that we expect to come out in game number 1. So, don't think that Avali is weak by any extent. I mean, we talked about the draft and actually how Avali looked like he really did get a good, well-rounded draft here that can apply to pretty much any map. But Divine, throwing out his signature save early is quite intriguing as well. Probably because he felt like Gorge was the best map for it. I'm not sure if that's true because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Coastal Cliffs was drafted. And I would say Coastal Cliffs is just better for this civ. Okay, no, correction, it was banned. He did have Cliffside, though. Cliffside also works really well for the English, so a little bit surprised that Gorge was the big priority. But I guess the way I look at this is Divine wants to play a Turtle-style English, and this is actually the best map in rotation for it. Because Gorge gives you that protection on the back tree line. Oh, House of Wisdom now on fire. Avali, I mean, credit for hanging around, buddy, but there'll be plenty of other games where you can look better. GG gets called. Game 1 will go to the NA boy and his infamous Turtle English. Game 1, a potentially a long series, remember. These are best of 5, so 2 more if Divine DFP wants to qualify for the main event, the Elite Classic 2. Let's get that second game ready. It's loaded up now. So, going to hit the 60-second ads. It's nice to actually just get that out of the way now, and then you guys don't have to worry about it in the next game. Looking at the drafts, Avali's probably going to go Delhi in his next game, right? Let's have a look. He goes for Rocky Canyon. Okay, Delhi or Abbasids, right? He goes Abbasids. Yeah, so he's going to save Delhi for, like, what other maps were there? I guess Delhi could come out on Cliffside. It's not too bad for them. Cliffside works. Bridges might be okay, because you can wall off... So it's very interesting on bridges, because you can wall off the bridges so that people can't come and decap you, and then you center focus. I haven't seen anyone attempt that so far with the Delhi on bridges specifically. Bit surprised by that. Maybe we're going to see a difference here. But it's going to be Abbasids versus Yuji. I feel like your goal here is to not engage if you're Avali, right? You just go 2, maybe 3 TC. Because I don't think Yuji should TC race you. That's bad. So you could get away with Eco Wing because you shouldn't have to worry about blocking out TCs from your opponents. Let's see. Let's hop into the second game. Looks like it is ready. So let me get a point up on the board. Divine DFP, of course, able to score the first in this. We head into game number 2. Avali pulls out the Abbasid Dynasty, a hot topic right now. A lot of people not feeling like it's competitive enough, but I think situationally it could work, and this might be one of those situations. Up against Divine DFP's Zhu Ji Legacy, a civ that has been heavily nerfed, being played by a player who historically tries to play full greed. Let's hit the 2 times for the scout rotations and see how things play out. Looking at this spawn as well, good flexi options to the left and right side. I'm wondering, like, usually if this was any other player, Avali probably just goes for a Eco Wing opening, right? Take condensed TCs, feel content. My feeling is because he's up against Divine DFP, Divine's the player was usually most likely to TC boom. He might just go melee wing, because then he is able to apply pressure, and it will stop Divine from getting these deer stack TC drops for free. So keep an eye on it. Let's switch across to the worker distribution. Divine DFP should be a Meditation Garden to open this. There's no great spot unless you want a TC boom. So actually, for a player like Divine, there's a great spot. Oh my god, dude, this is insane. Like, even for pre-nerf Meditation Gardens, this is going to look like a good one. 50 stone is going to get, what, 36 food, and then you'll probably get about 20 wood. That's a really good Meditation Garden. Needs to be quick about it. Military Wing is on the way. So as anticipated, Avali is going to go for the aggro play. He knows this player. He knows what he's going to try to do with any Civ that likes the idea of TCs. And he doesn't want to let him have it for free. Divine. So much slower on getting this out, right? I think the taxation drop-offs lagged him behind a little bit here. Oh my god. What? That's such a bad meditation garden. That's crazy. He knows about the stone as well. Like, okay, so hear me out. I think Divine is paranoid that he wouldn't get the Medi Garden up in time before the military wing came. Think about the walk time here. He'd have to walk 3 times the distance. That's an extra 10 seconds with 1 villager to build it up. And look at the military wing timing to the Medi Garden. I think Divine maybe mis-macroed on his initial tech up. It looked like it anyway. That might just be the power of the Ambassador's gathering speed though, right? I might just be deluding myself. Still, military wing comes out, they move out. Like, if he sent 2 villages, he would have had it. It would have been idled out by 4, but it's still worth it for the passive resources difference here, right? Kind of a shame. The thing they have to keep in mind is... Okay, he went wheelbarrow. Okay, the fact he went wheelbarrow makes me question the fact he didn't go for the meditation garden even more then. So the weird thing about this to me is that in this game, so you might think that because of the disruption, where each unit in range takes 10% away from the gathering, it would be a hard counter. But I'd argue because the numbers you get overall are lower now, the percentage decrease is lower per unit. So funnily enough, with meditation being nerfed the way it was, sitting units underneath it to counter it is less valuable than it was pre-nerf. So actually, even though he would have lost some gathering with this placement, overall, I think he still would have been better than what this is, which is 27 food, 3 wood, and only 18 gold. Wait, did he miss out on the... No, that I think it's just the scout. Yeah, the scout just disrupted him. So yeah, he gets a 65. This still, even with the disruption, could have easily been, I'd say, 60 if he camps here, more if he doesn't. And let's be real, if Avali has to camp there with his initial units, kind of feels like a waste. Divine. Going with the Jiangnan Tower, though. Double archery range. I think we know what's going to happen here, don't we? You filthy, disgusting Chuganu spammer. Avali, meanwhile, is going to do what all the bastards do with a military wing. It's going to be second TC. That's going to be out on the deer. Dude, this is sick, actually. If he goes to the deer or the berries, either, this allows him to pump horsemen in mass. And the key is you want to shut down the Chuganu mass before it scales. You might have the time for that. Divine, dude, this is so big. The military wing round the back forces the Chuganu commitment. I don't think Divine necessarily wanted to have to do this. I think he wanted a second TC down the line. But because he went for a mill drop on the berries and he's against military wing opening, he doesn't really get a fair say in it. The Spearman's even find some value. Archer is going to be pushed back. So, of course, Divine will get control of his own area due to the repeated crossbow spam. But on the other side of this, Avali is now looking to extend his eco lead. TC's being built up. Love that the horsemen are camping here. Avali's still not convinced that this is going to be a 1 TC all-in, and I can't blame him. Divine DFP is the type of player that if you give him a little bit of space, what he'll do with this map is he'll wall himself in, and then boom. I've seen him do it so many times on maps like this. I love the griefing from the wolf, by the way. Fresh food stuff's now on the way, so Avali going to be a little bit more optimal with what he's spending on these villages. That's really important, by the way. Fresh foodstuffs, anytime you want to do horseman spam, I favor 2 TC because it allows you to go for fresh foodstuffs, which makes the horseman more affordable. Like, the better way of thinking it is if you do normal TC strats where, you know, you are playing Juji and you build TCs. Those TCs, they cost you 150 food each a minute. So double TC is 300, right? For the Abbasids, instead, they are spending 96 resources each TC. So they save over 100 food every minute with 2 TC compared to other civs. It's so incredibly powerful when you consider that that's an extra horseman a minute. It doesn't sound like a lot, but I'm talking early game, right? 1 or 2 extra horsemen can actually break things. Problem in this game is 1 or 2 horsemen are going to get broken. Chuganu mass is exactly what Divine's going to do. Avali needs a lot more horsemen. Oh, man, dude, I hate this unit so much. Steel Arrow is already in the way. Avali needs to rush a blacksmiths and get into his undermesh ASAP. Divine on the move. Has he got Siege Engineering? Because this would break the game really fast. No, hasn't been researched yet. Didn't even prioritize Stilled Arrow, actually, with a Supervision. Just let it happen. Still, tricky circumstances now for Avali. Only a free eco lead. Has to prep archers as well as the horsemen. Horsemen alone won't win this fight because Chuginu killed too many of you on the entry. Lovely scout there. Okay, that was cheeky, actually, but Divine. What he done there, he tried to skirt vision. Unfortunately, he had to come a bit too close due to the tree line. Had he played that right, Avali wouldn't have known about the Chuginu until the first death. Nice wall coming up from Avali as well. He needs a lot of archers, so securing this wood line is critical. Divine is going to move in towards the secondary TC. Doesn't have Rams, though, so while you could idle this up, you shouldn't be able to stop it. What a cheeky play by Avali, though. Playing onto the cluster of wood on the right side is not something I would have anticipated here. It seems like he just wants raw archer count, right? And you know what? I actually dig it here. The issue you have if you try to go Horseman is this Chuginu count is too big. Archers at least allow you to trade better, and then you use Horseman as a tank, is the idea. And also remember, this is military wing play, so the reason why Archers feels even better is that you can get them an extra 15% health. Interesting. Don thinks that he made him the right spot. Don, I agree that it's in the right spot if it's not a TC boom. I anticipate Divine doing a TC boom, which is why I thought he'd go for this. Double stone, wood, and food would have made sense if Divine wanted to do his TC boom build. But I think, like we highlight, that the military wing timing meant that there was a good chance he would have got blocked out unless he pulled multiple villages. So I think he just want all-in Chuginu. Oh my God. It's kind of absurd. Rams are now coming. Divines are all in. Avali doesn't really have a respectable army right now. This could be a very quick game. Can Avali actually defend this right now? He'll have enough time to close the gap in terms of the raw military value, but the army value is kind of deceptive here. Sometimes it's wrong, but more importantly, it's just the Chuginu cluster in this size is very hard to even get on top of. It hurts you pretty hard. I feel like you need 20 horsemen to feel confident. Rams now moving on the TC. Avali has to send in the horsemen, so he's got to sacrifice here. Nice pullback by Divine DFB. Chuginu starting to spread out a little. One ram down, second one heavily injured. Well played by Avali, actually, just targeting them both down equally here. It's going to cost him some villagers, but he still keeps the eco lead and gets back to the TC. That was actually well played. The thing about this is, yes, it costs you most of your eco lead, but it's a very affordable unit to throw away from a villager perspective, right? It's 32 food instead of 50. The horseman, however, is expensive. He lost, I think, 5 or 6 here, and he didn't really touch the Chuginu. So although he stopped this timing, he needs to get a lot more archers together. Next time that happens, he needs to be chasing with archers and tickling at these Chuginu. It's going to be 2 rams again. I don't think we got boot camp either. No boot camp. I think the TC just has to go, doesn't it? Yep. He can't do it again, so he has to sacrifice it. Shifts the villagers to the north side. I don't think Divine saw that in time. So actually, Avali... No way. He actually dodges the vision. Okay, that's a big deal. That means he has all these woodworkers here. He needs to double down on archer production ASAP. Horseman looking to cut reinforcements is a nice little touch here. Although, you know, you have to actually kill them. I actually find it stupid that the Chuginu just killed 2 horsemen there when there was 5 of them. I mean, obviously, Avali didn't insta-react, but it's still so silly. Archers would have fared 10 times worse there. Rams now moving to the base. Avali, I think he's going to find himself on match point here. Or rather, against match point. Divine DFP has come out swinging strong in this series. 4 Rams now. End of the main base. Avali, where's your recovery arc here? Still no boot camp. 22 archers in versus 55 Chuginu. It just feels like he hasn't got enough horsemen together. So about to lose the blacksmiths. Doesn't really matter at this stage. You don't really care about melee tech. It doesn't do anything. Could Avali even do anything in the situation? I think If you go maybe mass archers earlier and hold the horsemen back with them, possibly, it's just tough. Chuganu is just kind of absurd. This unit shouldn't really exist, in my opinion, in this current format. It needs to be changed to, like, I like the idea of it just going from 3 burst attack down to 2 burst attack. And having, like, the difference made up in its damage, right? To make it still, like, decent. It shouldn't be able to counter horsemen this easily. It's just absurd. This game's over. Avali, he's going to have to dive to defend in the next 30 seconds, and his army is doubled. There's just too many Chuganu. Even with the undermesh there, it just feels like it's too late. Horsemen are going to come back. Maybe the one way Avali could have done this is if the horsemen were busy raiding and ransacking the eco, so more Chuganu can come out. But that's quite the risk still. It's not guaranteed. House of Wisdom down. 1 landmark remaining. Chuganu are going to stand their ground here. Horsemen come up for the clash. Avali has to just dive in. The problem is the horsemen are just too squishy against this many bolts. Lock your doors. Bolt the windows. The Chuganu are coming to town. 3 rams. 50 more of them. And Avali now with no horsemen to contest this. I just don't like what Chuganu have done to AoE 4. I'm never going to hide that. The problem as well, like one of the big frustrations I think people should appropriately actually have around Chuganu is you're likely to never see them get nerfed until Zhuji gets changed. Because Zhuji doesn't have an archer, so if Chuganu get nerfed, Zhuji don't have a ranged unit that works at all. It's so frustrating that it works that way. And this has to be frustrating for Avali. After the way Game 1 went, almost working out nicely, just a few missteps there, costing the game. Now Game 2, almost feeling like an inevitability that it was always going this way. Means you're going to find yourself potentially on tilt up against match point so early in a best of 5. Villagers now just being massacred. That eco lead Avali had tried to build up is gone. Rams, still 2 of them remain. TC down to 2.3k HP. House of Wisdom only a half repaired. I'm not sure why Divine's moving the Rams away. Just go in, man. End the game. More villagers are going to come out. Chuganu count is getting low, though. Like, wait. Where are the rally reinforcements? Wait, hold on a second. Huh? No, there's no way. He hasn't got enough horsemen. The TC has done a lot of work here, but House of Wisdom still hasn't been repaired. He's now 8 villages behind. No way. Surely not. Divine, did he overstay his welcome? Oh my god, he may have. Archer count in this fight is actually higher than what the Chuganu mass is. I think Divine's making a mistake in the way he keeps standing his ground. He needs to back away. He needs to re-rally. Avali playing the pocket ecos may have just saved his game. I mean, it's still not looking good. It's still looking grim. But Divine DFP may have overextended. Oh my god, Divine being pushed back. Just enough horsemen to absorb the fire. The Chuganu mass not big enough to make it feel optimal. Avali reclaims a chunk of the map. Dude, that defense should... Well played. Like, I got to give it to him. Avali, this game looked all but over. It should have been over. But Divine DFP, it looked like he might have been targeting down something other than the archers at points. I think sometimes the Chuganu were attacking the TC by the looks of it. So he wasn't getting rid of the archers straight away, and then the villagers just came out in between. Still, even after losing an army like that, what's Avali's way out here, realistically? Is he going to try to tech? I think he's actually going to try and tech. The thing is, Divine isn't going into the base again. He's getting distracted. If he actually went in on Avali now, it should be GG. But the crazy part is these 4 horsemen have just bought time. The Chuganu are not moving quick enough here. Avali's going to make a play for it. I'm not sure if it works. I mean, Lancers, it has to just be Lancers, right? Like, you can't switch Golems. They're too slow. So you just go Lancers and try to overwhelm, but it's still a lot of Chicken New. Maybe Archer upgrades? Okay, wait. No, hear me out. It's not even no, you don't go Lancers. You just go Culture Wing, you get you get Boot Camp, and you get Composite Bows after POC. And then you just play Mass Archers. Like, ironically, you kill him with bolts. Well, arrows. But you pew-pew the pew-pew boy out. That's kind of wild. But the thing is, like, the reason it can work is he's repaired the TC and the House of Wisdom. And that tech up's going to add in another 5k HP, right? And Divine doesn't actually have great wood income right now. He's also struggling to keep the food going as he moves out to more pocket ecos. Horseman, once again, just now looking to cut reinforcements. Dude, I think Avali may have just turned it. That bait, that switch. Divine going back when he did was a mistake. Look at Avali. Dude snatching berries from the enemy's corner. His eco is spread as wide as it can be across the map. This is incredible. If he turns this, this will be insane. Culture Wing, 30 seconds out. Hasn't got the H2. If he gets H2, the research speed is going to be amplified, but you need to drop a few buildings for that. And I think he needs all the wood going into Archer production. This really is what we've just been highlighting. He's going to go for the Mass Archers. No blacksmiths though, right? Has he built another one behind this? No. No blacksmiths at all. So no level 2, no undermesh. It's pretty important on these archers, but boot camp is going to be accessible. POC, all of it. Needs to be fast about this though. Flowing a lot of food, wood, and gold. Here we go. Preservation knowledge hasn't been queued up yet. Rams moving on the TC. Avali. Oh my, no, he's just going Golems. What? Mango's coming though. How could I forget the strength of the Abbasis? I thought maybe he needed max out on the archers, but no. He's going to sacrifice the TC to get the counter. Double Mango. Divine DFP. The problem with this is facing off against Mangoes in mid-map, Chuganu can win, but facing off against them in the choke point is where you can lose. The villagers are just being ignored. Divine, come on. Yeah, he starts to kill him now. Villagers repairing. Gulem's going to move in. The double strike is so good against the Rams. And the Mango Smash. This is it. This is how he holds. One Mango being sniped down. He needs to deal with his chicken on the backstab. Divine moves in with the repair crew to keep it alive. Divine DFP cannot do it quick enough. Villagers rush onto the Rams. Mass Chuganu going down. It's an all-in. Divine DFP. It looked like an easy win, but nothing comes easy when Avali wants it to go like this. Castle Age play into a hold. He will even it up. There is not enough damage here. The Mango has done what it needs. And now the Archers shall reign supreme. What just happened? What a sick read from Avali. The Golem play instead of the Mass Archers is so smart. The melee vulnerability on Rams that have no melee armor and lower HP than they used to means the Golems are the perfect solution. And then the Archers that are left over get used for a double Mango play that Divine can never dive quick enough because of the ruins of the TC. This was a masterpiece hold by Avali. Questions will be asked. What if Divine had just doubled down? Did he need to rally back to deal with those horsemen? No. There was a bit of give here. There was a little bit too much wiggle room from Divine DFP, but you don't emphasize that. You emphasize what a fantastic turnaround this is by Avali. A game that looked unlosable. Not today. Avali will clear up what is left. Divine DFP, I don't even know why he's hanging around. He's done. And this has to be mental strain. Defeat clutched from victory. Oh my God. Avali has to be feeling on a high right now after that one. What a hold. What a turn to make sure that we get more of this series. Yes, that's right. We are going deeper. 1-1 scoreline after that. Should have been match point. Should have been easy peasy. Smooth breezing. But no. That was absurd. Avali. He throws the most, unbelievable curveball in a game that he has no right winning. And Divine DFP, it has to be said, missed opportunity. Avali done everything that he should have to get back in this game. But part of it requires Divine DFP reacting unnecessarily to the things that Avali's doing. That Horseman raid into the base didn't need to be reacted to. It was 3 Horsemen after it dove the TC. It's not going to do enough. He panicked when he saw his deer was being raided. Instead of rallying a few Chugunu reinforcements there, he sends the entire army back. He buys an extra 40 seconds with that play. That's what Avali needed. That's what gets him back in this game, and that's what gets us deeper into a series. Next up, we head to Mongolian Heights. And if you thought what happened in Game 2 was questionable, Game 3 is more questionable. Don, we're going to play a little game. If we go Mongolian Heights, what is the weirdest thing Avali could pick on Mongolian Heights right now? Go. There's like one... Actually, there's 2 civs here, right? They just don't work. They don't make sense for Avali to pick. It's going to be Rus, doesn't really feel necessary, and Delhi. Right here. Avali with a funky pick as we head into game number 3. After a miraculous comeback, he heads into Mongolian Heights with the Delhi. Mongolian Heights in a situation where you could have actually saved Delhi for Cliffside or Bridges. Both maps being better for that Civ. Instead, he picks it here. You know, honestly, I feel like I'm watching an Age of Empires 4 release game where you build fishing boats to attack. That's the only thing I can think of here. Mongols just feels right. It feels like a solid pick. Divine DFP, you know, you have to actually, go Mongols. It's going to be very strong. And yeah, maybe that's a fair point. Don says I'd throw this game away versus Mongols. But if you're going to throw it away, you know, realistically, of what Avali had, surely French is a better throwaway there when you consider that the remaining maps are going to be Cliffside and Bridges if you go deep enough, right? I think Delhi still has a lot more potential on those maps than French, so kind of surprised here. And Avali goes to that early dock play, so he will be fishing. Meanwhile, Divine DFP is not going to go for the racks open. That's a smart call. Remember, the fishing boats have attacks, so you try to rush that dock down and take it down as bad. It's much better, actually, if Divine DFP just tries to rush an age up, but... Hasn't even had... Wait, what? Is he going dock? Dude, he's gone dock. What? Okay, golf claps all around. This is actually really crafty because if you guys remember, when the game came out, you used to have this awkward issue where Delhi felt unbeatable in water because if you went against Delhi without having Delhi on Mongolian Heights, Confluence, whatever it may be, they stacked up to 10 fishing boats and then they literally just ran down river and killed you. That doesn't work anymore. The healing's just too strong. The fishing boats are not good enough, right? And also, players start to realize if you pull 10 fishing boats to shoot your opponent's fishing boats, your fishing boats are now not gathering, so it's not an advantage. So instead, Divine knows he's not going to get harassed here. Instead, he just sets up fishing on the south side, delays the Uvu placement because of it, but still gets it afterwards at a point where now he can just try to rush towards Fuel Age and then pump probably Keshiks at the opening here. Might be a bit dicey, actually, considering how far away his gold is. Probably likely we're going to see Spearman and Archers because he has food and wood now, but not much access to gold. Other side of this, how are we looking for Avali? It's going to be the TOV on the way. It's a Tower Victory. The thing I like about his dock more is he controls the center pass. So if he turns this into a quick rush into the base, he can shut down the gold straight away. And Divine will have to play flanks with the Mongols in a game where I just highlight that he doesn't have great gold access. So if the plan was to go Keshiks, it doesn't feel great. If the plan was to go Silver Tree, which it is, then you may find yourself spread a bit thin. We'll see which way Avali wants to go. I mean, Ghazi can sort of work as an opener here. It does feel a little bit weird because obviously you're going to be up against Keshiks, but you don't have a spear threat to worry about is the bigger deal. Tech timing should be more or less mirrored here, right? A slight edge for Avali, but more villages on it for Divine DFP to catch up. And Avali is actually going to pull the fishing boats. I don't like this. We already highlighted why. Is it to protect... Wait, but like, why do you need it to protect the outpost? Like, there's nothing to attack the outpost. I'm a bit confused right now. Small ship's on the way. He really just thinks he can idle out fishing, but the reality is the damage is so low that it doesn't work. You're idling 2 fishing boats to try and idle 1 fishing boat. So kind of a funky choice here by Avali. I don't know, man. I think that last game scrambled his brain and Divine so much that this led to whatever this is. He's going to pull the fishing boats back now. That felt like an unnecessary play. Maybe he just thought that it was necessary. Maybe he thought the tech up was coming out a bit quicker. Or maybe he thought there was spears. A little bit weird, though. Divine, Strong Ship. We'll hang around for a bit. Nice force back here as Avali with the outpost going up now does prevent some of the fishing. But the south side is still mostly safe. And I like this approach now come from Divine. Just heal up the war junk to full. Outpost is eventually going to die. You can try to clutch repair, but now with the archer ship here as well, that becomes very difficult. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an outpost crawl coming in from Divine is going to cost him... Wait, what? Okay, that should have been 2 villagers. I can't believe that. The Dow pulled back. So we've got outpost rushes on both sides to try and deny. Demo ship is going to be blocked, so Avali doesn't get the value there. More garrisoning coming in, but this is just not quick enough. Outpost is going to go down, and there's no clutch repair. Instead, you're going to lose villagers from this. Avali getting outplayed now. In fact, oh, dude, the scout tanked it. That's big, actually. So 1 villager gets away, but still... Divine, after that, did lose a little bit more in terms of workers. Fishing count, I believe, is still higher for Avali by 1, right? No, they're neck and neck. It's the extra villager kill that happened on this outpost that was a bit funky in the first place from Divine. But now, this outpost should be a lot more effective, right? Like, you have stone generating all the time, so you're able to get arrow slits. The other side, Avali couldn't match that. It's actually why his play into an outpost wasn't as effective. He just didn't have that extra range to keep hitting the eco. He didn't have the extra range to chase away the war junk further. Fishing hold here. Okay, this is going to be a very quick game, I think. This is not working right here. The Springald ship difference is really what's winning this for Divine. The fishing boats are just dying, man. And the other issue is have we got Sanctity play yet? I don't think we have Sanctity play. No, Sanctity like isn't even being researched yet. So if you can't fish, and you can't get gold, what do you really have? Double light junk is going to back up, but the price is already high, right? You idled the fishing this whole time. You killed most of it. Meanwhile, behind this, Divine has got 5 fishing boats and a hell of a lot of archer ships. Now a dock sneak. Divine, if this dock goes up, Ghazi's going to save it. Well played there by Avali. So he blocks out the extra dock, but he still has an issue here. The only upside is that Divine has so many boats that he's body blocking himself. I don't know if that's the best way to like I don't know if that's the best edge for Avali, right? Where it's like, ah, yes, he's so far ahead, he can't move boats past boats. I mean, the fact that you're actually going to lose your Bagler to archer ships is definitely a problem here. Demo should detonate on each other. No! All right. Wrap it up. Nice little bow tie and say Merry Christmas. Divine DFB. Christmas came early for him. He's going to find himself a match point. I mean, this... Avali's now 5 eco behind. Military-wise, yes, he's got some land presence, but he's completely lost the Navy warfare. He can at least snipe out some of these traders if he finds them. But it's going to come at a price, right? If you keep scaling into Ghazi like this, you're just going to lose the boats. Kind of already have. Nice little gas in here to get rid of the Ghazi. Movement in. Another Bagler comes out, so it's going to be a pushback, but I wouldn't be surprised if we got another demo ship on the way. And we just keep getting closer, don't we? Avali, if he cannot start killing villagers with his Ghazi, it's going to be over. He tries for it. Divine will just re-garrison, so that's going to be more Ghazi going down. The unfortunate reality is, like, it's only 1 trader, 2 traders right now, rather, but hitting them is just free kills. Hitting the outpost is kind of the only way that you can end up losing land control. Demo in. No! Another down. Should be man the sails. Wait, where are the Archer boats? They're on the way. So it looks like Avali is at least going to get a War Junk in return. But this is still looking really ugly. Divine DFP now switching into Keshix. And he is going to complete that. Rushes out for the dock. Only one Ghazi here because he went looking for the trade. So it's going to cost Divine a bit. But considering the Eco Lead is built, he can afford that. And now it is going to be the Naval Arrow Slits that should just guarantee Avali gets no fishing. No chance to contest. Yeah, this always feels bad. He's going for the demo ships to try and clear this, but it's quite a high price, right? Oh, wait. Yeah, that's exactly what you didn't want. A demo ship... Divine's... Wait, why are we so stacked here? Uh-oh. Wait, what? Oh my god! That was the one way that a demo ship would be bad. The one way! Oh, okay. Let's just erase. Okay, how about this? Avali and Divine, they gentleman handshake it. And they just go, like, all right. Avali's like, Divine, I will forget game 2 happened if you forget game 3 happened. And they just handshake and move on. I think that's what we're going to be seeing here. This is brutal. No fishing. Keshik count is now equal to Ghazi count, which is, there's not much worse than that. Like, it's pretty impossible to hold with that. Can't even get Archer Rangers out. Can't even stand with the Ghazi. In fact, right now, he's just feeding more health back to Keshiks. It's going to be idle time on the wood line, and I think Avali, it's time to call a spade a spade. Because right now, you're trying to shuffle yourself out of Craps Creek, and it's just not working. Ghazi at least going to go for a counter raid, so this is a nice touch. Might find some kills here. Still, the Keshik can now do more in return. Villager goes down for free. Divine also just has all the fishing at 2 locations on the lake that he can play with now. And he has trade mixed in to cover his gold, right? So it's just the type of game where Avali, unless he's getting trade, like, not trades, unless he's getting kills without anything in return, trades don't cut it. Given the throw in the last game, I'd keep playing. Oh, yes, that's true. Divine could always pull all the Keshiks back to deal with this, and then you could sneak 2 docks in and demo ship everything. I've got a feeling Divine learnt from that mistake, though, because he's making the right call. Castle Age on the way, and this is the stage where Avali is pretty helpless. Keshiks are even going to find the villagers for free if Divine reacts straight away. Okay, that was possibly the worst way to attack them, but doesn't matter. He still gets 2. Only cost him a Keshik. Avali, like, you can't fast castle here, right? You don't have anything if you fast castle. This is the limitation of the Delhi. I mean, it was definitely a weird pick by Avali. I guess, let's reassess what the final pool is. So, remaining maps that could be played. We've got Cliffside, Bridges. So, Cliffside, Bridges, and Avali still has Rus, Jeanne d'Arc, and French. He's going to look to play aggressive in game 4, sorry, and game 5 if that happens. So we're probably going to see Cliffside, Rus, Uyghur, Jeanne d'Arc, and then Bridges I'm expecting to be French or Jeanne d'Arc. Interesting. And what does that leave for Divine? So Divine, in response, is going to have HRE, Order the Dragon, and Japanese, right? I don't really like those that much. Japanese probably goes Bridges, but if you get bad gold spawn, it feels over. That's the same for all those civs on that map. Order the Dragon might be Divine. Weirdly enough, Order the Dragon might be Divine's best shot at ending the game quick enough on, like, Cliffside. I think the problem is, like, if your opponent goes... I want to say Roost there, which I'm expecting Avali to go Roost on Cliffside, and you go for the... You go for Order the Dragon. I think Roost are fine there. They just get a Kremlin drop ASAP, so you have to go for, like some weird Spearman outpost rush opening. Oh, we'll have to see if that comes to fruition. We've still got to finish this game. Tell me you have Keshik issues without saying you have Keshik issues. You have many Keshik issues. They're everywhere right now. Ghazi chasing after one group, but nothing to deal with this group. Say that, Spearman do finally arrive. Divine DFP, though, at this stage, man, he's 23 economy ahead. You know, mistakes in the last game aside, that was like an all-in timing. This is different. This is more where Divine thrives. The opportunity to be greedy is exactly what he's aiming for with the fishing, with the trade. Everything is just ahead for him right now. Navali looks like he has saved up what he needs for a tech up. It's going to be Compound of the Defenders. But the issue with Compound Defender this early is that you don't really have the extra economy to go for keep drops. So now, after the tech up, Avali's going to have to survive for a few more minutes before we can start thinking about scaling into keep drops, right? And the thing that's quite scary about Mongols with this type of timing and momentum is the Kurotai. Kurotai, always call it Castlage Plus. The extra damage buff of 20% and the healing, very difficult to contest, especially considering it affects bonus damages as well, which kind of makes you so insanely effective. That's for all units, by the way. So you just saw there, Spearman go from 23 damage to 28. Kurotai is just parked right up next to the base now. Ghazi are going to try to raid rounds. I don't know what you guys are doing, but yep. Spearman is going to get one in return. And now parked here, I mean, Avali, he gets the tech up, but he needs so many men-at-arms now. The fact that crossbows are already here is what has me a little bit skeptical. Ghazi going to try to ride in for the freebie, but Spearman able to scare him away. And right now, you're just losing this fight. Like, it's so hard to kill them quick enough. He should have enough troops to now overwhelm this. But the fact that he was genuinely struggling with that initial Spearman had me worried. Kurotai's going to back up. Divine, where were the... Wait, where... Oh my god, he overreacted. That's why. I wonder where the extra troops were. Kurotai gets pinched! Not again. No, no, dude, not again. No, I can't go back there. I can't. I'm gonna have flashbacks. I'm gonna have nightmares about Rocky Canyon. And I was only watching it as a spectator. Not again. Oh, Divine is gonna lose the Kurotai. No way. Divine, I mean, no, this game, he's doing some shaky things, but realistically, he has such a huge eco lead. It seems improbable, right? Needs to get the next wave together. Army is still pretty big for Avali, but now he has to play out into pocket resources ahead of his base. It starts to get a bit more risky. Wait, I don't get it. Like, Divine, he keeps splitting his troops. It's like he's trying to raid with infantry, but he never goes deep enough. That's another bad fight. Oh my god. Divine, when he postured in that base, I thought he had a trickle of troops coming. Like, it's crazy because if he had the men-at-arms and just a few more crossbows, I actually think he would have held that fight with the Kurotai, but now, ramifications for actions, right? So fixated on the Ghazi that he loses one of his strongest elements in the Kurotai. Still, if this turns into a meat grinder, Divine has more meat for the patties, right? Like, the food income, although Avali's is high right now, one thing to always be conscious of is it's limited. Berry's about to run out here. Not going to last very long here. Deer gets more and more risky. So it's a good start, but Avali has to keep winning. Kind of obvious. Like, you say that of every game, but to put it another way, Divine has built himself up such a lead that he has to lose 3 more times. Outpost coming up. I like this detail. He has got YAM network for everyone, right? No, okay, I don't like this detail. It's just 2 more dead villagers. What? No way. Divine DFP. Well, he's definitely altering expectations. Oh my god. If he just builds 2 mangoes though, right? Against the massing of crossbows, he should be fine. And Avali's already worried about that. Okay, yeah, dude, he's got Smrills covered. Avali's on point with his reactions to this. Ghazi are raiding again. Spearmen are on the way, but in small quantities. Relics are being grabbed by both sides, and Avali has already got 2 banked with a 3rd on the way home. I don't think he snuck... No, he hasn't snuck for the enemy relics at all. I mean, kind of not surprising in a game where you're this restricted, right? But this game shouldn't even be close anymore. It's actually baffling that Avali's somehow holding on. Spearman also now just baiting the army in. How many traders are we at? 22. I find it difficult to believe the economy is not going to just outlast here, right? Like, Divine still has all the fishing up and down river. If, for example, these Springals were able to pivot a little and start sniping fishing, it'd be very different in this game. I think that's exactly what Avali's trying. Yeah, I like this. Just start getting rid of the boats with your Springals. Unfortunately, going for the war jump may be kind of overreaching, right? You need to go for fishing boats, which basically get 1 hit. Oh, sorry, 2 hit. All right, guys. 2s if Divine DFP is just going to get this right. 1s if we are just in for what is going to quickly become a Clown Fiesta series. Because, like, here's the thing. If you talked about perfection, execute, like, this is the thing I always highlight. It's not about perfection. It's about making the least mistakes. And Divine has made some big ones. But the thing is, the difference between game 2 and 3 is his economy's been set up in a way that he should be fine, right? He has to make so many mistakes. And Avali, at some point, has to go and take something away from him, whether it's trade, whether it's fishing. He can't just sit back and basically, ironically, play turtle against Divine. I think here we go. Clash comes in. This is the moment, isn't it? Avali, he gets a keep up on the left. This might hold him. The Kurotai still can't be re-accessed. Oh my god. And the village fortresses is coming in 30 seconds. No way. Military lead is still big for Divine, but he needs to do something with it soon. He needs to swing it, right? He's got 200 pop now. So either go Imperial Age or go in. Food income is insanely low for Avali. If this turns into Imperial Age race, you're playing Delhi. You never want to be there anyway. So realistically, although Avali can turtle, he can't turtle to a late game win. That's not how Delhi works here. You have to go up for a fight. You can't go up for an age. It's fine. Gonna go for the dive. Gets a nice trade out. Spring count is looking really good up at 5. The Mango is now looking like it can't be counted. There's just too many Springals here. Avali is going to get dove. Castles can be strong. Sometimes they look unbeatable, but sometimes they look underwhelming. And this might be one of those situations. Just too much to deal with. Divine. He made us question. He made us doubt. But thankfully, sanity will ensue. Surely. It will persist here. Doesn't end the game in 1 strike, but heavy losses for Avali. And Avali now running out of food. He needs a mass farm transition. That's difficult. He's got the deer over here. So he's got a little bit of life left in him, but this is 2,450 food. That's not a lot in the grand scheme of things, especially when your opponent has, if I had to ballpark an estimate, in fishing alone, I'd say he's got double that left over. And then he still has deer. And then he still has boar. Avali. Oh my god, he's actually going to wall off the train with stone walls. No way. Dude, there's no way. There's absolutely, positively no way he gets stone walls up here. I will lose my mind if he somehow stone walls this. And he needs to kill the spearmen. Like, these take way too long to build. Weirdly enough, if he just attacked the spearman, he'd be fine. But the problem is, if he attacked the spearman, there's a ping that goes off, and I think that's what he's worried about. So instead, he's just going to commit some walls. Okay, finally he attacks. Dude, this is so unfortunate. If he just attacked straight away, he'd still have archers left over. Instead, Divine's going to move the army in. So the walls are not going to go up here. Divine doesn't overreact either. He's got Trebs now hitting into the castle. I just like, can't believe I really just tried that. I don't know who's memeing more in this series. Like, I just want to remind everyone, this is not your casual pub game series. This is to qualify for the Elite Classic 2. These are two aspiring pros right now. But the shenanigans in game 2 and 3. Oh my lord. White Stoop is now on the way though, and this should solidify it. It shouldn't be a siege trade anymore, it should be one way. No, I don't think Avali's trolling there. Like, legit, it's a smart idea. Think about how many traders there are. 24. It's basically the entire eco lead. If you take the trade away, he's going to have some serious gold problems. And that's an area you can actually pull forward in, right? Because you've got 3 relics, you've got all these gold veins behind you. It's one of the few areas actually Avali can compete in right now. Castle. Slowly being sieged down. Remember, these traction trebuchets are cheaper, but they're less effective than counterweight trebuchets. Tech up complete. Divine should be queuing all the upgrades and looking to end the game fast here. Demo ship. Cute idea there. Not going to work out. I love the fort, though. That would have been brilliant if it wasn't for the fact that there's already sprinkled outposts here to block it. Yeah, Trebs can feel terrible at the best of times. Like I find Trebs, the way they've been designed, they're not great at breaking enemy defenses. They're great at breaking enemy defenses, if you know what I mean. What I mean is they're very good at dealing with keeps being dropped in your own base, of breaking out of strangleholds. But Traction Trebs, especially when you've only got a few of them, doesn't feel that great. It feels like it takes just so long to break a single defense. So the castle is eventually going to go down there. Just not enough villagers here. Divine DFP will now look for the fight. Lee upgrades have been queued up. They haven't come in just yet, though. Spiral count. It's going to have a problem. Shutter Triggers is about to complete, and that is when it is going to be a one-sided trade. Divine DFP actually gives some freebies over. Surprised by that detail. Avali now pursuing, but now he can't win. This is it. End of the road. Kurultai has also been repaired. How the hell did you pull that one off? GG. There it is. Divine DFP will not make our jaws drop through the floor. He will get to match point and now has an opportunity to try and round this out in game number 4. So let's look forward to game number 4. What are we going to be getting here? Is it going to be Cliffside or is it going to be Bridges? It looks like we are going to be heading to, drum roll as I pull up their data. It's Avali's choice, right? He goes Cliffside. I think you 100% go Cliffside. You pick Roos, and then you're going to probably force... Divine can either try playing Japanese if he feels it's strong enough, or he just does a throwaway civ to be stronger in the final game. I'd say like Order the Dragon might be a reasonable punt here. But let's have a look. Yep, Cliffside. It's going to be... Of course he went HRE, dude. Divine, for those that don't know, Divine used to be a filthy, prolific HRE spammer. It was like the only thing he played other than, say, English and I think French back in the days. He used to always play on Altai, actually. He loved it. So I think this is Divine leaning a bit too hard into comfort. This matchup, I don't feel like it favors the HRE here. Roos is really strong on Cliffside. It's a very kind of momentum-based map, and they can come out swinging quite early. Short route to the enemy base, knights that can contest relics in the mid-map. Let's see what Divine's got in mind. We're going to hop into game number 4 here. Divine DFP now on match point. Avali back up against the wall. Whips out one of his signature civs. One of the ones he's played an insane number of games on. A civ that has been consistently dominant in competitive for over a year. The Roos. Divine, love the opening. Straight away goes double scout. Good to contest the Roos, and also the follow-up is you need to get your hands on as many sheep as possible. Rough start here, though, as Avali out-micros him, and he needed to. That was a double deer stack. Wow, okay. Good start there. I think he got half of the deer by the looks of it, despite the fact that Divine DFP had the edge on getting there quicker. Really well played there by Avali to get as much of that as he did. Third scout is now coming. Looks like he's going to get his own deer on this side for free. His secondary is going to be taken away, though, right? Oh, boy. Yeah, there's no way he doesn't scout that. Avali has already queued up Wheelbarrow. This is a bit risky. He's actually... I think he should be fine, just on the basis of the fact that he should find 2 to 3 wolves with this many scouts. Like, probability is high. And it looks like he is hunting for the south side. So yeah, dude, he's going to find it. He gets what he needs. So Wheelbarrow plus Tech Up is going to be fine because he should align these two quite nicely by the time he has the food. Gold should be ready. The thing that I always find interesting about the Roost is because of the bounty element, they tend to be the fastest Civ to Tech Up, arguably even quicker than HRE in a lot of games. Especially when HRE has to react with his second scout to try and deny equity. Not just for the equity, to make sure they also get enough sheep themselves. And bloody hell, he's done well there. 10 so far, meanwhile, only 7 on the other side. And remember, HRE do exhaust those sheep quicker. But here we go. Exactly what I'm talking about tech timings. Avali pulls the trigger first. Kremlin. This is why I think the Rus are incredibly powerful on Cliffside. I put them like solid A tier. This Kremlin drop in the center blocks the ramp, gives you short route access, and gives vision to all surrounding rotations. Makes it very difficult in the early mid game for your opponents to get around you. At least without being seen. Arkenchapel on the other side. It's not too bad. He's going to have the gold. He's going to have the wood. Berry's also in range. Actually, like, not too bad. This is a really good Arken, I'd say. He should be able to buff practically all the berries. And then the wood on the forward. Like, the only downside is it's 40 with TC, right? But ultimately, this is always going to happen. The way that the resources spawn on Cliffside, you know, either you end up with both goals at the back and the fat wood line at the front quite often, or vice versa. Like, sometimes you get this kind of side punt, but either way, like, more often than not, I find it's like either stone or gold spawns at the forward, and then vice versa at the back. Unfortunately, this game ended up being a stone at the back. So we'll hit the speed up a little bit here. Still more wolves being found. This is actually turning into a decent bounty game for Avali. Not good enough to, like, break the records here. I'd say is maybe, like, 210, 220. Okay, yeah. 250 might have just happened here. Well played. Tech up complete. Straight on the stone. So 2TC, fast castle is typically the way you play this. This matchup, by the way, heavily favors the Rus. I mentioned the map's already an issue for the HRE. There's a bigger issue with the Rus. Rus go 2TC and then walk villagers out to the relics and wall them off. And they're not just normal palisade walls, they're fortified palisade walls. That's extremely problematic for the HRE. Because HRE typically open with knights at Castle Age, right? If they go spearmen, they just get countered by archers from the Rus. If they go for men-at-arms, the men-at-arms are just going to be countered by knights at the Rus build. So ultimately, you end up stuck with knights in this matchup, and knights just don't burn through walls well. Avali already now just looking for something he can kind of poke at with these scouts, right? They've done their services. He's going to get all the info. Stable drop very early on from Divine DFP. He might pump 1 or 2 horsemen because if you look at his gold income, food income, they just don't align. Oh my god, he's doing pro scouts. You're not going to get relics if you do this. He has to be aware of that, right? So here's the thing, he's got 8 sheep, he's got berries. Theoretically, he could drop an outpost and be fine for food to get to Castle Age. This will make him last longer in Castle Age, but the price is going to be the relics. Just... The problem is, by the time you get pro scouts, Avali's going to have a TC up, so yoinking from him is difficult, right? And because you're playing HRE and exhausting your food too quickly, you're going to try to take these deer. On top of that, you're doing pro scouts against a Civ that has 3 scouts already. How do you walk away with these? Oh my god, dude, Avali knows. Like, he's seen 3 scouts. You've made it way too obvious. And the militia on the way. The villagers as well. Dude, Avali, he's going to TC drop this, isn't he? Oh, this is sick. In more than one way. I want to vomit and I want to fist bump him all at the same time. What a way to lock in the early mid game here by Avali. Strong pick already, but this is a hard flex. In fact, did he just... Where is the TC? Did he just not... No, he isn't committing one, right? He's holding on. He's just going to place it here, right? Yep. Boom! Divine DFP. A move that spells doom for him. As his own deer are now taken away. Dude, what a crazy game 4 here. Avali. How was he able to do that, you might wonder, against troops coming out from Divine? That's the power of the Gremlins. Just bought enough time for that Wooden Fortress, and now he doesn't need to go anywhere. Divine DFP, however, Pro Scouts now feels like a pile of trash. You can play for the flanks, you can go all the way wide and get these on the right. Getting these feels difficult. So if you build Pro Scouts to get one stack of deer, yes, it's a lot more food than you spent on Pro Scouts, but it's the opportunity cost. What could you have done otherwise? A faster castle, maybe. It takes so much away from you. Divine, let's say he tries to go for an all-in. Do you really have enough to break this? Because Avali could just drop an archery range. Yep. You know what this is? Do you guys remember when we used to see a lot of Lipany for Roos and they done the Boar proxy base? It's like a weird mutation of that. I love the walls as well. He's against the full melee army. Good luck. If there's a wall in the way, you can't do anything about it. And he can even gate this so he can just set up a hunting cabin. If raid comes in, walks through it. Man, this is such a cool game by Avali. He's still walling in relics, by the way. All the flank ones. There's one around the back that might be an opportunity for Divine, but the problem is now he's all in on feudal. He has got a bigger army right now, but because it's a wooden fortress instead of a normal outpost, he can't dive it. He has to wait. Right now, he's built 4 scouts. 4 scouts to just sit here and do nothing. He doesn't even get bounty from the game. Double gate. Yeah, all the small details, right? It just allows you to play left, right, left, right, left, right. So you bait spears one side, go other side with knights if you see an opportunity to grade in. Yeah, I just like all these details. Like, it's literally just access to the food is the primary thing here, right? He might not even drop a hunting cabin because it's not that far to walk through the gates. What a creative approach to this game from Avali. A bit of food issue temporarily, but he's queued up extra villagers, right? So he's not just completely flatlining. Divine, he is legit now just going to go Castle Age. And yeah, Divine is blocked. He's more blocked than a toilet after someone had a few too many Taco Bells. It's not pretty. And neither is this. He has berries, and then he has to make farms. He's up against 2 TC. He's already 6 villages behind. He's moving to a stage where if he wants to get food, Pro Scouts is not going to be there because the walls are coming in. He's being fully trapped. The irony of doing this to a player who often walls himself into his corner is quite hilarious to me here. It's actually poetic what Avali's doing. This base looks so cool. Avali, you know, he could go fast castle, but I don't think you need to here. If you just scale knights, even if Divine now rushes up, you've got archers to the spears, and your knights can beat men-at-arms. And Divine won't have the food to spam men-at-arms when he techs up, right? Because, like, he doesn't have any of the hunt. Even the boar got walled in. Oh, he literally has 2 berry patches left, because one of them is about to completely exhaust at this point, I'm pretty sure. And then on top of that, he's got 6 berries over here. Everything else is outside his reach. Triple ram play. And this is all in. Divine is make or break with this charge out. Villagers get back behind the walls and inside the outpost. Knights. Oh, dude, this is so much better with the wall, with the gate here, right? Just get a few free charges. Militia are now going to run out. Break on the wall. Divine DFP has to go in. But with double wooden fortress, this feels doomed to fail. He's got the undermesh at least. There's no steel arrow on the other side, but the problem is there's just not enough push power to close this out, surely. Horseman count down to 7. More militia coming. Avali. So many defenses. Villagers actually going to move in for those rams now. First wooden fortress looks like it might go down, but it's just the ram loss. I think this is what matters. If you can't protect the rams, you can't get him out. And it looks like he cannot protect anything. Divine DFP has been bled dry. Yes, Avali's army is small, but the difference is that he can afford it. He can build more units. Divine has no food. I think he's been starved out. Oh, man. What a crazy hold there by Avali. The second wooden fortress was actually critical there. That extra kind of option, that backup plan, like, you know, Divine might have seen a way through the forest if he's able to get rid of one of these outposts, and he only has to deal with the TC, but triple arrow fire, right? There's essentially 3 TCs worth of arrow fire because the Wooden Fortress holds 8 instead of 7. Very powerful. Even without Steeled Arrow, he's able to make that hold. And now Avali 10 eco ahead. Military's both shriveled up and essentially died. Divine has to go mass farms, and well, guess what? That food can't go into a new army. It has to go into an age up. For Avali, it could go into a GG kill. In fact, I think you just mass archers and go here. Regnitz is on the way. In a game where you can access a grand total of 1 relic. Yay. It's looking pretty bad. How does Divine get out of this? This wall break is actually pretty smart. He can get the close by relic. 2 relics is a good start. It's a road to recovery, right? After that, against the comp you're facing, no one's going to like that I'm going to say this, but I think you actually have to add in archers. You don't have enough food for anything else. Like, the fact that he's adding in more Raxes has me a bit worried. I don't think you can afford the meat involved in that process. Not at the scale you need anyway, right? Because you've now gone up to 3 Raxes. He's going to try to mass men at arms, isn't he? I hope not. Relic's going to be pulled back. So good start. Avali, meanwhile, he decides to cancel all production and catch up. And all of a sudden, that archer upgrade I did doesn't work either. So it's going to turn into a meat grinder. Avali, high trade house, undoubtedly is going to be the choice here. I imagine he's going to build it at home, near the wood line. Horseman once going to go raid in towards the secondary TC at least. But Avali now 14 eco ahead. A little bit behind the tech up timing, but considering he's already locked away 3 relics in this game, it's still going to be a good split for him. Oh my, get your numbers in. Get them in right now. Even if you're watching this on YouTube, pause the video, type a number. High trade house being built. And bloody hell, this looks like a big one. Remember, he's also at least on bounty tier 2 because he's already got the boar over here. And he killed a decent number of the deer, plus the wolves. So easily at tier 2 bounty. Divine, more farms are at least being added in. But the difference is Avali doesn't have to rush towards that, right? He's moving on the boar. There's a few deer left over here. After that, he can track towards the deer location, the berries. It's fair to say that Avali has a good 10 minutes plus left before he has to think about farms. Divine army is already smaller. Scaling into men-at-arms, but I imagine Avali is just going to use all these proxy archery rangers to, queue up the crossbows. Makes sense, right? Against the HRE, they do 2 things. They do knights and they do men-at-arms, usually. So build spears, build crossbows, firm handshakes. Ham's going again. High trade house, 73 trees. So it looks like it's going to be 192 gold. Oh, lordy. Comes in for the dive. Crossbows are starting to mass, though. Only 2 so far. But the fact that you've got Spearmen here means you've got this damage absorber against men-at-arms. Just a tank for you to hold on. Rams, in the meantime, trying to go for the Wooden Fortresses. It's so many. Is Avali playing Age of Empires 4 or Age of Tower Defense? I just can't tell right now. This is absurd. Didn't even get the castle turrets, but Spearman's placements are at least on the way. Men-at-arms count is getting small, though, folks. He's a small, small boy. Yep, 193 gold over here. Rams are now going to be cleared up by the villagers, and I think this is the point where Divine surely has to accept a Game 5 is an inevitability here. This was his one time, his one opportunity to strike. He's starting to sort the farms, but realistically, it's not going to allow you to rescale quick enough here. And you don't want to be going crossbows, right? The fact he's going crossbows right now has me concerned. I mean, you've got no reason to, other than your opponent's doing it, right? The reality is if he went archers instead, his opponent could then go knights and he'd be GG'd. But the problem is you're now scaling crossbows from behind. Looks like there was a knight raid attempt, but gremlins are going to come out, and Divine hasn't realized it. So it's one hope of Chip and Eco is gone. His grand total of his army is now sitting at 5. And the crossbows are starting to camp the production. Avali behind this, finally going for relics. Mangonel also coming out. And Divine, where do you get gold now? Because he's tapped it. Yeah, he's tapped it dry. So he has 320 passive gold and nothing else. And he wants to scale crossbows, which cost a lot of gold actually compared to men-at-arms. Mangonel shot in. Oh, okay. Houston, we officially have a problem. I love how Avali is going to try to end this game how it began. Defining it with wooden fortresses. Divine actually proving to be a very stubborn player. From the way he opened this game to the way he refuses to just call it. Still thinks he's actually got a way of pulling back into this. The problem is you are now going to start losing your farms to Mangonel Siege. You need to get Springles out ASAP. The problem is, like, look at the timing on this. Divine goes for a Springald. Avali's already prepping it and already has Trebs. Ay, ay, ay. So how does Divine get out of this? Other than going game 5. You could try to mass Springalds, but your gold access is a problem here. So, like, realistically, you lose in a siege race. The only way Divine might be able to contest this is massing Horsemen right now. His opponent is going full ranged and siege. Like, literally, you just build Horsemen and win. But the problem is, like, how sustainable is that right now with your farms about to be pressured? I think that's the thing that's scaring Divine. On top of that, he doesn't see much, so he doesn't know if the Spearman being held back. He's probably also worried about a Militia pull. Remember, Cliffside spawns the players closer together, so despite the nerf to Militia, you're able to get troops across. Swabia doesn't work here because, remember, Divine doesn't have extra gold. It takes several minutes to do that. And you don't have several minutes at this pace. Divine now going for Trebs. I feel like what you're killing from Avali's side with Trebs isn't as impactful as what you're losing, right? Like, the production buildings are a lot more valuable here. Treb actually going after the Arkin. Alright, Avali's going for it. Crossbow mass is getting a bit too big. Divine has one Mango, but these Springolds, the problem right now is scaling that siege we talked about, right? It's so difficult with the lack of gold in this game. I mean, by some miracle, he has 2 Sacred Sites. I think that's the only reason he looks like he can contest at all. Springolds overextend. That's a good start. The crossbows are going to protect them, and that means the men-at-arms trade is going to be terrible here for Divine. Loses his Springald. Mango's now hitting to the farms. I mean, this is just clean to execute the end here from Avali. A little bit of a weird overextension there of the Springolds, but he gets what he needs out of it. Trev continues on the Arkin Chapel. He's forcing the E-repairs. Divine reluctant to give it over, though. Even this wooden fortress is a pain in the ass with that. Avali now locked in with free relics, rather, and Sacred Sites could easily follow here. Moves to the south, decaps the center. I'm glad he's doing this, because right now this is the one thing that's kind of helping Divine believe that he can still get back into this game, is he has got a sliver of gold coming in. Nice snipe out on the outpost attempts. Divine, the one thing he could access was a bit of stone, so maybe some replacements. Realistically, like, he just doesn't have great stone income. He already rushed it down. Springald's trading out poorly again for Divine DFP. Avali now with dominance in siege. Another Springald comes out. You know, I actually think that this Siege Workshop location is preventing any opportunity to recover for Divine DFP. He's got a second one behind this, right? Surely. Yeah, over here. This one makes sense, but this one, I think it's cost you any semblance of a hold here. Crossbow's now moving in. Trying to bait the fight. But Divine DFP will be looking forward to game number 5. And I believe with what we've got left to draft, on one side, Avali has got Jeanne d'Arc or French. On the other side, for a showdown on bridges, the options for Divine DFP are going to be Order of the Dragon or Japanese. I think we're heading for a Japanese-French showdown. And I think French actually fare better than Jeanne d'Arc there, if I'm not mistaken. Because you can just TC boom a bit. 2 TC scale knights. And clash. And if you ever get to Arbitrier, say a prayer. It's not impossible for Divine, but he has to play a very aggressive tempo. Something he was not able to do in this 4th game. Oof. I'm going to hit the speed up a bit. We're already at an hour and a half for the series. I might have to split this into 2 videos just to make it a bit more sane, to digest rather. Spear trade out is perfect. Gets rid of the mango, and now outnumbers. I believe this is the killing blow we were looking for. Even got greased axles on the way. Stands his ground with the Spear, gets the last of the siege that really matters here, and that should be Divine DFP. About to experience a death blow. No men-at-arms left. Nothing left of him here. What a sick opening by Avali to get to this stage. Divine, I mean, if game 2 was demoralizing, I can't imagine what this was as well. I feel like this is another example of a game where if you don't accept what it really is, you're probably setting yourself up for a mental break in game 5. We'll be getting into that one very quickly. Let's go back to full cam for a second while I switch over. So, remaining civs, it's going to be Japanese or Order of the Dragon for Divine DFP up against Avali's French or Jeanne d'Arc. You could go OOTD, but I think Jeanne d'Arc works better against you there. I've got a feeling Divine DFP is going to lean towards Japanese. It also fits with his idea of booming. He has flexibility to boom with Japanese, which you don't with Order of the Dragon. I think Order of the Dragon is a terrible civ for going int plus 200 pop. No player has been able to solve the hyper late game issue right now. And Jeanne d'Arc or French will both fare better there. So let's quickly check on in, and we will see what we're going to get for our game number 5. That's right, no stomps here. Going all the way. So bridges, we already knew that. It's going to be Jeanne d'Arc versus Japanese. Okay. Avali, this might be an Archer build, right? Do you go Archer here instead of Women-at-Arms? Because it should be fast castle attempt by the Japanese, and they'll go Outpost, right? So Japanese versus Jeanne d'Arc. I think you go Hunter Jeanne, and you just try to block the gold and force extra outposts. All right, let's see. Deciding game. All on the line. Everything to play for. To get into the Elite Classic 2 main event, it comes down to this. A barn burner between Avali playing as Jeanne d'Arc and Divine DFP on the Japanese. Not for the 4th, but for the 5th. And we're going to be doing so on Avali's own creation. Dude, this is why I have a creeping smile on my face. This game is going to be decided on a map that he created. Now, that's not always the big edge you think it is, because, you know, many designers, many developers will tell you they can have an idea of how they think something's meant to be played, but it doesn't guarantee how it will be played, right? It's that classic example of, oh, how did this bug get in the game? Developer didn't think player was going to do that. So while Avali might have some creative ideas of how you're meant to approach this map, it doesn't mean that Divine can't have his own surprises to cook with. I hope he does, because Avali, to me, like, what I see is a logical path with a Hunter Jeanne just to kind of block you on the gathering. And right now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe there's still an issue. We've got 3 pros in chat that can confirm. I think there's an issue where Divine Shot will still kill units that garrison after it's fired. So if you shoot Divine Shot and a villager garrisons, they will still get hit. Divine. Has he? Wow. Interesting play here. Drops the farmhouse for the rally point, but doesn't go for the berries, which is a little bit surprising. I think berries makes a lot of sense. I'm always a bigger fan of getting Tawara and then immediately playing berries, especially against Jeanne d'Arc, because if you don't go for it now, it means you're only going to have sheep afterwards. Good start with 10 sheep overall, but we've got 9 on the other side, so Avali kind of mirroring the move. Both of them, yeah, did cut the center, so now it turns into a race to get across that bridge. And typically you want to dart towards the center, because there's usually 1 or 2 around the sacred site, right? And then usually you can get remainder up north. Sometimes 4, sometimes 2. Wait, Divine, what is he doing right? Oh. Divine's going to be behind on sheep by a decent bit. He does have those berries we talked about, but the issue with playing Japanese against Jeanne is you don't really want to play long feudal. So when Jeanne comes in and blocks the berries, your answer is, I'll be back soon, going Castle Age and wave. That's scary. We're going to hit the speed up for this early game. Like, this is a really defining point. The fact that Divine... Did he not see Avali? He's moving like a guy who doesn't realize this area has been scouted. There's no sheep on the southern side left. So instead, this play by Divine doesn't get anything. And Avali now gets... Okay, he misses sheep. But he can now rotate in a way that he should be able to scout out at the same time. A little bit surprised by that detail. I feel like Divine should know that there's 4 sheep up north, most of them in the center. And considering you're up against the guy who created the map, Avali knows where these sheep spawn, right? So what I was anticipating is they both go like this, draw down the center, return, drop off at TC, and then head up north on the island, exactly as Avali done. This isn't a matchup where one side has the edge, like Mongols have Khan movement speed, or the Chinese have the extra vision, right? This is a drawn matchup in terms of what the scouts do. Crystal House now on the way, so upside for Divine, yes, it's going to be limited on what food he can access, but he will have permanent food via the farms. It's why I always say, actually, I think the Japanese, even though they look a bit more complicated than like the French or the English for new players, to me, they feel like a more noob-friendly Civ, I'd actually say, because the farm transition happens by itself. So compared to other Civs where you can run out of resources abruptly and lose a game, I feel like that element of Japanese play is 10 times more forgiving and friendly than, say, the French. Take up down the other side, the School of Cavalry. And it's going to be a... Dude, this is really cool from Avali. This is a different iteration. I'm a really big fan of it. So what Avali's doing, he's gathering stone for the TC. Very obvious detail. But what matters is the follow-up. By the time he's done gathering stone, I think he's optimized this so that he'll upgrade to level 2 Jean. And then you will buff the build speed of the 6 remaining villagers on this TC that I'm expecting to be dropped on the deer right here. That's actually a really cool mutation on Jeanne d'Arc. I've seen the builds where you basically, like one thing I think a lot of players are aiming towards that we talked about before is the idea that you level Jeanne and you go for the enemy boar, then come back for your own boar when the TC drops ready. But this is different, and this is cool because by doing this build, if you want to play Greed, it gets your initial night out very early on at a point where your opponent can't contest it or be ready for it easily. We already see the outpost is up from Divine, and funnily enough, this is one of the civs that can be ready due to the fact that they gather stone when they gather gold. That's so cool. And there we go. So Hunter's Jean comes out. This is going to be a board TC, isn't it? I hope so. You've got Wheelbarrow. You'd secured the berries and the boar, and it means that you can move to the deer with your primary eco. We'll have to see. Okay, I gave him too much credit. No, he's... Okay, now I like it a little bit less. So I think actually it makes a lot of sense if you're going for the TC to use Jean standing here for the 33% construction aura. These 6 villagers build the TC up so much quicker. Instead, though, just going to move out for the ball. First night has at least blocked out the berries, and it looks like Divine. Yeah, this is what worried me. He built a farmhouse and then never touched it. So no value from this at all. And he did actually go for Tawara into the second wheelbarrow tech, right? So you got 2 levels of that, and he didn't even get the valuable thing, which is the berries. Yeah. I don't know, man. I think if you go Takazaiku, especially with this Castle Age build, berries just make way too much sense. Obviously, you wouldn't have been able to hang around here, but once again, just imagine the game if Divine immediately pulled out onto the berries at the start of the game, similar to an Abbasid player. Because if you get Tawara straight away in the game, you're almost at an Abbasid gathering rate on berries. And they always do it, right? So it kind of... The cool difference there as well is it would have allowed him to go for a wider arc with the scout, if possible. So instead of like darting out here, he could have darted down south, came up, and then gone north, and still been home in time for tea. Walls up. This is interesting, though. Look at what Divine's done. He kept this tree alive so he could chop in, so that if a scout stands here, he can't see you. He would have to stand here. That's a really creative little detail. It means Avali actually can't do anything with this hunter form right now. He needs to go for the gold. And the gold's problematic because it's 5-tower range versus the 7-tower range, right? And you have no armor. So this hunter Jean right now isn't really doing anything. It didn't even kill the other boar. Avali, of course, does have that second TC. And it looks like we are going to get some walls on the north side. So an interesting choice here. Just opted to try and block out resource options. I don't think Divine really cares, though. He's got double berry, and he's got deer close by to the south side, as well as the fact he's also still got some sheep, and then he's got farms adding in every 50 seconds. Avali now going for spears. Ooh, where is Divine Scout? Yeah, he's at home. And he already... Uh-oh. Guys, he already dropped the stables, and Avali saw that, right? He walked up here. I think his scout came in range. That's dangerous. That's why most players don't drop their production building until they've almost completed the floating gate, because now you've revealed your hand, and look at what Avali's prepping. He's got Spearman on the way. Oh, wow. That's going to stop the Mount Samurai play. Nice also riding in. Uh-oh. Well, he protected the gold, but he didn't protect the floating gate. Oh, no. It doesn't seem like a lot, but that's 30 seconds of lost time, right? Now you have to add more villagers in to tech up quicker. What a sick read by Avali. I mean, it was too far away from the outpost, right? You couldn't even garrison. Now just back the Knights away. He's got more scaling here. Spearman coming as well, so no rush of a tech up behind this from Avali. Now with a 5 eco lead, scaling. The fact he's got the deer gathering rate. Realistically, they could try to tech up behind, but I think what they're looking to do is make sure that Divine's initial unit count doesn't get big. And this is also now suboptimal. Look how far you have to walk. So count it with me, folks. Okay, we'll start when he's walking. We should actually count it now because he literally isn't moving it. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You basically missed out on an extra Mounted Samurai there. In fairness, didn't have the gold to get another one out afterwards, but timings matter, right? The whole deal is like how much quicker you get those initial ones out. It's the reason why French Knights seem OP to newer players, is because the School of Cavalry allows you to immediately get a Knight out at a very early phase in the game. Compare that to if you got a Knight out 5 minutes later, it's a lot more impactful, right? So it does actually matter a lot. Knight charge coming in. Way too many villagers here, but looks like Mount Samurai are scary enough to care for Avali, so he has to back away. Some small walls going up. And we have got Consecration on the racks, so it looks like he is going to keep pumping more spears for the time being. The interesting part, really, is that this Archer form hasn't done anything yet, but I want to explain this for people that are wondering, if you're not going to do anything with either form, why would you go Archer form? Well, one, there was an attempt, right? Just Divine, he reacted correctly. But the other reason why Jeanne d'Arc Hunter is really good is later on in the game. Tier 3, I'd still kind of favor Jeanne d'Arc melee form, but Tier 4 is actually where Jeanne d'Arc Hunter is so much better. You're able to snipe from so far away, and you're able to snipe siege because, remember, the Divine Arrow damage does scale. So you get to a stage where you essentially one-hit siege. It's pretty crazy. Like charge in again, this time with spears. He could actually just take the outpost. The timing! No fortify. Oh man, Divine doesn't have much gold either. He can queue up 3 more of Mount Samurais, and that's it. Villagers have to run. Although the rally is not doing them any favors. But Avali does. Okay. Wait, no, dude, you can't lose the Yurishiro. Oh my god. Divine Arrow is being used. Shinto goes down as well. Divine, he has no gold. Oh my god, he's playing south side now, but it might be too late. He's going to lose the stables and the forge. What? What is happening in this game right now? Avali, this looked like a cut and dry game where he'd have to go Castle Age. Instead, he doubles down on Feudal and keeps Divine down for it. Wow, more stables behind this. We have actually now got the Onimusha. So this is the point where Avali is going to run into a problem here, right? Great plays, golf claps all around. You block 2 Yurishiros. You stop the gold temporarily. But now Onimusha are your undoing here. You have got the Divine Arrows from Jeanne, but she's only level 2, right? It doesn't hit very hard. It's half the health of Onimusha. It's respectable. But realistically, with the amount of gold he's got coming in, Divine should be able to quickly get up to 8, 9 of these guys. And then you can just kind of reach in and even kill Jeanne. All about timing though, right? We're still going to have to front line to kind of drag it out. And there we go. Immediate Divine Arrow comes in. It's so crafty. I think Divine jumped the gun there. Like, any injuries here is kind of problematic. You need to be very careful. Shinto Shrine is being dropped for the first relic of the game. Avali, meanwhile, is building a wall, so he doesn't have to worry about defending against Mount Samurai now. And now he dives into the gold again! And this one's going to hit hard! Villagers cut off. That's going to force the fight. Spearman lead in. And Divine DFP has to retreat away. Now trailing by 23 eco. Avali starting to macro up a little, but I think he's just going to reinvest now with this play. He turns to the outpost. That's 5 more villagers who are about to die. Even an extra one, a bonus for him. Oh my god, Divine. He got bogged down. He got locked in. People highlighting he should have went for raids. He never had an opportunity here. Jean's going to die. So at least there's not going to be a level 3 Jean too quick, but I'd argue against it. Avali immediately with the buyback. Keep in mind, Jean, after that amount of fighting, has to be, what, 2 minutes away from level 3? Might even be sooner at this rate. Consecration is also going to be spammed out. I love this, actually. You can use Consecration on a blueprint. So it's kind of a weird little detail, but it's pretty cool. I don't think I've seen someone do that before. It just, like, it's nice if you're prepping the building, because think about it like this. You select villagers, you pick building, and then you just hotkey across to Jean, and you're already looking at the action. It sounds weird, and it sounds like a nitpicky detail, but like small optimizations is an interesting thing that actually does help. And Royal Institute coming behind this, dude. I think if the Royal Institute gets Royal Bloodlines, Divine doesn't, like, he can't. He doesn't have enough. He needs to get a fight before that happens. The problem right now is you're up against Mass Spears and Mass Knights. That's not easy. And I love the pause charge there from Avali for the re-engage. Remember, Onimusha gets sent to the back of the formation. That was crafty by Divine. He basically split the two so that the Onimusha wouldn't get pushed to the back. So keeps more alive. Still, this is going to be a full pushback to whence he came. Divine might not be able to maintain on this gold for long. What a great build by Avali. Very creative. You know, I still think there's room for optimization, like Jean. And it's one of those things like hindsight 2020, right? Like, if he knew about that tree line being chopped the way it was by Divine, where that tree stayed up so long, I think he would have stuck around for the TC to be built quicker. But he saw an opportunity cost there, right? He wanted to raid with her. Didn't find it, but just shows you how double down and feudal can pay dividends here. Tech ups now coming in. Veterancy in 20 seconds. Divine not able to really turn around to fire. The wind-up animation of the Onimusha means you're just getting closer and closer to the problem. Jeanne d'Arc now here. This fight will get her level 3. So she needs to be sniped right away. Onimusha go for it, but that's bad. That's a bad choice. Divine Restoration still available. Divine down to just 5 Onimusha now. Veterancy is in. And he's running out of space here. Villagers gathering as quick as they can, but that's about to be 18. Make that 19 villagers exposed. Night count still at 10. Onimusha down to a mere 5. And there it is. Level 3. Jeanne d'Arc is in. Champion summoned. And this should be the bittersweet victory family. And a bitter defeat for Divine. A series that should have been defined by game number 2 into 3. Divine seemed like he had the edge there in the draft. But Avali, able to thread a miracle in that second, leads him through. And this is over. Divine now will have issues accessing gold. Food isn't looking great either. But I'll tell you who is. Avali backs away, is being chased for the time being, but the next wave is on the way, and this should be the killing blow. Arbitria now here with these knights. This is the thing that you cannot deal with. Onimusha, Mount Samurai lose to this comp, and that is why he will GG. You have your victor. Avali qualifies for the main event of the Elite Classic 2. Dude, what a crazy series. Well played, Avali. You know, rough start to this series. I actually think Divine, it looked like it should have been a quick closer. The biggest detail that will just stick out in his mind this entire series is how this should have been over by game 3. I think that you can argue that Avali may have chosen differently than to pick Delhi, obviously, if, you know, he found himself a match point. But that advantage being given to him to get rid of Mongols that would have worked so well on all the remaining maps is such a big deal here. Great plays coming out from Avali to turn it around and make it a 5-game victory. Or 5th game victory, shall we say. God damn. All right. So, I think food should be ready soon. I don't know if Emma's around. Oh, yep. She said food will be ready just after 5. So food's going to be ready now. Do we come back for more games after? We could do. Yeah, let's do that. So, guys, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to eat. And then when I come back, we'll cast like another competitive series. And then maybe we'll slot a community game in. So let me get a replay up for you guys to watch quickly. Basically, I do this to go and eat so that we don't have to end the stream. The fun can continue. So let me just quickly grab a game. Have you cast the Lash versus Myriad? I don't think so, no. Wasn't that cast by the mainstream? I think that's cast by the mainstream, no? I could have sworn it was. All right. Let's see. We will go for Gully Deckle versus Corvinus. Give him PTSD maybe. Oh god, that game. Cat versus Corvinus, maybe. Welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires 4 action, folks. We are here. Cat versus Corv, maybe? It was the Energy Slapfest. Could be a good one. Yeah, let's maybe do that one. It's either that or we do Louis' abhorrent Japanese build against the Mongols. Do you guys want Corvinus versus Cat or Louis versus Filisberto? Quick, because I want to go eat. Louis versus Philly? Okay. Wait, what? One each? Do I need to do a very, very quick poll? I'm only going to pay attention for 30 seconds, so you better get your votes in quick. Which game? Corv versus Cat, which is a competitive series, or Louis versus Philly, which is a pub game. Go. Vote. Or I'll bail on you all anyway and go and eat. Corv versus Cat. Giving it 15 more seconds. How dare you keep it even? If you keep it even, I'll literally just put a black screen up for half an hour. Ha. Get those votes in. I'm calling it in 3, 2, 1. Stop being even. Louis wins. There we go. All right. So Louis MT versus Filisberto. Crazy game. Dumb landmarks built. You guys will need to breach your breach your brains after this one. I've already bleached mine clearly. Fun game though. Have fun with that. I don't know what's for lunch. I'm about to find out. But more competitive action after this. We'll be back. We'll be doing at least one more series from the Elite Classic 2 qualifiers. And then maybe we'll sneak in a community game or two after that. So hang around. You don't want to miss it. Yeah, I too cannot wait to see people just spam Age of Springwars again with Network of Citadels, Gatling gun speeds. Okay, I don't think it's going to happen though. One and all, welcome back to AoE4 action. I don't know why I'm talking about the English because we've got a different Springwall spamming Civ. It's a clash on Cliffside between Filisberto on his fabled Mongols and repping a different region entirely. 1-1, aka Louis MT of Team Elephant in the pink playing as the Japanese. I had to check this one out, right? The historical clashes between Mongols and Japanese. I've been playing too much Ghost of Tsushima. And the fact that we've basically got a top 10 player in AoE 4. I would actually say Louis has reached that point where I'm expecting him to start slaying some of the best players in the game in competitive formats. Up against the most prolific Mongol spammer in the game. By far at this point, right? Like, yeah, I know when we brought this up last, I think we had like Core saying, I have 2,000 games on the Mongols. I'm sure Recon's like, I have 15,000 games. But if you were to be asked on this patch, how many Mongol games you've played? If I asked every single player in the game how many Mongol games they've played, I don't think anyone's going to beat the number that Philly puts out. Why don't some people get some numbers in chat? How many games of the Mongols do you think Filisberto has played so far in the patch? I'll pull up the real number so you guys can see for sure. Well, actually, technically, we've got a new patch, right? So the number will be like 1. But if we go all patches, Philly has 980 games. Right? Now, of that, from November 14th, he has 260 games on the Mongols. So in basically, what, 2 months, 3 months, I think it is, he has almost 300 games. That's just absurd. Well, let's see if that knowledge of the Mongols is able to give him a win up against the Japanese. Opening-wise, it looks like we have got a villager on the move. God, he looks chubby and slow when he doesn't have wheelbarrow, doesn't he? Interesting choices. He's going to try to actually get an outpost drop. I'd be surprised if this works. Surely Louis wouldn't leave himself open. He's left himself open. Wait, what? Philly? Oh, no. That should have given it away. There's no way Louis didn't see that, right? The Spearman is going to confirm it for him, though. So he does not deny the Forge in time. He'll get one last little haul of gold. I think he was trying to get enough for, is it the wheelbarrow? I mean, it's perfect, actually. What? Was that intentional? He got the perfect amount for Tawara. I don't know why I say it with an accent. It's just, it's the me and me. But interesting. So we have enough for Tawara here. This is going to be a Yuumi play, right? Because you haven't got gold to go on a Begisha. Look at where all the golds are. This is a really smart move by Philly. I mean, to be honest, it's literally the move that Philly makes in 95% of his games, as does every other Mongol player. But it works really well on Cliffside because Cliffside only gives you 2 safe golds. And, well, if you're unlucky like this, it's an absolute jackpot. Right now, Louis shaking his fist. He wishes he had this type of spawn. I've noticed that either you get a 1-1 split spawn or you get both of them always like clustered together very closely in an awkward way. Most of the time, it's the clustered. This isn't as clustered as usually I'm seeing, but like I would say that the one on each side of your base is like a 20% odds of spawning. And then the rest of the time, it's either double gold forward or double gold retracted. Repair coming out. I love the fact that Louis refuses to give over any food and gold to this Mongol play. And looks like an outpost is going to go up over here as well. So this has to be Yuumi, right? And considering that Louis has got, what, 11 people, 10 people rather right now, probably going to be 11 a sec on wood. 100% looks like we're heading towards Yuumi. And there's the archery range coming. I don't think he's going to be quick enough to stop these outposts going up. So it means he's going to have to just pull his villagers afterwards to torch this down. Behind this, Felisberto is going in for trade. Not too surprising here, right? I mean, it's Mongols. I think the only time you really go Deerstone is when you're going fast, second TC, or you're completely trapped and condensed. But this is a map that does have favorable trade. It's fairly accessible in this type of format. One thing that is a bit worrisome here, though, actually, for Philly, is that the Yuumi spam is very effective at shutting down trade. Remember, the archers move quicker than your standard archers, and actually, if you ask people the easiest way to kill off traders in the early game, it has to be archers, right? Because once they're in position, they just pepper down and kill. And finally, someone's willing to say it. Thank you, Recon. So, Recon says that he prefers Deerstone these days. Silverstone, jeez. I agree too. I think I said this well over a month ago that I thought Silvertree was overdone. Silvertree, although it's still a big discount if you want to go trade, it's much less powerful ever since they changed the way trade works. Now, it creates at both ends, right? The reason why Silvertree was so OP before is because you could basically be right next to a trade post. You could build your Silvertree, you could double produce traders, and then pack up and move to the other side of the map. And that would save you half the distance. It was basically the same as doing the trade trick, just at the beginning of a tech up. Now, I think Deerstone offers a lot more flexibility, and it doesn't stop you going trade, right? In fact, in fairness, with the extra movement speed on all your economy at the start of the game, I'd argue you, although get into trade later, you come in more powerful than normal. And the other difference here, right, is if you go Silvertree, you move this out and you're not immediately starting to trade, it feels like you should have went Deerstone. And about now, like I'd say about 8 out of 10 games do not immediately involve spamming traders. All right, so here we go. Yuumi's, where are they? They're waiting back. We are now going to be getting into racks. So there's going to be spearman spam to get rid of the outposts. No fortification for the Mongols, right? So it should be removed soon. Yeah, it's interesting you bring up that play from Louis, Recon, because what you just described, the Deerstone into market trade, is what Numadon was doing last year, before the expansion dropped. And I said I loved it so much. He done it in a game on Avli's map, the one with Basin. He done it on Basin up against the Malians, where he literally went double TC fast, and then he dropped 4 trade posts the back of the map. It was much more effective. And it just gave him more Omni flexibility in the early game. Not to mention the fact that I think Deerstone is incredible as a utility tool to attack with, right? Because it's a moving aura. It's just something you don't really want to give up. Love this detail from Louis, by the way. Uses the archers to quickly snipe down the deer close to. In fact, what in the everlasting jackpot is this? Double deer and boar all on one screen. Are you kidding me right now? Dude, Louis, does your dad work at Relic? Like, bruh. This Yuumi is so annoying, by the way. The Khan, you always feel like you're out of range, but they just get close so quickly. So it does get pushed away. Behind this, Philly has gone to the corner. He has started to pump the traders. And also has 8 spearmen. I think this was a bit overkill. There's no real reason to get this many. I think it would have been better to stop at, like, 6. Get tech up a bit quicker, get archers a bit quicker. But now, the double racks drop. Wow. I usually wouldn't advise this, but I think if he sticks on wood pretty hard here, he can kind of afford it, right? It's more important you keep Yuumi pumping, I think. But right now, Louis is kind of baiting himself a little bit by going double racks because he thinks there's going to be Keshiks. Keshiks will eventually come out, but they're going to take quite a while to arrive here. I mean, the trade isn't going to be high enough. And also, after you've seen Yuumi like this, and you've seen the racks, you have to address with archery range first, right? Is Felisberto the Spanish Fitz, bro? No, because Felisberto... Wait, I think you mean the Spanish Fitzy here, right? No, because Felisberto actually builds more than things that have pokey sticks. Actually, I guess technically that's not true right now. Archers do have pokey sticks as well. They're just shorter pokey sticks. But Felisberto tends to build all the units his Civ can. While, even though admittedly you could excuse Fitzy here only building 1 unit type per game, he only builds 1 unit type per game. So trade hasn't been spotted. What's the play from Philly here? If it's just a scale archers, I think you're going to lose out here. Right? Because by the time you're ready to go, Daimyo is going to be in. And that means the Bannerman's going to be giving 0.8 extra damage. Right? Because you're going to get the Yuumi buffed up, which I think he already has here. Nope. Steeled Arrow needs to be queued up. I'm a little bit surprised, actually, that Louis hasn't gone for Steeled Arrow. It's definitely worth it once you've got 10 of these Yuumi. It's actually crazy when you think about the stat increase of Blacksmith techs for Yuumi. If you were to get Steeled Arrow right now, you'd get a 25% damage increase. That is absurdly high. I don't think there's any tech at this stage in the game that matches that level of scaling. Spear's just trying to be a little bit annoying. I love the fact that he prepped for the Spears with these Yuumi as well, because it gave him a way of blocking any torch down on these farms. The problem with going Curse Storehouse against Mongols is if you aren't present in Feudal Age, you just feed them gold and food, right? Because they keep burning your farms. We've literally seen games between the absolute best players in the world where one of them, literally because of the Curse Storehouse placement, just kept feeding Mongols gold and food every 50 seconds. So, it's pretty smart here. I usually say you can go Koka Township up against this Civ. I think with the nerf to Koka Township, that may be less true on land maps now. It used to be that Koka Township, in my eyes, was the better choice up against Mongols because it gave you a way of just stopping them entirely, right? Most Mongol players have full production. If they do, their buildings aren't near the TC, and it meant that you could constantly sabotage them. But in this game, it wouldn't have made much sense. Louis does move out the Spears and Yuumi. And this is a really bad trade for Philly. He kind of jumped the gun on the timing moving out here. Yuumi King keeps spamming out. No Steeled Arrow, though. Felisberto, credit to him, he actually does have that upgrade in, right? So I think Louis needs to think about backing up shortly here, but he's trying to guard to get the gold. This is what's been missing, right? I thought he'd actually try to go for the stone just to get his hands on the Steeled Arrow. But apparently that didn't provide him with enough. Should be enough gold for the Bannerman, though. Not enough for what he really needs here, though. Okay, so let me know how you feel about this, but I personally think, considering you couldn't access gold here, it might have been better value to just get a marketplace and buy the upgrade, right? Like, that's kind of what I was expecting here, but we never got that. Instead, we got quite an absurd quantity of spears coming out. Yuumi is now there, though. This is the discount. This is discount blacksmith upgrades, by the way. He can afford 30 gold. He can't afford 125. Man, well played by Philly. That was really well played to actually wait for the Undermesh and the Steeled Arrow. I didn't notice he got those techs that quickly. I'm used to the blacksmiths coming down, but typically Mongol players going Keshiks and trade are a little bit slower on this timing. It's such a big edge though, right? Like right now, these Yuumi, in that last fight, they were doing 3 damage per shot to archers. The only reason the Spearmen were dying so quick is because of the bonus damage, but now we have got the Bannerman here. So it's not +1, it's plus 0.8 at this stage. If he gets the +1 from Steeled Arrow, actually, sorry, not +0.8, it's 15% increase, right? So it's actually +0.6. Once he gets the Steeled Arrow, it's going to go up to +0.8 because of the Bannerman. And it looks like Steeled Arrow is on the way, so here we go. Luckily, he has got the Forge at the back to get that. Otherwise, this would be a GG moment right now, Philly. Smart read there to try and deny the Forge like this. Yeah, still, I think, yeah, he did drop the mark in the end. Like, this could have probably happened a lot earlier, and I think it would have led to a much better fight for Louis. That being said, I mean, his army isn't terrible at this stage. There are Keshiks coming, though. His eco lead should be scaling. He has got the walls up just in the nick of time as the Khan arrives in the area. We are now getting into condensed fights. Bannerman is going to be thrown away sillily here. However, archers cannot dive this area. I think the only thing missing in my eyes is that Louis probably needs, like, a short wall here. Because right now, if Philly wanted, he could wrap left with the archers and get into the economy for free. Still, Philly in a pretty chill position here right now, right? Scaling a big army, has got Keshik numbers increasing. They're going to start to wrap around soon. Trade looks like it's up to about 12. Make that 16 already. And I think he's still got deer packs on the left side, right? So... well, he even added in 2 marketplaces here. So Felisberto is booming at a crazy pace here. Love that he's managing to keep pace at all times. Louis not having a fun time. Having to play without gold as the Japanese, I mean, it just makes you feel like you shouldn't have picked the Civ at all. Ray coming in with the Keshiks. Only Tawara, no Takazaiku here, so plenty of eco kills to be had as the Keshik raid in. Can't hang around too long though. Mass Spears chasing after this. This is the moment where I'd love to see the archers just try to dive in and snipe 1 or 2 villagers inside the base while the Keshiks are being chased. But Philly, content to just vibe right now. Alright, 1's in chat if you favor Felisberto's position right now, 2's if you think Louis got it. Because this game looks even on paper, but doesn't feel it right now. The trade is starting to really pay off, and there's just so much map control in favor of Philly. I do think he would benefit from going for Rams, though. I think that's the only thing that I'm kind of thumbsing down right now is that Felisberto hasn't prepped for Rams, so he doesn't have any actual real damage being done. I say that. He starts to dive the TC. Keshiks, in the meantime, have been cornered, so the rest of the army's going to peel back. Spearman left to deal with that. Looks like he's going to back away now. So dives in. I think he maybe got 1 villager kill. Actually got none there. Bunch of archers going down. I think this was not a good trade for Felisberto. Someone that's deceptive, but you have to be conscious of, is when you try to dive like that, the Mongols trading 1 for 1 isn't good. If you're trading 1 for 1, the Yuumis are cheaper, so you're actually losing out in terms of destroyed value. Now, Felisberto is scaling a lead elsewhere, so it doesn't like harm him too much. In fact, he's getting ready to go Castle Age. Louis needs this gold back now. He can't wait any longer. He has to go for the clash. Moves in now with the Yuumi. Spearman following this up. Numbers are favoring him, though. Look at the difference here. 66 to 46. The archers all alone here. Reinforcements trying to come out. Spearmen do chase in. Torches are out now to deal with those outposts. A good timing by Louis to take control of his gold. In fact, it should be an equal trade out, right? I think archers on both sides should be going down to about maybe 5 Mongol archers left over. But the Spearmen uncontested right now as the outposts do get drawn down. Keshiks are getting swarmed. And a good fight here for Louis. 1 much needed as well because he cannot play this game any longer without gold. Philly has some serious issues the other way of gold right now, actually. He's holding on to way too much here. Needs to start selling over. I think this is kind of troublesome to be holding on to this much gold. Because when this tech up comes in, you're still going to have about 1,000 gold left over, right? So I think it's better to prep the food now. But Kurultai on the way with 28 villagers, as we talk, brother. God, my throat today. Here we go. This is what I was waiting for. This is sick. Yuumi move at 1.38 movement speed. Do you know what that means? The moment you lose your constriction on their base, guess where they go? Straight to the trade, baby. Oh, what a move. And what a time as well. Felisberto, just as he techs up. And this is the harsh thing, right, about trading is, you know, usually when you tech up, you condense yourself to your base to protect yourself. You can't do that when it's trade. Trade has to go out across the map, and trade is most definitely going to be punished here. 5 traders going down, outpost lost as well. And now Felisberto has to go for the most ugly of trade routes here. 18 gold each way from this pathetic trade route. Yeah, probably a good thing he didn't sell all that gold, like I suggested, actually, after that. This is looking a bit tough. Louis, he's in a position where he can easily afford a tech up himself, right? To continue to scale you for the time being. The Keshik count just isn't high enough to scare you. Kurultai is on the move, sure, but he needs to deploy first. Archer upgrades are coming through in a few seconds here. Louis has got an outpost up. And there's not much to siege that. No banner menorah is coming back now. Here we go. The surround, the ambush. Louis from 2 sides goes in. The Kurultai has not unpacked. And the Spearmen are chasing. Sick timing here by Louis. Maintaining that military lead. Spearmen are going to peel off to deal with the Keshiks now. As the archers push this back. And the gold has been gathered. Louis has everything he needs now to go for Castle H. Spears continue to chase. Kurultai, Philly, can we? Yep. Let's get it on. As Marvin Gaye would say. Archer count really against Felisberto, though. Despite the fact he's got all these upgrades, I don't think it matters here. There's too many Yuumi. Starting to peel him back. Keshiks, all but one are dead on the front side of this. Kurultai is in, yes, but the problem here... Wait, what? Has my game got a bug? I think my game's got a bug. What's this building? What? He's actually building Temple of Equality. Oh my god. That's sorry, guys. I was meditating. Okay, hear me out. I actually think Louis is in a really good position right now. But if he wins this, I don't think it's because of Temple of Equality. I'm not saying ever that it's because of this. It's not. There's no way. So for those that don't know, Temple of Equality got buffed, but it's kind of irrelevant because they also buffed the Flowing Gate. So Temple of Equality, one of the big things now is you can get gold generation. I'm wondering if that's what this is about. Which could kind of be Giga Big Brain, is if Louis doesn't feel like he's got much gold long-term to access, then Buddhist monks with Zen is a way of getting gold. But, like, there's nothing else here that I rate. I don't think this is a matchup where the Sohai Sutra, the one that reduces enemies' damage by 50%, is worthwhile. Unless Louis has tested something that I have not seen. The only way I think it would be worthwhile is if it works on Kurultai buff as well, right? And yes, Zen is a food wood tech. So basically, like, the one time where you might consider going for Temple of Equality is when you don't have any gold access. Because if you think about it, a Yorishiro drop will give you 300 gold a minute, but you could build 30 Buddhist monks and get 25 gold a minute, right? So you'd be able to get 750 gold. Now, that would cost you 3,000 gold up front, but over time, they pay for themselves. Even then, even in that situation, it just doesn't feel good. I think the problem with Temple of Equality is it needs to produce these Buddhist monks for free every minute. That's, I think what is missing is that. If Temple of Equality done that, it would be a decent landmark. Because then you'd be able to passively, like, start scaling your eco. And also, this active buff is pretty strong in the right circumstances. I'm trying to remember, actually, if one of the players in chat has tested this, because I've forgotten, it's been so long since I tried it. You can use the debuff on Siege, right? So you can debuff a Mangonel to half damage, which is a really sick idea here. We'll see if that's what he wants to go for. Obviously, first things first is pick up that relic right next to home. In fact, I say that. Got one Monk out. Is he looking for the mid-map relics first? He is. He's on his way out now. So here you go. This is the one I was talking about. Sohai Sutra. It reduces enemies' damage by 50% for 60 seconds. Springle's already being prepped by Louis. Philly's like, I can't. This is not allowed. I can't be the first player to lose the Temple of Equality. I must defeat him. Oh. Looks like someone got scouted going on the flank here, so that's at least not the Monk, but not a great start here. Push comes in, Mangonel's pushed this back. Yuumi having to back away. Kani's going to go down, and the trade-out begins. Now, keep in mind, actually, that these guys are super strong at this stage. Yuumi, look at the damage they're up to, 9. They actually out-damage the veteran archers. They cost less. The only difference, of course, is if you stay in range of the Kurultai, but it's difficult to keep that up. Mangonel shots coming in. Springles just need to trade out, man. There we go. Takes down one. Keeps it alive. Sick micro there by Louis. New Springald is going to come out. Somehow it's not instantly dead. That has been fixed. Archers poking and prodding, though. Louis is kind of getting the better side of this. Like, I feel like he shouldn't be able to keep this amount of anti-siege up. Instead, Philizbo not microing correctly. He loses the anti-siege. Now the Mango should follow, but right now he's actually attacking the Ram instead. Turns over the Mango finally. But it is a pushback. Louis now down to 27 military. Philizberto, a scary lead here. The Mango count just too large. Keeping him firmly in charge here. Louis, I think he needs to get more archery ranges pumping right now because it seems like he's kind of hard stuck here, right? He's not producing anything. He's holding on to about 700 wood. It is more farms being set up, and it looks like it's going to be a mass stable transition. Well, now. I mean, that's pretty smart, right? That makes a lot of sense why you'd want to go for the stables here. You've seen mass archers. I do think Philizberto is a bit greedy to not be building more Keshiks quicker. And in fact, instead he's building horsemen. This is bad. So the problem with building horsemen here is the Kurultai is going to give you a bigger buff than the Bannerman does. But I don't think your food is going to be able to match up against the Japanese, right? Like, there's still some berries left over here. And farms should slowly get upgraded. Once the Daimyo level 2 comes in, I just don't think he's got enough pasture farmers right now to match that. In fact, right... Oh my god, it's worse than that. Philizberto doesn't have any pastures right now. He's still on the limited resources. So this horseman switch, this Keshik pump, might be the worst time for it for Philly. Okay, how many relics have we got as well? Wait, so after 3-4 minutes of Castle Age, he finally took the safe relic. That took a while. Love this though, Yuumi. They wrap with a flank. Okay, that's a smart read. So, I feel like I broke a record, but I'm going to keep emphasizing it because I really want people to start using Yuumi more and understanding this. This is not a fighty unit on its own. You have to think of Yuumi the same way you think of Zergling in StarCraft. Outnumber your opponent, but if you cannot outnumber them, what else can you use Zergling for? Raiding. These are two-legged raiders, right? They have the same movement speed as Palace Guard. How do you usually use Palace Guard in your games? You run on the flanks. It's the same thing here. Bugisha are just better at that? I debate that, because I think that if you see Bugisha coming, you can pull away, usually quick enough for things like villages. If you see the Yuumi coming, by the time you see them, they're practically in range to attack. And that's the difference. That's a very big difference, in my opinion, right? Like, they have 5 tower range. So the difference of here to here, that's going to take Owner Bugisha a lot longer to cover. Never going to catch you making Yuumi? Well, I guess you don't want to make top 10, because all I'm going to say is, you know what the ultimate counter to Mongols is? And B has proven it. It's Yuumi. I actually legit think there's something behind Yuumi spam. It's like a budgeted form of Chuginu, right? Each individual one isn't as strong, but they're much cheaper. And I think much easier to scale with like 2 TC Kura Storehouse play. Horsemen are coming in. Actually go for the main fight. An ambitious choice here, but he just wants to get rid of the siege. Just surrounds him here. Gets in and starts splintering. Great maneuverings by Louis. Needs to make sure he gets those mangoes to make it worthwhile, though. More horsemen coming through. I love the fact that he just ignores the rams. Finally goes to dress them. In the meantime, Yuumi have been cleared up, but some damage done there. Villagers hit up. Trade slowed down. And oh my god. Well, he has a lot of gold. Ouch. 5k gold. How does Philly lose this? I mean, can you lose this? This feels like Louis shouldn't win, right? His TC isn't that effective because it can't be fully surrounded with daimios because for farms rather, because he's dropped all the archery range and Raxes. In fact, he's literally... Oh god, oh my god, this looks horrible. I want to vomit. I actually want to vomit. This is not how you play Japan. This has to be over. I mean, he didn't kill enough CG. If he killed all the mangoes, I would have felt a bit better about it, but... Wait. Philly's out of food. Philly's actually out of food. He hasn't set up the farm still, right? Pastures have been boomed now. Okay, so there is a gap. There's a small breeding room, a little bit breeding room, a little bit of a gap here. So I think, like, Louis has one more fight left in him, but after that, I don't know what the hell you're meant to do here. Mangonels are going to seize down the Kuro, so that's gone as well. And this is a problem because now it's payday, right? Food and gold going into the pocket of Felisberto for every farm he takes down. And there's plenty to kill here. I just don't know what you do to get back in this if you're Louis. Like, you can go for a mass horseman play, I guess, because it's not... Sorry, I just sneezed. There's nothing but basically range here right now. So there is, like, an opportunity to kill. And, Philly? What? That should not be happening. Oh my god, Felisberto, what's going on here? Did he really just lose control of this? Where are the Keshiks? Oh my god, they're on the other side. Louis instantly takes the military lead. And not just that, folks. Where's the Kurotai? I can't believe this. I actually can't believe this. Felisberto was in the driving seat on this one. This should never have turned around for Louis from this position. But now, on fairly even ecos, I'd say. Military lead now with Louis, and Mass Horseman is the strategy. Spearman plus Horseman against basically only Keshik now. And really, now you move the Kurotai. What? Oh my god. He's actually going to lose the Temple of Equality, guys. And the best part is, Temple of Equality had nothing to do with it. I can't believe this. I mean, that's just Kurotai gone. Mass Horseman, Mass Spearman. He's going for it. Arch count is not scary enough here. Spears and Horsemen charge forward. Kurotai no longer there to buff you up, so all he's got is the attack speed arrow instead. Spearmen just washing their blades on Kevshik cavalry here, though. Horsemen wrap around the back onto the archers, rather. And he's going for Imperial. At a time like this, you're going in. No way, dude. Is this really how you're going to lose the game? Raw greed. Felisberto in a game where he needs a new military force. Instead, he feels he needs a new groove. White Stupa on the way. Might be about to make him look stupid, though. Louis keeps pumping the cav, keeps pumping the spears. The army looking pathetic here for Felisberto. There's barely anything left of it. I cannot believe this has been thrown away. It looked like the easiest cut and dry victory for Felisberto, but now, even with this tech up, he's in trouble. Food down to 600. Meanwhile, Louis up at 3,000 food a minute. He has 81 villages on food. I can't believe this. This is baffling right now, what's happening in this game. Military Academy should be primed next by Louis, and I think this is just going to be full castle and full send. Right, he has the numbers. Only thing that's missing right now is the Bannerman, but I think he can afford that, right? Like, level 2 Daimyo should be available soon, and then we'll be looking at the Katana Bannerman plus the Uma, at which point this is GG. I mean, it's already GG. Louis with a Giga Chad, half of his population on food maneuver. Gives him the win here. Horsemen are in. Villagers are in trouble. You know what they say about playing Mongol? The moment your food is reached, the game is over because all of it is in one location. And all of it is about to stop working. Philosberto, with a grand army of 7 in Imperial, has lost this game. And I can't believe my brain's going there, but if only he can cut. I can't. It wouldn't have saved him either. What unnecessary greed from Philosberto. I can't believe this. An unlosable game becomes exactly that, a loss. Philosberto will have to raise the mantle, the title of losing to Temple of Equality in a game where it literally done nothing. I think he's just slowly accepting it right now, right? At this stage, Philosberto, it's like the stages of grief, right? Denial, acceptance. At the moment, he's in denial, but I think we are close to acceptance at this stage. He's shaking his head. He doesn't want to accept it. Oh, my God. Get the gold, boys. If we can get the gold, we can win. No, you can't. This is over. Not only does Louis maintain the military lead, but he's now teching up himself. Castle of the Crow is on the way, and I think that might just be the GG point. I cannot believe this. Louis, playing with suboptimal farm layout, gets the late game farm eco numbers. Louis with no gold for most of this game. In a game where he's taken a grand total of about 1 gold vein worth of resources. As the Japanese, he manages to be the bee's knees. Now the troll. Oh my God, come on. This is so painful. Well, they've at least got armor, but he's got no hope in hell. GG, Louis, somehow, someway, wins with the worst Japanese landmark after it doing absolutely nothing. Wow. I mean, dude, I still remember casting that game and my jaw wanted to hit the floor. That is such an abnormal, but also at the same time, somewhat fantastic game. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that one. So, we're back. It's time for more Elite Classic action. And I think what we'll be looking to do now. Do you guys want Numidon versus Urk? Or do you want Baltoon versus Garnath? Or Numidon versus Happy Cat? Choices. Which sounds better? One sec, just check the message quickly. Let's see. All right, I guess I'll choose for us. No one had any opinions on it. Let's do... Numidon versus Happy Cat kind of speaks to me. On a tranquil level. Unseen and unheard of. So let me get the draft for that, and I will load it up, and we can get to it. Looks like we're going to have Dry Arabia, Coastal Cliffs, and Bridges as the draft. And let me just drop these bad boys in. So we're going to have Numidon versus Happy Cat. And boom! There we go. All right, so we have our draft. Interesting. Dude, Happy Cat going for both HRE and Order of the Dead is a little bit funky. What maps did we say? We said Bridges was one of them. I remember that. Coastal Cliffs and Dry Arabia. HRE is kind of weird on this draft. I said Coastal Cliffs is kind of like a mid-tier map for them, so they can kind of work. But I feel like it's just better picks. And you definitely had access to a decent number of better picks. Well, English got taken away, right? That was actually a pretty crafty ban by Numidon. So he banned the English away from Happy Cat and then picked it for himself. And oh, so wait, did Happy Cat have first pick? If he did, then this makes sense. If he didn't, then it makes literally no sense. Okay, no, it's last pick. Okay, that makes more sense. So he banned in the... So after the initial pick, which was going to be Marlian's Ibids, English was never going to be prior one. That's when the ban came in from Numidan. And then he saved English till last. That makes a lot more sense. Remember, the way that this works is first pick here for both players. So left to right for both players. And then ban-wise, it's top to bottom. They need a better draft for this. Because I think even the one that EGC uses, I don't like. Like, I'll have to talk to Pesty about that. I think there's a better way of doing the draft. Kind of similar to, like, Dota 2 and how it shows the pieces. But, like, even... So, like, Dota 2 has the excuse of there's too many bans for it to not complicate. But, like, they could easily do it in a way where it's like it shows the bans in the pick order sort of thing. In a row above and below. And then you can have, like, dividers so people understand where the picks came in. I think that could work. All right, anyway, let me get the game ready. So we're going to be doing Numidan versus Happy Cat. Let me have a look. Assuming the games are still viewable. That would really annoy me, as if we couldn't watch them. So... I'm trying to think. Where was it? Numidan. Okay, here we go. So. Let's load up game one. English versus Order of the Dented. Huh. I kind of like OOTD versus English, actually. I think you have to play a very long feudal and you shouldn't try to get out of feudal. But I think that's like where you're strong, right? Is you just prolong feudal, you play men-at-arms spam, and then like Gilded Archers, maybe? Let's have a look. How does this do in terms of performances? Order the Dragon versus English. Actually, a negative win rate. Previous patch, though? Okay, it's bugged out again. AO4 World keeps doing this at the moment. It's a bit weird. So, Order the Dragon versus English. Yeah, even the 46.9% win rate there. And then January the 30th patch, Order the Dragon versus English is 50-50. Okay. I wonder how many of those games OOTD players try to play late age, though. Like, I just think you don't... If you want to win with Order the Dragon, you have to win early. You can't play late. I think that's just a unwritten rule the way the Civ's been designed right now. It's just not... It doesn't have that that flexibility. Don't you just mass men-at-arms? That's what I'm thinking. Because Order Dragon men-at-arms are much better, and then you play Gilded Archers behind, and it's like, it's actually, it will beat longbows. Because you can just gap close them really quick. Oh, by the way, guys, it's drink time. Cheers. This is a Disaronno Mule. They're pretty good. Ginger beer, Disaronno. Usually the mule involves lime, but this just doesn't need it. It's delicious. All right, shall we get ready to go? All right, one and all, welcome back to the Elite Classic 2 qualifiers. We've got another series here, a best of three, between a Chinese player and a Swede. That's right, the Swede, a familiar face. It's Numidan opening this series, this best of three, as the English. On the other side of it, it's the return of Happy Cat, someone we've actually not seen for quite some time. It's a joy to see them at the grind again. They cracked the top 100 recently. They used to actually be up there in those numbers, but they disappeared for a while. Glad to see their return, and they're opening the series as the Order of the Dragon. I was just saying that this matchup's quite interesting because it's more of a 50-50 based on stats in high-level lobbies. But I think that this matchup actually leans in favor of Order of the Dragon if they prolong feudal. If it goes castle and beyond, that's where I think the English gets an edge. OOTD for me is not a civ designed to play into late game. It's all about early game. We are going to be on 2 times this opening rotation because there's no early Rax plays, no cheese plays coming out from either player. Makes sense, right? On one side, you don't want to do that with the Villagers English to dive into Gilded Villagers. And on the flip side, you don't want to rush a Spearman into the English with short bows that will eventually get a longbow. Scout-wise, looks like they're actually neck and neck, so a pretty balanced start between the two. But it looks like Numidan is now going to get a huge edge here because Happy Cat is about to follow in his shadows. So we're probably going to see about 2/3 of the sheep on this map going the way of Numidan, unless Happy Cat senses what's going on here and somehow diverts further north quicker. But I'd be really surprised if that was to happen here. It looks like he's going through a strict rotation completely behind. So unfortunate for him. And it's especially rough for all the Dragon because it means you're going to have to play pocket resources against a Civ that theoretically can come out and probe you with longbows. So even when you get those outposts up, this is one of the few Civs that can still ruin your day. I imagine we're going to be looking at full aggro coming from Happy Cat, a full send it, because we've got Mindwork Pass on the way. Yeah, Mindwork is... I just don't think you can play without Mindwork. Archon Chapel just doesn't make sense because giving up the Golden Cuirass, especially now that it kicks in at 30% health, feels negligent. It feels like you're actually setting yourself up to be much weaker at your strongest point in the game. Mindwork leans into that power spike. And in this matchup, I particularly like it because it allows you to beat the English to those critical points of Steel Dagger and Undermesh that define the English's ability to control tempo in the other game. So, Suck-Up complete. Rax and the Council Hall. And on the other side, Happy Cat, funnily enough, is not going to be opening with Men-at-Arms. Instead, they go towards the stables. It's not a bad idea, actually. Because Numenor is going to trickle troops across, right? And you can cut them. And the crazy part, we've seen this before with the Gilded Horseman opening. Actually, we watched another series in the tournament where this happened on Coastal Cliffs. And that's a better map for English, by the way. You just rush in, you stab these Lombos twice, and they die. It's actually insane just how high the Horseman damage is. And they're also incredibly tanky, so it's hard to get caught out. Like, look at this. 30 damage per strike, so 3 stabs, dead. Right? 2 stabs, they're at death's door. Sneeze on them and they'll die. So Numenor, very important that he doesn't let these longbows go unguarded. He needs to get spears with it. I believe he has actually scattered around the backside. Wow, I don't think he got a sniff of this yet. So game sense just on point from Numenor. Numenor, who I think has been playing quite a bit of Order of the Dragon himself. I remember casting several of his games, so I don't know if he actually had this matchup, not from what I recall. But considering his opening, it just naturally makes sense that with how strong Order of the Dragon's individual units are, the opening is likely to be Horsemen. Men-at-Arms can come later, and I wouldn't be surprised they do, but the opening has to be Horsemen because the individual units are doubly effective, right? That's why I love that Numenor is doing something unorthodox for the English, where you're building more spears than Lombos. He's going to back up as well. Needs to be careful. Double Horsemen against 3 Spearmen is kind of ugly because you can just dive past, go straight for the Lombos. So behind this, we are not getting that rack. So we should be seeing Men-at-Arms plus Horsemen. It's kind of a weird combo, but the logic there is the Men-at-Arms tank a long time, and then if they force a fight with the Spears can't brace if they're busy in melee, right? It's a very big detail that you have to keep in mind. It's why actually we've seen a lot of players layering in Spears in comps that don't seem like they make sense. It's because if their opponent has Spears as well, but they have Cav, they want to bog the Spears down in a melee fight with a unit they don't get bonus damage against. And it means they can't actually brace against Knights, or they can't stop Ghazi, things like that, reaching behind. In the meantime, we'll just peel off the Horseman to go raiding. Nice condensed start to the game for Numenor, though. Not going to expose too much of his base here. He's going to have to pull back off the goal. But honestly, like, Numenor has the primary tech he needs here, right? It's going to be Steel Arrow. Undermesh has already been taken by Happy Cat. Having Undermesh yourself really isn't going to be important because Happy Cat's comp isn't leaning into archers yet. I wouldn't be surprised if this evolves into a 1-1-1 build in the next 3 or 4 minutes. Gilded Archers actually perform really well if they can force stationary fights, and they clear out Spearmen so insanely fast with that rapid attack speed. Crazy thing about it as well is I tend to favor OOTD if they get to that 1-1 build, and eventually it goes Castle Age to end the game. Because with the 1-1-1 build, you have all these Gilded Archers that the moment you tech up, you can get into scale armor. And at that point, Lombos can't win, right? Like, it's very, well, technically anything is winnable, but the level of which you need to commit to win feels almost impossible. Because your Lombos, just basically over half their damage is removed. Speaking of Lombos, Villager's going to be hit up. Gilded Villagers, quite tanky though, so able to back away. And now... it's always stupid when you watch this. The funny part is that Happy Cat hasn't got a charge going on for some reason. That was a little bit odd. Had he had the charge there, that would easily be 1 Lombo already dead. So instead, he'll only get a slight lick in there. But Horsemen are now here to force the fight, and Numenor may have made a mistake going around the back of the base. Men-at-Arms going to chase this. Lombos cannot even turn around for an attack. I mean, I've got to give it to him. I think Happy Cat outplayed Numenor on this one. Those Spearmen are slowly getting dented down, right? 15 damage per strike from these Men-at-Arms. And the aggro! Uh-oh. Backs away just in time, does lose the Scout, and now the split up means the Lombos could easily just die off here. Scout is weirdly enough tanking. A little bit of a missed micro there by Happy Cat. Numenor able to catch up the Spears in the end. That should have been so much worse. Well played by Numidan to recover it. Now adding his own men-at-arms in. Well, well, well. We're in for a fun one here. We haven't got Golden Cuirass yet. Wait, we have? Okay, I was about to say we shouldn't have Golden Cuirass yet, is the better way to put it, because you don't have any men-at-arms low enough that it feels justifiable, and they shouldn't get low for another minute. So typically, like what I've seen from high-level Dragon players is that they will delay the Golden Cuirass until there's a threat to the men-at-arms. Because the reality is, against a comp like the Englishes, if one of these men-at-arms gets low, you just drag them away, and then bring them back in once they've got the tech upgrade. And the difference is that usually allows you to spike an extra men-at-arms at an earlier phase of the game. But no, he's just going balls to the walls here. Horseman charge in, baits in the spears. This is turning into quite the messy affair. Numidan, once he gets home, he will be able to hold on. It's very important that he has that attack speed aura. And that should be the turnaround point here. Needs to be careful of those horsemen roaming, but they are not healthy right now. TC, of course, too difficult for Happy Cat to dive. But great start to the game so far from Yellow. He's postured against the aggression, he's pushed it back, and now he takes advantage of that, right? Plays out into the deer, he'll probably look to play out onto double deer plus Borsoon. And Numidan is kind of on the clock to now go and do something, because realistically, with this type of opening, you can't just tech. If you turn it into a tech race, OOTD can still beat you right now, and oof. Horseman, little raid in here, we'll find a villager, but expensive loss there with the pony going down. Remember, these units, they cost 240 resources each. I can't believe Numidan's actually scaling men-at-arms this early. I'm wondering if this is really the counter. In a way, it kind of makes sense, right? Like, you get a lot of effective HP out of these units. So I think it's just about damage absorption and overwhelm. And also, to his credit, he ID'd the fact that Happy Cat, for some reason, didn't get fit level work. So I say, for some reason, he didn't expect to be against mass men-at-arms. And in fact, Happy Cat is being very greedy right now. You can see he's starting to stockpile towards the Castle Age. MA8. In for a little mixed martial arts here. Longbows misclicking there. Numidan will get rid of one of them, but it's a 1-to-1 exchange. Make that a 2-for-1. So actually even there. Remember, men-at-arms cost half that of the gilded version. We have now got melee tech upgrade on the way. This is very interesting, actually. I genuinely thought that Happy Cat would switch off into gilded archers, but maybe the reason you don't in this matchup is the men-at-arms are a little bit too chunky, right? Like, they do have the free ranged armor by default, 120 health. Yes, gilded archers have high damage, but it takes a long time to get through. So he's not going to hang around. Instead, he's going to head up. Regnant's Cathedral on the way. I quite like Happy Cat's position at the moment here. Numidan isn't ready for his own tech up. He's starting to stockpile, but he's going to be notably slower. And ever since they fixed the Dragon's bug around the Golden Cuirass, this comp has scalability. I don't like it and the way it plays late into Castle Age, but initial Castle Age is quite nice. It's a big edge, especially considering that Numidan will be playing catch-up. If he survives the initial attack, though, you get your hands on Armorclad. And Armorclad is a game changer for this matchup. The extra 2 armor offsets a lot of the power of these men-at-arms, because it's not just that they've got higher base damage, they also have a better attack speed. So you're mitigating more damage overall per second. With the men-at-arms upgrade on the way. Numidan looking to punish this deck up. He's going to dive into the main. Yeah, I think you got to hesitate with this, right? This is a little bit dicey. You don't know exactly when the tech time is coming out here. It might have been queued instantly. If it is, you're going to get yourself pinched behind. So nice discipline there from Numidan to back off. Outpost could easily be grabbable here. No type of fortifications coming in. He's going to look to wrap towards that deer location. He actually might even be able to cut down the first prelate. So hangs around with the men-at-arms, goes for the clash here, but now it's up against Castle Age units. This is bad. Lombos, I think he just wanted the distance so he could start sniping Eco. No textiles means this is a freebie. So Gilded Villager goes down. He's going to shift for more. Right now, Happy Cat with idle Eco. Prelate could also be sniped. That's a freebie. This is impressive, actually. Numidan, he's just being chased by the slowest and most unintimidating army possible if you just keep moving. And while he chases, he's able to start idling out Eco and even finding a few kills. And there's still a lot of damage you can do here. Happy Cat still needs a lot of gold, especially considering he's going into Gilded Knights. There is going to be a clash on the other side, though. It looks like Happy Cat sent in his second wave of men-at-arms towards the English base. And right now, Numidan lacks anything to protect him. King's Pass on the way. He's going to have to rush at 16 villages now. Hasn't been scouted yet by Happy Cat. Out of time achieved again towards the gold. Looks like it's going to be a shift away. I mean, credit to him, actually. Happy Cat sensing that something wasn't right about this play and understanding just how many men-at-arms he needed and not overkilling it is why this game's now kind of uncomfortable for Numidan. Had he got that tech up for free behind this, he's kind of cruising into a very strong point with English. Instead, he's starting to lose farms. Starting to lose a little bit of fate in his ability to even stand here. And that was like the best thing Numidan can do here. Split the troops up in different directions so you start hemorrhaging over long term. But the problem is I think he just wants to get everything home to mount a defense. Villagers in trouble here. All the time ticking up. That's now 3 worker kills in total. So you just got 2 more kills out of this dive. And wow, this number's ramping up. Up to 7 now. Wait, what? Numidan didn't realize the code. Okay, so this is the worst thing that can happen because these men-at-arms attack so quickly. It's the same with a lot of these gilded units. Same with gilded archers, right? If they're ever able to stand still and attack, they are so much more powerful. It's quite true for a lot of units, but so true for these because of their escalated attack speed. Happy Cat. Now with the Gilded Knight as well, and the Spearman count down at 2 does not bode well for Numidan. Nice initial stab coming in there. Does return some damage, but map control now lost at a critical point where Happy Cat is moving out for the relic. Second one soon to be picked up. I imagine we'll be looking at a 3, if not 4 relic game here, actually. It looks pretty cozy for him. Oof. And yeah, you can already see that Numidan understands his position is rough. At best, he can kind of guard 1 relic. Damn, what a hit. You know, any game where you find yourself neck and neck with the Order of the Dragon on eco count, or close to, at 15 minutes in is a bad game. Especially when you've gone King's Pass. Remember, for Happy Cat, you have to add on 28% to his eco count to get a fair number. So right now, Happy Cat, especially with the relics also being dropped in the Regnants, is very far ahead on economy. And actually, he's ahead on military. And I love this follow-up. So far, he's shown men-at-arms. What's the logical choice for Numidan? You have to go crossbows, right? You can't even just rely on men-at-arms in mass. You need crossbows to support. Happy Cat's read is perfect. Gilded Archers with more range and also the ability to get into scale armor means they are going to be untouchable for Numidan's primary DPS. 4 relic game, guys. Only 1 that can potentially be blocked here. However, the men-at-arms are on the way in, and well, 3 crossbows are not going to hold this back, especially if they get in charge range. Wall. That actually bought some time. However, the Monk is going to be a freebie. Actually, well played. Numidan. The reason why he isn't just able to stand here is because Happy Cat got kited in a way by that Monk when he went for it. So credit to him. Numidan actually is going to get the wall up. Well played. It's still a 4 relic game, so it's very uncomfortable, but at least it's not a 5. 5s usually just feel unwinnable. It feels like in a certain way you're kind of waiting for HRE / Order of the Dragon mistakes in those situations. And now Happy Cat, the question is, are we going to prolong the engagement or are we going to go towards Imp? Because I've seen a few Dragon players get these 4 relics and get, I want to say, overexcited and head towards the tech up. I think that would be a mistake here. You have the counter and you haven't even revealed it yet. Let Numidan scale into this army that you can easily beat, then take the clash. Scale armor is on the way. I believe we have not got Inspired Warriors tech yet, but that's a big deal. At this stage, with the level 2 ranged upgrade, which is very affordable due to the Mind Work, 40% discount, if you then use the Prelate buff, you add in 2 extra damage. Well, 1.5 to be specific. It's basically like getting your level 3 ranged upgrade for free. Gilded Archers letting him walk in here. Starts to cut the reinforcements though. Gilded Archers, problematic. And I think Numidan knows the mistake he's made here. A little bit of an overextension. Needs to be careful about this fight. You have to think this Archer number, double what it appears. And with the extra ranged armor, very scary to fight into. I'm a little bit surprised Happy Cat backs up, but we can see why very quickly. He is genuinely just going for him. I'm not sure how I feel about that. In fairness, you've done a lot of eco damage to Numidan, so you'll take the eco lead. But I think the worst thing that can happen to you in a game like this is this turns into a bog standard 200 pop game. I've been watching a lot of Order of the Dragon games. I think at this point I may have watched more Order of the Dragon games than almost anyone else. Because I weirdly, like a creepy fetish I shouldn't be admitting, somewhat seek them out. And I gotta say, Imperial Plus for Dragon doesn't look great. At this point, I'd put them in like the bottom 4. In fairness, though, if you can get it much earlier than your opponent, the thing that I think breaks in Imperial Plus is the fact that that 200 pop I talked about. We're not there yet. Numenon's army is not really that scary. His eco count isn't that impressive. So your superior one-on-one units can get good trades for the time being. I think that's what Happy Cat's looking for. Good at archers. Go in. They just have so much ranged armor here. These crossbows being reduced by like a 40% damage reduction. Men-at-Arms now go in. They're going to hold back the line because the only thing that can actually kill these Gilded Archers right now is going to be the melee units. But unfortunately, Numenon just doesn't have enough of them here. Sick cleanup by Happy Cat. He's going to be able to hold. And now with the Gilded Crossbowman follow-up, Numenon is stuck. He needs to get a tuck up ASAP. You can't play this in age behind. And I think he realizes it's going to back away. Outpost isn't even going to be complete here. Happy Cat, now with the Palace of Swabia, this is where he's going to start to gain the villager lead. But the eco is more pop. True. I think one of the big issues for Order of the Dragon might be it doesn't feel like they have a great unit for Imperial that doesn't cost gold, right? It's kind of weird. A lot of civs do just have these natural choices and they have a better way of scaling into gold. So for like me, the unit is meant to be Gilded Archers, but the Gilded Archers, while effective against ranged, in late game it becomes about Horseman spam, right? I feel like if this civ had maybe better Spearmen in some form, then they would be incredibly effective. If you could go like full Spearmen and Gilded Archers, and both those units are getting like some kind of quirk, that would be, I think that would be a big buff to OOTD's late game. And the reason why you go for crossbows is because the insanely high base damage scales better with Inspired Warrior buff tech, plus the fact that you're up against Mass Men-at-Arms. It's like Mass Men-at-Arms with Armor Clad is a problem for this civ because you can get up to 8 ranged armor that way with the English. So even when you get all these upgrades, you still basically end up tickling with the machine gun archers. Wolves now going up. Wow, he's actually going to play the long game, isn't he? I guess we'll speed this up a little because it's now just turning into a macro game. Numenon isn't going to attack until he's teched up. That's just a given. And Happy Cat doesn't want to come out until he's inflated his eco with full farm setup. And probably like 5 minutes of Imperial. Because remember, at this stage, he's sitting with quite a few TCs. Right, he's at 4 TC effective compared to 2. So he's going to be miles ahead. He's already got 4 relics. He's locking his Sacred Sites as well because that's being given over to him for free. At this point, you kind of enter cruise mode. And funnily enough, he's going into hand cannoneers. A little bit dicey up against potentially mass lombos, but we haven't seen any signs of that, right? Last time we saw the enemy army, it had an amassment of crossbows and men-at-arms, which hand cannoneers will clean up. But this is what I mean about the issue with this civ being the gold reliance in the late game. Like, if hand cannoneers are your be-all, end-all, and really they are your best performing unit, it costs 240 gold. You can argue all you want about Gilded Archers, but realistically, as I said, late game, if you think about it, late game is dominated by food and wood efficient units, namely Horsemen. And I feel like the issue with going Horsemen with Order of the Dented is you're condensing what can be counted into a smaller unit count, right? Like the value play in going mass Horsemen late game for a lot of civs is how easily spreadable and disposable the units are. But when you pay double the price for your Horsemen and you have half the count, it doesn't feel like you have the same level of spread. Wall break on the way. Wait, what? All right, and a pointless wall break at that, guys. Oh, no. Happy Cat. Sad cat. The good news, at least, is his opponent is massing elite men-at-arms. And Happy Cat is doing the same. Assisted by hand cannoneers, a few gilded crossbows, this shouldn't even be close. The longbow count isn't big enough. The mango count is, however. If this hits the archer count, they're going to disappear. Numenon. Okay, Numenon. He almost had the timing right on that. Happy Cat hesitated. Numenon was trying to skirt the vision. Unfortunately, Happy Cat didn't want that fight the moment he saw a thing. It's one of those weird things where when you're Numenon like that, you're like, oh, okay, starting to fight is fine here because he outnumbers me, so he should want to fight this. But Happy Cat gets a little bit spooked because of the production advantage. So he backs away. Had those mangonels found their target, so much would be dead here. Half the army would just disappear. Bakshi on the forward also means that Happy Cat, to get in the base, has to make those wide rotations. 3 Sacred Sites are now locked in. Elite Army Tactics on the way, basically mirrored by both of these players, actually. 1 minute and 1 minute respectively. Wow. Dude, they are in alignment here. Numidan secures his late game, that Bakshi. Not just because it makes it hard for these slow-moving units to get around, it's also the fact that you just secured 8k. 8k plus enclosures is basically what you need to play the English comp. Typically, you're going to be going men-at-arms, and you could go longbows to kind of counter out the hand cannoneers, but realistically, the fact that you're still up against Gilded Archers means you need something else. So we might be looking, I think mangoes work quite well here. Interestingly enough, Numidan has queued up a few hand cannoneers. Not sure if that was a misclick. Because it's a mismatch, right? Like, hand cannoneers can't reach the Gilded Archers, they just die to them. So it does feel like a bit of a mistake. Happy Cat. Going for a fight. Mangoes! Big hit. Only squished a few, but a lot of damage to the center of the formation. That formation shuffle did Happy Cat no favors. And now he's pinched behind enemy lines. He has to keep going deeper. The problem is there's going to be wolves in the way, so the Mangoes can eventually get close enough to wipe this out. Difficult situation for Happy Cat. He's going to try to wrap in. The problem is the walls are up, so you need to be quick about a blitz through here. You have got 13 torches, so essentially 26. It's a lot of damage, actually. Should take, what, like 2 flurries of torches to get through the wall? Instead, he's going to go for the engagement. Mangoes are on the way. Numidan's pulling it back towards it. Happy Cat surely should realize, and here we go. Mango hits in. Nice dodge there. Happy Cat minimized the first shot, but with the network of castles, they're going to attack again quicker. And he attacks onto the hand cannoneers. Good fight for Numidan. Happy Cat is going to lose a lot out of this. The men-at-arms are now being overwhelmed on the front side of the fight, and that means the main vanguard of Happy Cat is going to go down. An expensive loss here, considering he essentially traded heavy gold cost units for basically food and a little bit of coin. Damn, what a good fight. What a sick fight there from Numidan. Immediately takes the pop lead. And now the game gets quite scary because for Happy Cat, that was a lot of gold to lose out on, right? I think that was like 5 or 6 hand cannoneers going down. The men-at-arms are 40 gold each. And the archers kind of felt irrelevant. And it's all because of the armor-clad tech. Look at the text for Numidan. He's actually slipping when it comes to blacksmiths. He's a little bit sleepy in that regard. He didn't even have level 2 range protection, yet he just done that. Power of Armorclad. It's insane. You have to also remember that Happy Cat didn't even bother to go elite with that many archers, which I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of that. Like, you essentially had, what, like almost 40 archers? Yes, 1,000 resources to upgrade, but it would have made the damage at least register there. Chem now also on the way. Numidan. He's really going to go mass hand cannon there, isn't he? It's bold, but it kind of works just because of the mango detail. We've got Culverins on the way, but we've been seeing a lot of anti-sieges struggling right now against mangoes. And I don't think Culverins are an exception to that rule. Villages at least going to be found. Sacred Sites are locked in again. Level of control isn't too bad here, actually. We have got keep drops. Quite a few, actually. Whoa. Right side does have issues, though. Happy Cat should be looking to gather more stones soon. And in fact, he does have access to it. So I imagine we're looking at a keep drop on the right. Just a question mark of whether it's going to be quick enough. I'm not sure it's going to be, actually. So once again, his Sacred Site win condition is going to be blocked. So dive underneath the Bakshi. 408 health on these units is absurd. I'm just going to take a shot of my drink here. Because watching it dive a Bakshi and not die means I need alcohol. Well, he finally dies. It's like one of those anime scenes where the big badass character like gets shot by 1,000 arrows and keeps swinging his sword. And by the way, Numidan isn't reacting to this right now. He's distracted. There's a fight going on over here. Guys, this is actually kind of crazy. Even with textiles, you free hit. So if Numidan doesn't realize what's happening, he's actually going to lose a lot of economy. Oh my god, dude. It stopped alerting. There's no pings anymore, right? No. There's no way to know. Oh, no. Numidan, he's going to be distracted by the pings over here. Finally, a new alert goes off, but he still hasn't reacted. Finally, he pulls back. This guy should have earned a field promotion with that. Good God. Someone said, get Lang Snakes. Dude, you got Lang Snakes, you would have noticed. Too many units dying too quick, but 1 minute arms. And he's still finding more. This guy's killed like 11 villagers, I think. God damn. Eco lean. Maintained here. Numidan's eco shrunk. But it doesn't mean he's got more military. He needs to go in for a trade. He's looking for it right now, but the walls are everywhere here. I love how they've both done the same thing to each other. And oh, no, no, no! Numidan. I think he's cracking. Happy Cat. I mean, he's got the quality army, right? Like, we're worried about the longevity of hand cannoneers and men-at-arms. So how do you resolve that issue? Just don't let the game go too long. That's the second time now when Numidan's been caught out on the flank with Eco and hasn't reacted. And now this dives into the primary. Men-at-arms just drawing so much fire. So many farms idled out. Numidan, he's in quite the pickle here. 75 to 105 Eco. And remember, the Order of the Dragon villagers are a lot more efficient. Good God. Sacred Sites aren't locked in. That's the only negative I see for Happy Cat, is he hasn't taken this opportunity to try and lock down the right side. Because if he does that and continues these dives, there's enough gold on the map that he could actually count down the timer. Numidan, although he's taken some heavy hits, some big licks, the reality is that he can still recover his economy unless Happy Cat now doubles down. Happy Cat, it's quite strainful to do what he's been doing. In fact, it looks like he's going to be switching into Horseman soon. I also am confused about what these guys are meant to be doing. Like, I don't think Numidan even knows what they're looking for anymore. How long have these guys just been running around after nothing? There's just no one over here. Keeper's finally going up. I can't believe this. Happy Cat is going to get a castle up with a single villager. So I guess you were like, oh, what am I doing with these guys? I'll tell you. Death to Palisades. Yeah. I feel like this is a protest against Trump's walls. Like, I'm not sure what the cause is of this. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the main fight is happening. And Numidan, all I can think now is he's got like 20-minute arms on the other side of the map that should be here. Happy Cat, Sleepy Cat, Unknown Cat is back. And what a way to open this series, flexing on Numidan. Numidan, who has been looking absolutely dominant on ladder recently. But right now, he's getting hard dunked on. These men-at-arms are just so difficult to kill. If I was to like criticize one thing, it's the fact that Happy Cat still doesn't actually have a win condition locked in clearly, if that makes sense, right? Like, he's trying to go for the base instead of forcing his opponent out. So this attack speed aura is kind of allowing the English to compete to a certain degree with the Order of the Dragon army. Especially if they get in range. It's going to be a backup. Looks like the melee units have been dealt with. Line formation from Happy Cat as more troops are on the way. Numidan, I think this is it. He's broken, right? He's out of gold. If he had extra income there, maybe. But now Hand Cannoneers patrolling near the gold vein. I think this is the point where he's running out of steam. Army down to 42. Happy Cat getting close to a point where he actually has more military in terms of count than Numidan does. These Culverins also just proving an effective tool at actually sniping out Hand Cannoneers. They have enough damage that they can just one-hit. And with the gunpowder tech, they're actually super effective. It's actually a really creative way to approach this. A lot of Hand Cannoneers are going to go down on both sides, but the issue right now is who can reboot more. The guy with 2,000 gold income or the guy with 500? Oh, man. Second wave of men-at-arms as well. These Culverins have just been the MVPs for me. I wish they had a kill count on them. Like, it kind of disappoints me this day that we don't actually have kill counts on units like a lot of other RTSs do, because it just shows you the impact that these units have had. You know when I said that men-at-arms should have earned a field promotion? Same for these guys. They should upgrade into long-range Revoldequins. I have a mod for that, by the way. Oh, man. Oh, nice idea. Just a few minutes late. That's crafty. Numidan, he snuck out here for wood, but that castle now stops the win condition. So Happy Cat, he has to break the main. There's no sneaky secondary win condition that makes sense here. It's just about going for the kill. He marches in. Food and gold is fully depleted for Numidan. Happy Cat sitting on reserves again. Men at arms are going to start idling out the farms. Doesn't overextend though. He stays close to the hand cannoneers to try and force an engagement. And here we go for the defense, but only 7 hand cannoneers for Numidan. Nice holding the choke point. I love the fact he's trying to use the berries here to protect, but overextension there. Men at arms. I'm going to have to get on top of this. The problem is it just takes so long to kill these 250 HP entities. Culverins are at least easily killable. 266 HP, much easier if you think about the resource investment commitment as well. But still, I'm thinking about what happens after this. All I can see is a game that the Dragons can't really lose from here. Right? The gold income is just not high enough for the comp that Numidan's aiming for. What rank did I say Happy Cat was? I said top 100. Let me double check if he got even higher, because he's been flexing. 110th in the world right now. Guy's really impressive. 38 games. He played Season 5, 258. Before that, he hasn't played since Season 1. So he's been missing for quite some time. Really impressive showing that we're getting out of him. Actually, I'm not sure. I could have sworn he's Chinese, but his account registers as English. So I'm not sure. There used to be a Happy Cat player that was Chinese. Maybe a different person? No, it doesn't make sense. I mean, to be honest, this match doesn't make sense. We're in the late game and all of the Dragons winning, but guys, what I want you to realize is just the reason they're winning is because of the faster tech timing, the relics, it's the tempo. Had this turned into a full meat grinder where no player gets a clear edge for 20 minutes, English take it. But it's the way that Happy Cat secured all the gold on the map. It allowed him to keep going for these expensive units that were required to win this out. And now King's Pass going down. And Numidan's army basically depleted. I think we're reaching the point of no return for the Swede. That was a little bit deeper. Hand cannoneers. The moment they get in range, it's going to be a clear up. Mango's looking for some shots. But the funny part is in Mango's, they haven't got extra ranged armor. No siege work. So if you just get in range, yep. Immediately takes them down. And now with so little left to defend, I just don't know what Numidan can do about this. Food is down under 2k. In the late game with Men at Arms spam, that's basically a GG. Even the farms are being taken out. Really incredible performance in game number 1 by Happy Cat. The surrender comes over. He is going to get himself on match point against one of the favored players to make it out of the qualifiers. And he's going to do it in the first. Let's see if he can close it out very quickly here. We're going to switch over to the draft screen. Wrong button. So we just had Order of the Dented versus English. Looking at what we've got left over, what maps did I say we had in rotation? Let me just double check. So, I think, did they pick Cliffside? They might have picked Cliffside. Give me a sec, I'll quickly check. So, Open Dry Arabia. Coastal Cliffs? I think it's Coastal Cliffs. Ooh. Coastal Cliffs. I think Numidan's outdrafted him. What do you pick on Coastal Cliffs as your Happy Cat? You picked Marlins to block English, but English just got used in the OTD game. And you won it, sure. But now, like, Marlins don't have anything. Like, maybe you're holding them to them for Zhu Ji. So you can't commit them for... Unless you think Coastal Cliffs is going to be Zhu Ji. I've seen, like, 2 players convinced that Zhu Ji is really good on Coastal Cliffs. Don't think Numidan's one of them. Yeah, he drafts Irobids. We're getting HRE versus Irobids in game number 2. This is a really good matchup for the Irobids, no? Because of their timings, they can just block out the relics and they can beat you to it. We might get a game 3. Let's find out. We hop in for Coastal Cliffs. Creation of Avalanche. Let me switch those scores around because that is not correct at all. Despite what you would have expected coming in the series, Happy Cat has the lead. Can he close it out into the HRE, though? I'm starting to get the feeling that Happy Cat likes his German boys a bit here. Order the Dragon and then HRE are the prior picks in the series. But I like Numidan's approach in this game. Irobids definitely feels like the type of Civ that can have your number, especially if you go for the military wing opener against a Civ that doesn't build range units. So let's keep an eye out for that. In the meantime, Happy Cat, another thing to note about this spawn, he got a forward spawn gold between the two tree lines. That's a vulnerability. I really hope he looks to gather some wood for a blocker as he starts his tech up, because otherwise, if there's no outposts here, you won't be able to access the gold at all. And the other one is far too far out and exposed. So, just having a look at the rotations. Oh, that was crafty. Dude. He noticed that Happy Cat was on the left side, and then he darted to the north. So, Numidan, right now, dominant lead here. 10-6 sheep. And reminder, the HRE yoink and chunk those sheep very quickly. So, having a finite number of sheep on this map usually feels like a death sentence. It's the type of thing you don't want to have to do, but you might just have to accept that you're either going to have to go flank on deer or play mass farms against a Civ that's racing you for Castle Age. It's already a big edge for Ibids that they go onto the berries instead of the sheep initially, but this just makes the lead even bigger. 12 sheep haul compared to only 6, and I believe, yep, check this, Happy Cat. He's checking the shadows right now. Numidan is moving to the right side, so he's going to get a clear up of probably another 3 or 4 sheep. Yep, jackpot right here. At which stage, we're going to be talking double, triple the sheep for Numidan. Oh, man. Is this... like, how playable is this now? I'm always reminded of the HRE games where they find no sheep and just call GG straight away. It must feel pretty tough for Happy Cat. Like, he'll be conscious of the timings here. In this matchup, it's just a Castle Age race, which is why, by the way, we're staying on fast forward in 2x speed. Because this is... like, basically defined by who can get there first and who can secure relics. And this is a big disadvantage here. Numidan already having to go into the wood to get the outpost. He's going to have to consider going wood for farms as well. So outpost at least comes up, but the issue is you can't go for stone. Oh, this is really bad, actually. So you need to build 2 outposts, because if you don't have any slits to protect. And the Desert Raider can keep slipping in and hitting you from the south side and then getting out, and it'll idle you up. The reason why you can't get any stone is one very big disadvantage for defenders on this map. Stone outcropping is further away. It's why I actually think Ayabids can try to struggle against aggro civs on this map. Like, for example, if you picked English, English is already great here. Against Ayabids, it feels like an almost impossible game to win because of the positioning. Is that you'd have to, like, double up on outposts, and you can't get stone. So you never have the range to deal with lombos. And looks like was the Desert Raider, so yep, correctly anticipated there, already on the way. Numidan, I'm just going to keep fast forwarding because it really is just going to be that tech up speed, isn't it? Look at the difference already. This is not even going to be close. Numidan is going to trigger his first. Sure, Happy Cat will have time to catch up, but this idle time is what matters here. So poke and a prod. And the Desert Raider, he can tank a little bit like that, right? Like, just keep coming in, keep forcing the idle time. If Happy Cat misses, like, a drop-off worth on each of these is big. Instead, though, dude, he's... he actually knows about the sheep, right? Numidan's a really crafty fellow. He understands by the amount of sheep that he brought home that there couldn't have been many for Happy Cat. So he checks the backside for the deer. Instead, he sees the enemy out on the berries. Happy Cat now down to his last sheep and cannot access anything else. So what? Maximum of 750 food. You can tech up, but what are you going to build? Because here's the issue. If your plan was to go for Knights, Knights already going to struggle up against these Camel Archers, or Desert Raiders rather. You could go Horsemen, but I feel like that's just more food. And you need to be other resource efficient, right? Like, gold is what you can afford, food is not. Leave it on. I believe it was Advancement Wing. Yep, Advancement Wing on the way. We should have maybe a double stable drop. Because I think you do just play Mass Camel Lancer here. Dude, this is so rough. It's one of those weird ones where, like, most games, you'd say this is a good HRE spawn because of, like, the Ford Woods and the gold being something you could, like, Ford Outpost and protect. Maybe. But, like, in this game, against a Civ that is just looking to Castle Age race you, it's a rough spawn. And look at the timing. Advanced Wing is going to complete before the Regnants. No food either. If I watch him set up farms at 7.5 minutes, my heart is going to break. And I think I'm going to watch him set up farms at 7.5 minutes. This is gruesome. So how does he make this work? He can afford spears. That's not a bad shout. The problem is, like, Desert Raiders can just kite you and wear you down slowly. It's not fast, but they don't really need to focus on you as much, right? They just need to catch the prelates more importantly. Fuel Sphere upgrade coming in. Looks like the Desert Raider pulled away. Wow, really? Numenor is bringing both of the Desert Raiders to deal with that Spearman. So actually, he lets go of a critical resource here. Happy Cat, at a critical point where he was out of food, gets access to more. Can't emphasize how important that was. That was about to break his game. And Relics being yoinked back. Happy Cat, dude, he knows. Numenor, is he going to cut this off? He has to understand, right? Like, he's guarding the other Relics. And there's no way that HRE go for one Relic at a time. They want two. And here's the thing. Camels have more range than other Cav units in these situations. So he will see his target. He's going to be able to gap close this. And I believe Happy Cat is going to be dropped just shy of reaching the outpost. Good news is you can at least grab this with a follow-up Prelate. Bad news is it's slowing down your timing a bit. And it's still frustrating to lose a 100 gold unit. So 2 Relics looking doable at least. But there should be 3 Relics the other way. Numenor now has the Camel Lancers in position. Dervish is taking the central one. So there's going to be a 2-3 Relic split. Okay, that's actually a lot better than I was anticipating for Happy Cat. I thought this was going to be a much rougher game. It's still far from being out of the woodworks yet. The issue in this game right now is you're only scaling spears. If you try to go Knights now, you're too far behind. Because Lancers already counter you with the Camelanese. And now the count is against you, right? So he's going to have to mass spears, which is food efficient, but it means you can't come out. And the problem with that is it means you have to take a very slow approach to securing new resources, right? Where you do these walls one by one. And that's very expensive for the HRE because, you know, if there's one thing HRE hates doing, it's building. For real, I'm not even kidding. Despite the German efficiency beliefs, like the German efficiency comes from gathering, right? So compared to other civs, anytime you have to build something, it's more painful for this civ. These walls are not going to go up for free. Camel Lancer, move in. He needs more units, dude. I actually don't like that he's not at least spamming spears or maybe archers. What is... Does Happy Cat think his only way of winning this game is to go Imp? Because I've seen this way too often before from an HRE player, and I've seen too many HRE players lose because of this choice. He can't now use just spears because archers are on the way. And already I'd say the Desert Raiders are doing a decent job of dealing with these spears. Okay, interesting. So yeah, he's trying to optimize around spears and heal them with mass prelates. It's cost efficient, I'll give him that. But what worries me is that Numenor can actually just build a Manjanique and build archers, right? And then seize these buildings down, break in. And I think that's what's about to happen here. Numenor needs to save up a bit of wood. Veterancy's coming through. Raxes, more Raxes. It sucks, right? Because you can't go like mass archers here because of the Camel Lancers. But it kind of feels like you need some range component. Moving in now, Camel Lancers going to be fine. The Dervish is actually just healing off the damage to the archer on the backside. I think this actually might be over. Happy Cat just has nothing to defend with here. He's queuing up men-at-arms now. That's not going to cut it. Lancers and Desert Raiders, enough of them to shut this down, and just so many villagers stuck out here with no safety. Oh man, Archer's showing up as well. Happy Cat losing so much eco here. And this is with Wheelbarrow, by the way. Like, he was a smart boy. He'd done the right thing. Unfortunately, he just picked the wrong civ at the wrong time. GG, a very quick second game. Evens it up. Numenor doesn't wait around to strike back. And we are not going to wait around to hop into game number 3. So, very interesting. We head into a third map here. Looking at the remaining civs. If Happy Cat can anticipate his UG pick and get Marlians, I think it's really good for him. Because you can just rush Castle Age, or you can deal with Chiganu Mass with Javs. If this is Mongols versus Jean, though, I think Jean slaps. I actually think Jean isn't terrible against Marlians. It's not great either, right? Like, my point there is, I would say, Numenor, if he thinks it could be either civ, you probably lean Jean as a safety net here. Because if it ends up being Zhuji versus Marlians, I feel like that's very Marlian favored. Let's have a look. So we're going to Bridges. Bridges... He actually might go GG. Dude, he goes GG. Okay, GG versus Malians. I don't think you can go all in Feudal Age with GG. I think you're going to have to play late game. But the danger of doing that is that you're going to allow the Malians to peek in Castle, right? So if that happens, it becomes a survival game. And no player who's at a high level will tell you they like that, because survival games basically mean you're kind of putting your fate in someone else's hand, right? It's more depending on their moves, on them not taking map control. I don't know. Let's see what we got. Let's hop into the final game. It's going to be Zhuji versus Malians. Numidon bringing out the Zhuji on Avali's creation Bridges here. On the other side, Happy Cat going for the Malians. Not really too surprised by the Zhuji pick here. I've noticed a few Zhuji pickers coming out in this type of map. Feels like the type of map that with the way the stone spawns kind of usually retracted and the two tree lines initially near you, it's the type of game where you do have some freedom to boom. And I'd say this river is kind of nice in that it makes it more easy to save an area for your farm transition, because typically you have a fat planar area and you can easily just basically wall this off at the front and then boom up behind. And it looks like Numidon actually got a juicy one for exactly that. Happy Cat is going to be going for the house opening. I'm going to hit the speed up. I'm actually going to go 4 times. I'm trying 4 times. So I'm curious, how do people feel like this? I noticed a comment on my YouTube video recently where someone's like, I don't like this as a new player. But I feel like that's why you watch build order videos instead of just casted games, right? Like, I think for people who established a basic build order, you can kind of tell what's happening based on the resources at the top. And typically, there's not really much to see in this early game after you've seen the initial spawn. We've got Fort Spawn in gold. Northern gold probably is a target for Happy Cat as he goes age 3, but age 2 should be staying on the mainlands. Other side, this Medigarden coming out, and bloody hell, it's a good one. So we're going to get 36 food, 25 stone, 25 gold, and probably about 20 wood. That's a really good Medigarden for Numidon. Gives him the flexi to gradually scale into extra TC if he wants to. And I think he's going to rush into extra TC. Zhang Nantao coming out, so we are getting a TC boom. The grand question of what wins, Malian Ranch boom or TC boom with Zhuji? We've seen this before, actually, in the qualifiers. I think it was Cat versus Matisse. In that one, it was hard to bank against Malians. But one thing that really matters is if you scout what's happening. So it's critical that Happy Cat IDs that this is greed and then reacts accordingly with greed, right? So you want to see a very quick double mill opening so that you spam out ranches. So first ranch online. Gonna keep the 2 times here because this is just going to be an eco scale game. There's not an arms race here, there's just a greed race. I say that, Numidon. Maybe not. What? Okay, that's kind of sick. He's going to move out to block the second pit mine with a few horsemen. That's quite creative because he's gathering stone, and I believe Cat did scout that. So Cat, for all intents and purposes, didn't prep any defenses. Ranks only now being established. Meanwhile, Horseman is going to be able to snipe out the villager. So eco loss for Happy Cat. He's going to end up losing the pit mine as well. That's 150 wood down the drain. And also it means less gold for a pump. And he's already gone for double mill, which means he's going to have to probably spread his eco a bit thinner between gold workers to make sure he's got enough to keep affording this. That's a really crafty opening by Numidon. I'm impressed. I think if this had been just a blind rush towards castle, Zhuji lose, like 9 times out of 10. But the fact that he forced a commitment now after getting initial value is really impressive. Donzo are on the way. It looks like Numidon is going to have to be very careful. If he just kites around this, though, he can keep torching. And instead, he goes straight for the villager. Horseman, not going to be able to pinch this, right? He'd have to dive the TC. And in fact, he's going to go for it. Nice play there. Numidon, the last step in, got all 3 in range. So another villager down, and now this pit mine down to 500 HP. Numidon is adding an additional horseman. Dude, he's actually going heavy. I'm impressed, man. Like, the fact that he's going 2 TC and opting to add in Chukinun next is quite intriguing to me. And I can see what his goal is. So Numidon has already tugged at Happy Cat once. He's pulled him away from greed and towards defense. So now he wants to go Chuginu to once again tug him away from greed towards defense. And the reason that matters is because Numidan has gone 2TC. That's great over time, but against the Fulani rush, it's bad. So you need to buy time, and this is how he's doing it. What a creative build. Yeah, I wouldn't have expected the 2TC into this. Like, I thought maybe he'd try for 3TC. And also, now Spears. Wow, he's adding every component in. He's legit going to turn this into a feigned feudal fight. It might be even feigned as, like, he's not going to rush castle afterwards, but it's the idea that Happy Cat's going to see this, and he's going to fall into that false sense of security that Malians usually get. You know the one I'm talking about, where they see their opponent has gone for like full feudal all-in, and then they just add in Javs and Donzos and defend, right? And then all of a sudden, behind this, Eco just keeps scaling. We're going to hit the speed up. It's going to take a while to hit the clash point. Spearmen are already guarding on both locations, and Chuginu have not arrived yet. I don't like Numidan keep stepping up. So one thing you have to be very careful of is the javelins thrown by the Donzos have more range than actual javelin throwers. So you come anywhere near, you're just going to be eating a free one to the face. And the thing is that it takes 15 seconds to replenish. It's not a long way. So like this whole idea of like there being a window in between is delusional. But now with the Chuginu here, Happy Cat has a problem. This is so creative. The interesting part is that he added in Spears as well in case it was going to be a Sofa drop, which I find very forward-thinking from Numidan. The reason why Sofas would have worked really well here is that you've already got 6 ranches set up, so you have surplus food, realistically. And 1 or 2 Sofas would just clear this entire army up. But now with a Spearman here, it means Happy Cat has to go Donzos, he has to go Javelins, he has to wait for scale. And while he's waiting, Numidan is going to look to do some damage. Pit Mine, already lost a third of its HP. Javelins have been queued up. The first one only just came out. It means the Donzos can't even engage yet. Numidan is not slowing down either. It's going to be mass Spearman, mass Chuginu. We talked about this, and like this should actually be realistically a win for Happy Cat. But I think the issue here, even if he scales Javelins now, the way you turn it into a win is by cutting the Chuginu number. You can't cut the number here, because if you try to cut reinforcements, the Horsemen will cut you down, right? So it means Happy Cat's only approach is to poke every time they step up. But in return, the funding value Pit Mine goes down. Numidan. Behind this, the eco lead is starting to become undeniable. Imperial Officials has got 2 of them. Wood, food. That's all he really needs. He doesn't need to supervise the gold. It's nice, but realistically, it's not your biggest priority here. It's all about making sure food and wood is a go, because 2/3 of your comp is basically just food and wood. In fact, if you think about it, all elements of your composition require quite a lot of food and wood. Doesn't require much gold. I'm wondering if Numidan turns this into a Castle Age play very soon. He has to know that despite the fact he's slowed Happy Cat down, Happy Cat is still going to go Castle Age, right? Like, that's Defender's advantage here. You don't need as many troops for this. The Chuginu mass isn't big enough to dive yet. I think this is the pause moment for Numidan. He's not queuing up more units. Flash comes in. Chuginu. Gonna get reasonable trades here. I love the fact that he goes past to push the Javelin away. Not a bad engagement, actually, from Numidan. I think we are now at stockpile point. Well played, sir. Happy Cat adds in 3 more Javelins. That's basically the difference between teching up and staying here. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's giving time for Numidan to gap close. Look at his food income. It competes. So sure, Happy Cat might be able to like start sooner, but it doesn't mean he's going to get there quicker, right? Remember, Zhuji is Chinese, which means they build their tech up much quicker. Weirdly enough, Happy Cat is now adding in Sofas. It seems a bit odd, but realistically, like we highlight this as a possibility, right? Even when you see Spears, because now you have numerical advantage. Because the logic is if you start scaling a lot of Sofas, this comp from Malians plays a little bit like French Knights and how you scale them with Castle Age, right? It's not bad to build a lot of Knights early on and then just upgrade an entire army. Sofas are kind of the same here. Problem is Numidan is fully backing up, and the timing looks really good for this. Walls are also going up, and oh, dude, what is it with... Okay, let this be a lesson. I've seen so many players do this. Numidan's done this multiple times now with Rivers. There's something about the Rivers that's very deceptive. Players seem to think they've walled themselves off, and they haven't. Love this wall to the north, though. just preventing any sort of attacks. And the reason why Numidan's doing this, he wants to go farm. Farm transition will probably be happening in the next, like, 2 minutes, maybe 3. And these walls prevent any punishment for that. And the cool thing is actually, with the power of granaries, you do compete quite well with Marlene's economy from the Fulani. Especially considering you've got such a huge eco lead over them already. It's been that Fulani is on the way. A little bit of a mishap here with the cattle, but it's still fine. All these are going to be in range. Okay, so it looks like we're turning this into a late game situation. Happy Cat's goal should be to try and break this game open in Castle Age, right? Typically, Marlins, they peak there. I can't remember who it was I was talking to recently. They put it very well, where they said, when was the last time you saw a Marlin go imp? And then I think my immediate response was, when was the last time you saw a Marlin go imp and feel good about it? So I'm expecting Happy Cat to get quite aggressive at the start of Castle Age. It's just difficult because I think with Nesta Bees, Chinese and Juji are two of the best civs in the game at just holding, right? So you have to move like a bat out of hell here. Numidan is looking to slow you down there. We're going to go for the 2-time speeder here. Wait, what? I love this right now. Walls to go on the walls to go on the walls. Unfortunately, the Horseman is going to be able to see that, courtesy of the vision you get in this area. So it looks like the walls are not going to go up for Happy Cat. But they do go up for Numidan. And I love the outpost follow-up. Get a hand cannon slit in here. Shoot anyone who comes by in small numbers to burn this down. Happy Cat, meanwhile, getting the big numbers together in the center. And, yep. He realizes, oops. So that's at least going to be fixed. So there won't be a leak through. That's really important because if Sophus got in there, that could just break this game wide open. We haven't seen the farm set up in this area, by the way. Numidan, instead, must be priming them for the back corner. That's not a bad idea, actually. With the tree line as it is, you can wall here, and then you can wall to the gold if you need a secondary defense line. But, like, this area kind of feels better because it's further away from Happy Cat. Numidan, is he going to play more pocketed resources? Nah, it's too greedy for that. He's already done the ones out here, right? You just need to retract. He's not going for a keep, surely. Is he going 3 TCs? That's really weird. I think it must... No, it's just going to be in placements, I think. Nesta Bees now arrive. Love that Numidan's already insulating himself with extra walls here. Just creating those choke points. Oh, for the love of God. Avali, what did you do when you made this map? I keep seeing this. Oh dear, oh dear. Happy Cat. He's going to try for that south side. I think he understands that's where the farms are eventually going to be. He doesn't know if they're up yet. Numidan trying for a quick wall after this, though. But even with the Juji, the wall isn't necessarily that quick. It is going to create a funnel point if it doesn't complete, though. It's important stopping those sofas, remember. 24 Spearmen designed to do exactly that. Walls being rushed up. A few villagers are going to be lost for it. Numidan actually backing up. He's waiting for the Nesta Bees here. I don't think he's got time for that, though. He lets the sofas in. Uh-oh. We might have a problem. Marlins, they're reaching in for the economy, and that is a lot of villagers. Numidan needs to dodge death here. Shifts across towards the Spearman. Keeps the casualties down to 1, but it's appealing to 2 now. Numidan, he basically needs to react to all these little splintered raids. Happy Cat is going to find his way in towards the tree line. It looks like there has been a hold in the meantime. The choke points, the Nesta Bees did arrive. So Happy Cat, he'll get some eco damage done, but not necessarily enough here to feel confident about this game right now. Numidan, instead, should be able to re-wall this twice. I imagine he should be looking to do the same on the north side as well. Whew, dicey game. That was a sick little read there by Happy Cat. Just trying to turn that into a divided engagement. But now we reach the critical point. This is exactly what Happy Cat was diving to try and stop. The farms. He failed. He idled it for an extra 20 seconds, but it's coming. Rewall's coming out. I'd love to see him just do both. I think he should do the same up here as well. We just saw the power of Sofas to break through, and it's only going to get stronger because we're seeing the level 2 food tech come in. Remember, this buffs the ranches. and allows you to flood more cav. In fact, it looks like we're adding in archers, which is a little bit surprising. Cav at least made sense for kind of dealing with the Nest of Bees. I feel like if you're going to do an archer comp, you need to get a Siege Workshop as well. We'll break through. Numidan, you greedy son of a gun. No, wait. No. Numidan. Wait, is that actually walled? No way is that actually walled. Are you kidding me? That actually was walled. So Happy Cat has to go through. It looks like he might be quick enough here. Nest of Bees has arrived. Spearmen are going to get in position, though. And that is going to be a pushback. This is genuinely just a game of attack and defend now. You've heard of catch me if you can. This is break me if you can. Sofa's looking to do exactly that, though. Mistakes may have been made. Numidan, where are the spears? Oh my god, they were elsewhere. Nest of Bees comes in, though. I'm going to start to be reached. I think the Sofa count just simply isn't high enough right now for Happy Cat. You know, for a second, I genuinely thought he didn't have imported armors. He was dying so quickly, but he does. All right, so Numidan able to reform the lines. Happy Cat reset again. Has got the food tech, so he went from 86 food per ranch to 99, so an extra 13 food. Not too bad. But the issue I'm seeing on the other side is Numidan is only 1 granary in. We should be seeing the extra 2 added in like the next minute and a half. I love how Happy Cat has walled, by the way. Is someone going to tell him that Numidan is never coming out? Like, come on. The dude went Mount Lu Academy. He only needs to start in gold. He's happy. Also, keep in mind, yeah, I was about to say, North side's going to be important. It looks like Happy Cat has finally realized it, so he's going to break through here. And Numidan, the awkward thing is actually the info this gives away. If you commit on the top side, your opponent can now mirror you, but I love this out of Happy Cat. The dude has been headbutting a wall this entire time, and it's been a mistake. This is so smart. Thought of the Huntress ahead of Numidan being full farm transitioned, which means that he's not ready to tech up yet. That's crazy, man. What a play. And yeah, you're seeing 2k food, and Happy Cat only has 6 people on food. It's just insane. These ranches don't sleep, man. Remember, he gets an extra 20 food per cow. So the Fulani alone gives you 400 extra food a minute. Because remember, you cap out at 20 cattle. It's quite a bloody lot. Happy Cat. Now that he's done with the deer, it's going to slow down a bit on the income. But Fort Huntress goes up. That means we're looking at precision crossbreeding. Nest of Bees at the bridge will be able to hold. Need to be careful firing these, by the way. Do I tell potential players? No, because I want them to fall for it. Please fall for it. I have seen some Siege, when sitting on the bridge, hit the bridge. I'm not... No cap. No cap. I've watched a Mangonel deploy on the bridge before, fire, and hit the bridge it's sitting on. These things are a little bit clunky. Don't... Okay, but promise me, everyone watching this, don't tell all the players. Alright? I know you're tempted to. You're like, oh, I want Marine Lord to win. Oh, I want BC to win. But think about it. How epic would it be at a critical moment in a game if someone blew up their own bridge with their siege on it? I'm just saying, the noise I might make in that cast, I couldn't do justice right now. So, shh, keep it to yourself. House Guard spam now coming in. Numidan also getting ready with the demo ships. He's going to cut off control of the north side. Numidan now on his way up as well. Temple of the Sun on the way. The guy still has 3,000 gold to work with as well. This is the power of the taxmen, right? He went Mount Lu Academy. It looks like he didn't get the extra Imperial officials, which is a little bit surprising, but I wouldn't be surprised if that comes in Imperial. These Nest of Bees, though, Jesus. Didn't kill more than like 7 units, but look at the health bars. Such a dumb unit. It's kind of weird to me that with this map control, Happy Cat hasn't considered going Culverin still. Because if he gets Culverins, this whole defense fails, right? Like, mass archers will break it. But right now, he hasn't dropped a single siege workshop. I mean, people can say Corvs suck all they want, but, like, to kill Nesta Bees, you take it. Your goal isn't to play long-term Springalds, it's just to force your opponent off of Nesta Bees. So the whole logic is if Numidan sees a Culverin, he will stop building Nesta Bees. It's one of those weird things where, like, you think Springalds are better until you realize you have to get shot triggers as well to justify it. I think, like, your objective is different, if that makes sense. Because unlike Chinese, usually don't really benefit from long-term Nesta Bees play because theirs aren't tanky. They're not very efficient. Demo's coming in, though. Oh, dude. Numidan. Wait, what? Yeah, what? I'm surprised, actually. If he'd done this sooner, he would have wiped an army. So demos, delete the bridge. He's cut them off now. But they're already in. I'm really confused. Army's on the way, so maybe the logic here is he gets a free cleanup. The timing actually looks good for Numidan. Castle's not up yet. Sophis have to stand their ground. Spin in crossbows as well. He needs to be fast about this. Needs to get on the eco. He's going to look to do exactly that. No successful wall attempt. Castle only half done. Happy Cat will not get it. He has to cancel as the bombard shot comes in. And now, with that demo, it means you've got 12 villagers stuck on this island. Sick read. Not to mention he's got the Divine Haste, right? That's why he was able to arrive in time. It's just such a powerful tool. Nesta Bees are on their own, but against mass archers, that's a thumbs up. Oh, man. Dude, I am a little bit flummoxed by this. I mean, the archers can now at least dive into the eco. Realistically, they shouldn't be allowed to do any damage here, but the Nesta Bees did get held back by the spears, so he'll at least get some trade out. Archer for eco kills, and oh my god. Dude, I am about to have a heart attack right now. What is Numidan doing to me? 38 villagers just standing there waiting for death. Farms are at least going to be migrated, so this is big. Right now, Numidan has no additional food coming in. He only has 2,000 to work with. The problem is you need to trade as well. If you're not killing anything, it doesn't matter that you've stalled his food. He's not spending. It's like the Nesta Bees are going to be able to outclose this. Army's going to chase it down. Dude, Divine Haste is just something else at this stage of the game. Remember, it's basically Yuan Dynasty, so it means running away is not easy for the Malians. And what is Numidan doing with this game? We've got Bao Chuans. That's crazy. Bao Chuans, which, by the way, can block this pit mine indefinitely. And it means actually Happy Cat and Imp can't get 4 pit mines, right? There's only 3 to the south side. I think he's got, like, starting gold was this one, right? So legit, he can't actually get the full gold generation of the Malians in the late game. Which is problematic because right now he's queuing up gunners. And finally, after a very long wait, we are seeing Culverins added in. It's crazy to think the difference this could have made earlier. The other value of Culverin here, by the way, is he can push back the Bao Chuan. So if anyone's like, GG, Northern Island only belongs to Numidan, the Bao Chuan can be dealt with by a Culverin. I think that's the big reason why he's getting it, actually. Yeah, it's on the way. 12 tower range, folks. Need to be careful not to get kited because, like, a good player will bait you in, he'll drag you back, and then get you close enough to 9 tower hits. And Bao Chuans do slap pretty hard. Like, their damage is siege type, right? So actually, if they just get a big flurry out, you should actually lose your Culverin. Here we go. Numidan backs away. Culverin's going to chase. And now Numidan, if he goes back in at this point... Okay, no, he's just going to leave now. It's too late. I like how it shakes his head like, no, bad idea. Man, Numidan's got this pinned as well. He's shooting the water to make sure that the bridge can't be repaired. It looks like he's shooting water, but he's shooting the incomplete bridge. So it's really smart because now he can just gather all these resources and look at his defenses. His defenses is, I will stop you from dropping and transferring, but I'm not going to invest any extra defenses. It's a very creative approach. Another issue is, like, how do you repair this quick enough? This is sick. Okay, well played, Numidan. You actually have to pull more villagers. You can't build it. Oh, man, dude, I love Numadon sometimes. This is great. Like, look at the army. They're like, yeah, it's time to go raid. Oh, for God's sake. This might be my favorite tactic on bridges so far. The perma-click. Dude, I guarantee... So everyone knows Numadon was a StarCraft player, right? I guarantee he was a Command & Conquer player. This is what you do on Command & Conquer. When someone tries to keep repairing a bridge, you just keep like attacking it with either Navy or tanks. You just keep hitting the same spot so that like when the bridge is missing, you splash, right? But the moment they build... The moment they drop an engineer in the repair hut, you just blow it up again. Pretty effective, right? Free population to secure a quarter of the map? That's a bargain. The keep is overkill. I don't think Numenor needed that. And now all the upgrades coming in. Zhuji Library and the Shaolin Monastery. So we'll be moving up. Interesting that you want Shaolin Monastery. Wait, dude. Oh my god, he's going to spam Shaolin Monks. Against Mastodons and Ashes. Wait. Shaolin Monks don't have the infantry tag, right? Which means Sophos don't get bonus damage against them. Okay, that is actually really cheeky. It's the only reason why you'd want to still build the Shaolin Monastery. Because he's going up to Ming, right? And remember, Ming gives the damage increase. So it's kind of nutty. When you get Ming... When you hit the army tactics, you get all the levels of melee. Shaolin Monks hit for 25 damage. And remember, they hit every, I think it's 0.75 seconds. So they hit for 32 damage every second. Compared to the Sophos, who basically, if you round their damage down appropriately, they hit for what? Like 19, 18 damage a second? Let's see. Has he actually got the pagodas? Yep! Oh, wait. Oh no. Oh. Oh, wait, what? Wait, is that a bug? I'm really confused. His Palace Guard have Ming Dynasty, but he's got the Yuan Dynasty discount. What? Dude, wait. Bugs? The Spearmen don't have it. Does Palace Guard do? The crossbows don't. The Nester Bees do. Wait, what? Is that correct? Have I missed something here? That's a bug, right? So he went tier 4 landmark, and so he went for his Imp landmark, then he went back for the Castle Imp landmark, which meant he got Yuan Dynasty. So he's getting the discount, right? He's making the savings. But even though he's technically Yuan Dynasty, he has Ming damage buff on his Palace Guard and his Nest of Bees. What? Dude, that's crazy. Did Numenor know about this? That's insane. Corvorin being beaten out by Springwell's Nest of Bees are moving in. Remember, they have the plus damage here. The extra +1 actually matters a lot when you attack 8 times. An absolute massacre. Happy Cat loses the army. Sophos go in for the trade, but they don't get enough of it. Nester Bees will shift through the other side. Happy Cat loses the entire army here. And Numenor. What the hell is going on? Okay, it's gone now. It's got... So... Okay, that's kind of wild. Existing units, when you get Ming, don't lose it. So if you go Ming with a full army and then go back for Yuan, you get the discount still, and the existing army keeps Ming. That's weird. That's really weird. And the reason that's kind of dumb is because he went Nester Bees, and these aren't going to die quickly, right? So they're just better. They're more pop efficient. That's a wild bug. That's actually going to be broken. I think there's a viable strategy there where you mass Nester Bees, and then you transition into Yuan, right? For the discounts. That's funky. Map control starting to actually be conceded. Happy Cat. I love the fact that this is still going on several minutes later. Nice bridge, bro. Too bad you'll never cross it. And why is that important? Well, yes, Malians, they do have passive gold, but remember, we already said they don't actually have this extra gold pit mine set up. They've only got 3, and they can never get fat stack pit mines. Not to mention the fact that's basically been an extra 16,000 gold in the pocket of the Zhu Ji. We're going to speed this up a bit, because I think Numidan is kind of dossing around. He can be more aggressive than this right now. SBs. Oof. Springers are hunting, though. Kind of scary against mass pass guard, because they can just flood you. So you need to be very careful. The thing that is annoying is this 4th Huntress that gives the stealth to nearby units, right? So pretty crafty. Numidan really needs a forward outpost. Otherwise, you won't see this. Asgard going in, though. Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. They hit for 19 damage each. Here we go. Slap the backside. Wait, is there a gap in the... Wait. Surely not. Okay, thank God. Oh, my heart, man. If those walls were for nothing, it looks like he's going to protect his eco. The problem is, if that was a breakthrough, this many pass guard could burn down ranches at the back and ruin your Fulani. Still a very big part of his food eco. Move on the other side. Looks like more keeps it going up. Happy Cat has entrenched himself quite firmly in the south side. The problem is it just doesn't really secure much gold, right? And I think this is turning into a mass gold fight is how it'll be like concluded, right? For the moment, it's food and wood because Happy Cat can't afford. But the problem is on the other side, Numidan's getting units that work well against that. He's spending the gold on the Palace Guard. He's getting his hands now on Grenadiers. He still has a lot of siege. Also, the other issue that kind of worries me is if your plan is to go Springalds, you're going to run out of gold first. And this is before we even equate the fact of all the taxmen. Like, I imagine... Wow, really? No red seals. And did not go for the extra taxmen here either. Wait, really? So they got 10,000 bolts, even though they haven't been spamming additional crossbows. And they got the Lancer, they got the Fire Lance charge, even though they're building Palace Guard? Well, there's your answer. He's going Horseman. Does anyone know if they fixed the Fire Lancer charge for Zhu Ji? My understanding is that it's still very bugged. You do, like, I think 20% damage on splash, if that. It's not very effective from what I've been seeing. That was a while ago, though. Like, no one that I know of has been building it since because it just doesn't work. And plus, like, Zhu Ji don't really get to the late game anymore because they either win with Chuganu spam or lose the game outright. I guess no one knows. But we have got this little Fire Lance charge now. And there is a transition into Horseman coming. Meanwhile... this is a false threat, actually. Like, if there was ever a pit mine rebuilt here, he could block it. Units aren't going to move in. They're just shifting away. A little backstab coming in here from the Nesta Bees. Nice positioning. Happy Cat overextends. Oh, damn. And now this 10,000 bolts does matter. Remember, the second shot is half the damage, but that's a lot of damage all the same. Nesta Bees get the flurry out. Palace Guard reaching to the backside. Happy Cat tries to go for the trade, but not able to get any of the Nesta Bees. What a sick split here. Numidan lets him walk in, divides the fight, and guarantees that he can clear up the right side with the siege, while Happy Cat siege only can watch. We're at meat grinder territory, though. There is an issue arising for Numidan around wood. The funny thing, though, is he's not using wood. It's weird to see this. Usually gold is the thing that runs out, but right now, Numidan's only issue is wood. That might become a problem with the Horseman spam, but remember, that's a temporary issue. He's got all this wood up here. He just exhausted the last of the gold, and now he's got 40+ workers that can spam on the tree line. Wonder when? Never. Remember, they nerfed wonders, guys. Numidan no longer gets the wood discount, Kappa. Actually, I think, did you still need tank for that? I can't remember. No, that's right. You were getting the wood discount. Was it from Song? I remember something was giving, like, was it 500 or 1,000 wood off of the wonder cost? Dude, it's such a sick read. And yeah, trade has been highlighted for mine as well. You are correct. Marlene trade can't happen here. There's just so many reasons why this secure on the north side was smart by Numidan. Poke and prod. Dude, those Grenadiers. Oh my god. Grenadiers are actually kind of impressive here because Musafadi Warriors and Gonzos don't actually have that impressive of a health pool, right? Compared to, for example, Palace Guard that can just force that condensing line and then obviously have more survivability in comparison. I think that's the reason as well why we don't see Marlene's play into Imperial Plus, is like the units, most of them anyway, aren't what I'd call pop efficient. If you look at their stats for the population they take compared to other civs, it's kind of underwhelming. And that has to be depressing because right now a lot of people are underwhelmed by the late game. The true late game was UG because they have a lot of underwhelming units, right? They don't get the extra health on their Palace Guard. The hand grenadiers are not impressive. The hand cannoners are terrible. But funnily enough, this is basically a battle of the crap tiers in late game. And because of Numidan's map control, he has the edge. STB's flurry comes in, heavy damage done, second wave's on the way. Castle is being sieged, but right now, Numidan, these Grenadiers are carrying the fight. Nob's going deeper. I think he's ready to transition away from them. They don't really matter anymore. Get a few good hits out and then overwhelm the fight. And this is looking bad. Happy Cat can lose all the siege in a game where he doesn't have the gold to replace them, so he needs to shift away from this. Numidan starting to break out now. Fire Lancers, or discount Fire Lancers, should I say, arriving. Remember, they've got that Fire Lance splash charge. Horseman moving in to mop this up, and now Happy Cat is slipping. 585 gold, but it's not going to be enough to replenish the army. This is it. Apocalypse, end of the world. Cats versus dogs. I guess Numidan's the dog in this situation, and he's about to howl. Happy Cat about to become a very sad kitty. Push in towards the Fort the Huntress. Grenadiers will be able to start mopping this up afterwards. We've got Bombards that could be on the way. Palace Guard spam is non-stop, and we have reached the culmination of this game. Numidan with over 8,000 gold in reserve and still gathering almost 2,000 a minute. Surely there is no stopping this man. Trebs move in. Fort of Huntress now the target. Happy Cat has exhausted himself, drained himself to the bone. More wolves going up. But nothing but food being gathered behind it. And also, if you forfeit this area, you lose the pit mines. You lose the pit mines. Any semblance of a gold-heavy army dissipates. Dissipates. Words. Villagers. Oh, no. No. That's death, sir. But what can he do, right? There's nothing to gather at home. He needs to move out for better resources. Now about to be down at about 50 economy in a game when Numidan's over 100. I think he's done it. Numidan will stand his ground as Happy Cat makes his last stand. After this, it's just going to be archers. And that's not enough. GG! It's going to be a win for Numidan. He turns it around. A dominant opening from Happy Cat. But everything else, thumbs up from Numidan. Difference between drafting for game one and drafting for a series. Whew. Cool game. Since map design won this game, I assume G3 will be replayed. You high? Lol. I think that map is fine. You know why that map is fine? Because that map is legitimately saying, come out and play the map or lose the game. I've said this before. Good maps do that. Bad maps let you sit on your ass for 25 plus minutes and get away with it. The fact that so much gold is on that Northern Island and the river control is an objective is actually a step in the right direction to that type of philosophy. Yeah, and Celero is hitting on it. We said it earlier. There was a point in that game where he legitimately could have just built Siege. He was very strong. The farm transition hadn't happened yet, and instead of building Siege and dealing with the STBs, he kept sending armies in to die. So yeah, at that point, I kind of have... I have no pity for you. Should have controlled the top early when he had map control. Yeah. I think fundamentally the bigger issue is he threw so many troops away trying to get in the base, and he never made that transition. If he'd made that transition, very different looking game. Okay. I don't think we've got enough time for another series. We're 8 hours in. Do I maybe call it now? Might be call it time. I want to try to get some community games in, so maybe we'll do that Friday. Thursday is not going to be doable because I'll probably have to call it around dinner. So we'll look to have a stream there, but probably like 6 hours long, maybe 7. Still a good stream length. But yeah, because tomorrow, obviously I don't stream. Thursday, you'll be able to catch me either midday or 11 my time. So midday will be good. And I will be casting more Age of Empires 4. I think there's maybe 2 or 3 series we could still cast that would be quite fun. In fact, let me just update my list that I've been tracking of ones we've not done. So maybe on Thursday, if they're still there, we could do like Numidan versus Uruk, which is a best of 5 series, and we could do like Sassy versus Matisse, something like that, or one of Baltoons. Could also be good. But on Friday, maybe we aim for some community games. We might also try to slot some Stormgate in. I need to slide some Stormgate in at some point, so I'll try to figure that out. But we should have streams Thursday and Friday. I don't know if I'm casting the weekend yet. I haven't been shared an updated schedule. Hopefully I get that soon. But what I'll do now is I'll find someone to raid. And hopefully you guys will have a good day and enjoy your Wednesday and then be back here for Thursday. Whoop, whoop. Hey, thank you for watching, man. So let me see who we can raid. Who's online? Ding, 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 ding. Oh, there you go, guys. Looks like Lash is doing some community games. So go and enjoy the community fun with him. And then, I don't know, bring the party back here later this week when we'll be doing some community games. Next week, I imagine there'll be more community games because Qualifiers has a lot of uncasted series. I'm expecting the group stage of Elite Classic to have less uncasted series. So we'll probably have more time for community games next week. But like I said, we'll see about trying to squeeze some in on Friday, probably. But for now, go have some fun with Lash. He's always a fun dude. I'm sure you guys can get on these games. It looks like he's playing with members of his community, if I'm not mistaken. Much love to everyone who tuned in. Thank you to everyone who's been subbing. Don't forget to drop your primes here if you haven't already. Helps me make this a livable thing, a doable thing regularly. And hopefully I will see you all again on Thursday. So, prep the raid now. Go have some fun with Lash. And don't stay a stranger. Should be a fun one, actually, checking out those other 2 series I mentioned. Like Baltoon series could be cool. Numidan's still got that Uruk series. Hopefully the games will still be there. They're pretty late ones. They're like the last ones they played in the qualifiers. So probably still on their profile. For now, go and enjoy some commie games. And I'll see you all again very soon. Toodaloo.